How's it going, everybody? Yeah, the chat never clears on Kick, unless it's over 24 hours. So, the chat stays. You can chat even when I'm not live, so... The Kick chat's like the Twitch chat, where it's based on the channel, not the individual stream. It's similar to Twitch. But, yeah.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Just curious. I just want to see how the DLC is being received. Very positive. Whoa. Well, that's good. No, I didn't sleep very much at all. Like maybe 45 minutes. So I was watching this video about you know, ancient world history and shit, and I couldn't fall asleep, so could not fall asleep. I'll get off whenever I please, PK. You don't own me, boy. Yeah, it was a video on the Platonic roots of the Trinity. So, yeah, I don't know, pretty interesting shit. Griffin got too woke listening to his favorite pop history epics. I've really been ancient world history maxing lately, so I don't know, man. It's just been very fun to get back into. Like, I used to always watch like the old History Channel like schizo documentaries all the fucking time. You know, when I was a kid, I had like a bunch of books on ancient Egypt and ancient Rome and Greece and shit like that. So it's just been kind of fun to go back and, you know, revisit all that stuff, but this time with the mind of an adult and not, you know, that of a child. So I get a lot better of a grasp of, like, you know, common themology and, you know, a lot of the cultural influence is like crazy. Like, still to this day, so much of our modern world is like based off of those old ancient religions. Like, it's pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's been pretty fun. So, been reading through the Iliad as well, because I haven't read that since high school. I had to read the Odyssey and the Aeneid in college, but I haven't read the Iliad in well over 10 years at this point. So I'm rereading that. New college foot? Maybe. I don't know. I'd be open to try it. I used to like NCAA football. I thought it was fun, usually. Alright, well, this is done downloading, so I'm gonna go and open it. Get this all set up. It should be fine. I didn't remember uninstalling this, but maybe I did to clear up space. I remember this came out right as I was getting my new PC. Oh, dude, they're giving me a warning because of OBS. Nah. You never read anything? You should read the Homeric epics, man. They're really easy to read, honestly. Get the Fagles translation, F-A-G-L-E-S. Those are really easy to understand. And on top of that, like, usually, depending on the edition you get, which I think should be most of them, they have like a glossary in the back where it tells you how to pronounce like all the Greek names and shit too, which is kind of helpful. But would recommend. You know, it even helps too, like, read it aloud if you want, because, you know, those are not really meant to be read silently. They were meant to be memorized and recited. So, if you read it aloud, it gives you a better understanding. Ironically enough. So you can read like a total midwit out loud to yourself, and, you know, you're actually doing it properly. Which is kind of funny. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to get OBS to pick the game up. There we go. Does this not have borderless window? Oh, it's just not on there. Okay. I don't know what to say. I'm surprised. Refresh rate. Oh. Guess that's fine. No film grain. DLSS, quality. Yep, we want frame gen. Well, they got rid of half their staff, so it's not a good thing. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. It recovered. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a pretty good chance that, you know, unfortunately, they might actually shut down. Like, I don't wish for it to happen, but it's kind of just the reality of the situation, because if they're gutting half their staff, realistically, how quickly will they be able to put out a new game? Oh, wait, let me do... Where's, like, all the gameplay settings? Like, difficulty. I guess that's, like, in the game. Because I had a shit ton of stuff fucked with. Because I had, like, the movement speed turned all the way up, but whatever, we'll see. Let's do that. Parry window, we want large. Enhanced targeting, perfect dodge. Large. I'm not doing all that fucking bullshit. Alright, all that should be fine. Start. Turn my parry window up because I don't want to parry.
And you, young sentinel. Your father tells me great things about you.
Thank you, sir.
Should we terminate his life functions?
And destroy the Godmaker's prized possession. So long as he has that tether on him, we can still have a hand in his fate. Wait.
Oh yeah, I remember that fat guy from the main campaign.
The Maker's Church has disavowed all actions taken by the Creed.
We'll move forward with our own Inquisition, quietly.
I don't know if this is a recap or not. I think it's more of like how
I'll
it
ask
connects.
you to join me now
But
in
maybe.
paying our respect to him.
I don't really
people of
remember
Argent
the
who are
story
resting
too
easier
much,
now,
to be honest,
knowing
because
he
it
is
wasn't
out there.
very memorable. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a year, so yeah, I think it's been a year. Dude, how long is this text gonna stay on the screen? Holy fuck, bro. Are people really that bad at reading? And then the Doomslayer did the shit in the game, and as a result, they
I need an
had
update
to
on Merrick's
go
status.
to hell
report
and
in.
kill the Maker. Like, bro, I swear to God, that's probably how the average Zog, the Zog bots are reading nowadays. I don't know, man. That's pretty bad. Yeah, you are late, Juan. Dude, he kind of looks like Guts right there.
Welcome, Great Slayer. Victory here earns you the right to stand before the High Council.
Is that
As
Mark
written
Hamill's
in the Book
obnoxious
of
ass?
Ashes, the Oracle will be your
If it
guide
is, this is where he
should you be
belongs.
victorious. Many have tried, but none so powerful as you.
This is where he belongs if it is him.
You may begin.
Slayer.
Alright,
Galen's
let's
team
see.
is
Hold
secure-
on, let me swap my tab real quick.
The entrance to the crypt.
Holding position until the Slayer retrieves the artifact.
I do not remember the controls for this at all, so this should have. I don't. Fuck. Hold on. So that's parry. R is the jump. I gotta get used to this again. I haven't played this in a hot minute. At least a year, actually. Uh-oh. Shit. Brutal, man. Yeah, I gotta get used to this again. Quake deserved... Well, they specifically named Quake as one of the franchises they want to keep making at Bethesda. So, there might be hope. There might actually be hope. But, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't get yourself too excited over potentially nothing. Dude, I'm like instinctually wanting to fucking use the flamethrower from Eternal to get more shields. Or armor, whatever. I don't remember this thing being this good. Shit, man. I might have to lower the difficulty for a little while. Because these DLCs assume that you've already played through the campaign. I just finished the DLC and there is more content after you beat... Oh, really? Nice. Let's turn on game journalist mode. I might. Let's see, hold on. This thing's fucked up again. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I'll just turn it down. If I can find where that setting even is. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Sosky Wasky with the 5. Honestly, I don't care what happens to Xbox Studios. Even id? I don't know. I think they're one of the few actual game developers at Microsoft still. So, I don't know. Of all the studios, I feel like they probably don't deserve to be shut down. Because, you know, even if you have mixed feelings about the Dark Ages, at least it's still a video game, you know? Unlike 99% of the games made today in the West. Well, they're getting, you know, half their staff laid off, which is pretty devastating. That's pretty devastating. You know, how long do you think it's going to take for them to, you know, develop a game now with half the staff? Because from my understanding, is most of the people at id Software have been there for like 15 years at least. Like, they've been around for a while. So, it's not like one of those studios that had a high turnover rate in staff. So, they can bring in the, you know, outsourced Indian developers now. Nosky Wosky with the 2, what's the name of the book? The Iliad. Iliad. Alright. There we go. My default weapon. There we go. The sad thing with id Tech dying is their next game's probably using Unreal Engine. I know. Yeah, you go from one of the most well-optimized engines in gaming to literally one of the worst.
Military actions will need the Khan's personal authorization. Know the people are brave and continue to fight because of you. You alone give them hope.
Yeah, this is probably the last hurrah for Doom, honestly. I mean, they said they want to prioritize making more, but
you alone give them hope.
Maybe with Doom Girl.
Throne, as all glory goes to the untethered Slayer. Our flock has been led astray by your acts of defiance and that form of creed's weakness. Argent Anor trembles in the wake of your actions.
Welcome, Khan Maker.
Cities fracture, faith dissolves, They follow you.
Yeah, why can't we get a boycott of Unreal Engine 5, bro? Like, you know, fuck all this physical game shit. Can we just get like a We Did It Reddit movement where everybody boycotts Unreal Engine 5? Like that I would get behind, dude. You know, I'll be Reddit's ally on that one. Like, can we just exile Unreal Engine from the industry altogether? Like, everyone just refuses to buy anything UE5.
A warrior your people will recognize. Marek, son of Valen, has pledged his loyalty to us. Together.
Yeah, in-house engines are what made games feel unique.
Together, you will remind Argent and Nor where their strength truly lies. You fight for them, do you not? Then give them something to believe in. Or is unity beneath you?
Council chambers ahead.
No, I don't think id Software deserves the axe, personally. Again, I had my issues with the Dark Ages being way too reliant on parries. I didn't like that whole leader mechanic where you have to, like, target that one enemy who's like a fucking tank before you can really take out the other ones. You know, those were, I think, my biggest gripes with the game. You know, the reliance on parry and then that leader mechanic. But other than that, I think it's a well-made game. Besides that, like, from a mechanical standpoint, graphical, performance, you know, everything's fun. Like, it's still at its core is a good shooter. I feel like it just has issues. So, I don't think it was necessarily a bad game. It's just more so, I think they made some mistakes in the development process when it comes to some of the, I guess, recurring gimmicks. Oh wait, it's the shield. Never mind. Okay, fuck. I'm trying to remind myself of like all these little gimmicky things. Forgot it's the shield to burst the other shields. Yeah, there we go. The fuck is that thing? I don't. Oh yeah, I remember that. Never mind. Yeah, this thing, the leaders. I did not like this mechanic. Yeah, again, I don't think it's a bad game, so I don't necessarily know if I would say it's underrated, but I can't afford this shit. I think it does get a lot of unnecessary writing off, if that makes sense. Let's see. Do I need to go? Oh, isn't this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you. See, like all these little gimmicky things I don't remember because I haven't played this in so long. Plus, I have 2016 and Eternals mechanics like way more ingrained in my brain because I've played through those like many times. I've only played through Dark Ages twice, so it's not as muscle memory, I guess, encoded in my brain for all the like little gimmicky traversal gimmicks and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's an actual video game, so unlike most modern video games. They added more puzzles, I can tell. Maybe I have to go on the other side. Trying to remember all this shit. No. Well, fuck, man. Where's my... oh, wait. Is that gamer goo up there? Okay. Maybe I have to jump up there. Yup, okay. There we go. We're getting there, man. Baby steps. I don't know what that did, but it did something. Oh, I guess you can jump up. There we go. It's gonna be a learning process all over again, man. Oops. I don't know if it has a new gun in it or not. It might. I mean, to be honest, I didn't even remember this was coming out because Microsoft didn't advertise it at all. Shocking. But somebody reminded me like literally 2 days ago that it was coming out. And I didn't even know. Oh, that's right, the spear, yeah. But I don't think that counts as a gun. At least not to me. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright. So far, so good, I guess. Not playing this unless Asha Sharma brings me home a physical copy for my Series S. Agreed, man. The Series S is the last bastion of physical gaming, guys. So, I think we should all stand our ground in that regard. I will not own nothing, and I will not be happy. You think that Asha Sharma is a massive squirter? Oh yeah, dude. like a fucking spigot. Uh-oh. What the fuck? That is a cursed enemy design, bro. Hot wheels down. Yeah, I don't know why they're keeping Rare around. Maybe because the... Although, I think the guy who was like the Rare CEO left. So I don't know. It wouldn't even be because he's saved at this point. That's kind of a mystery to me. Alright, that's all of them. Oh shit. There we go. Yeah, well, it seems like Toys for Bob is going to continue to have access to Xbox IPs. Because I know they signed that deal with Microsoft before they went independent to get the licensing rights to certain games. Like, I'm guessing Spyro was one of the ones they got. Which is why we're getting another one. Oh shit. Dude, it's literally Dark Souls! Yeah, you do lose health very fast. And I don't remember what the best way to go about restoring it is, but I think it's the melee. I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of the intricacies of this game, which is kind of the issue. Oh, that's the end.
The Slayer, the Sentinel's champion, has journeyed a great distance to kill you, my lords. We see your pain. The sins of your past.
Oh god, dude, we're getting childhood flashbacks of the Doom Slayer.
Only a cleansed soul.
Come on, bruh. We better not get a fucking walk through a hospital segment.
Life human.
And your wounds run deep.
You belong here. And here you will stay.
But my emotions.
Chosen. Beneath this chamber will be your tomb. Come, Slayer. I will be your guide.
Based.
I am servant to the council.
That'd be my instinct if I saw Mark Hamill too. In Minecraft, of course.
Let me show you their ways.
He's got a Belusi.
Defense is compromised.
Dude, what the fuck? Are you just supposed to get your ass slapped?
Critical damage inflicted.
I'm guessing so. I'm not even damaging him. Okay, yeah. No! Yeah, it's just scripted that you're supposed to lose, I guess. I can't lose. My friends are counting on me. Let's see. So Raymond with the 2. Doom, the Dark Age is greater than Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Yeah, no, that's... No. 2016 I do like probably the best, but... Nah, Dark Ages is definitely the weakest in the 3. And Raving Pegasus with the 2.
Gaming.
Much appreciated, man. ...2016 is the most replayable in my opinion. Personally. It's just a very simplistic first-person shooter in all the best ways. Very pick-up-and-play oriented. Yo, what the fuck is wrong with my hand? Oh, never mind. Damn, bro, he looks like even more of a Chad with the stubble. Brutal. What's that like, I wonder? Yeah, bro, this is like a representation of the, you know, Hyperborean chuds. In their, primeval form. You know, before they, build their great civilization. The chest hair? I have a lot of chest hair, so... Yum. Looks tasty. Dude, it's Cthulhu. Is that actually what the DLC is? It's Cthulhu? The chain spear. Where's the chain?
Ooga booga. The arbiters of our prison must pay for their sins. When you leave, their suffering begins.
All right, let's see. Tapping question mark with chain spear. We'll throw, okay. Whatever, I'll figure it out. Wait, what the fuck's wrong? Wait, why the fuck can't I use it? R E G. You have to manually set the binding? Are you shitting me? Oh my god, man. Why? That's so fucking retarded. Alright, I don't know. Where am I supposed to go for that? Game. Where's my, controls? I guess here we go. Shield throw. Dude, I don't fucking know. Tab? Oh shit, no. Dude, what is like the recommended? This is, alright, this is retarded as fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Maybe that'll work. Okay, there we go. Dude, that's so weird. That is so weird. Okay. Alright, well, I don't know why it doesn't just default set it, but that is odd. Yeah, it's like they laid everybody off right before they finished the settings.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright. Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Okay, so you can parry with R's. Press control. Okay. Oh shit. Alright, that's, yeah. We gotta get used to the... I'm so used to throwing up the shield, not hitting R. Alright. There we go. Alright, I gotta get used to this again. It's like, why would it get you used to the old controls and then make you do all the, you know, new shit? I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Dinner is served.
This way.
Fancy.
This crypt is your pain given shape. It holds many secrets. Find the keys to unlock your suffering.
I guess I gotta wait till I get the shield back for that. The parry mechanic's still there. You just use a different button.
Each of which exact a price. Find them. Overcome their trials of absolution. And harness the power needed to walk between realms.
Whoa. What happened? What the fuck? There's like some weird... Yeah, it's like... Dude, it like projects you forward on the staircase. Like, I'm not moving. Watch. Watch that. I'm gonna press forward on the fucking thing. Right there, just like... Yeah, it's like an escalator. Was this vibe coded? What the fuck? Bro, it's like throwing me off. This is like vibe coded, man. It's like an AI approximation of what input I'm pressing to move. Nope, I have the game speed at normal. No, like it was like giving me inputs I wasn't pushing.
What you need, you'll find inside.
That do anything? Guess not. Maybe not yet. Roadhog, that's right.
Follow the path of the righteous to prove yourself worthy of the first stone.
When do we get to see Odin? I love how it does that. That is a nice touch. The shockwave landing. Yeah, the parry timing is very odd when you don't have the shield. I guess maybe you can't parry normal attacks anymore. You have to just parry projectiles.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I gotta get used to this new parry. What I may do real quick, I do this. Maybe that will work better. Perfect. You can set it to one button. Oh, hold on, wait. No, it's messing up now. Let's see. Oh shit. Alright, that was like very weird to set, but alright, I think we should be good. You lose so much health in this game so quick. There we go. Jeez. Alright, I gotta fix the settings again. Shit. Okay, so... there we go. I think that should be fixed now. Maybe. Yes. Whoa. Hell yeah, dude. Let's see. So, Fluffle Nugget with the 5. Hunter Schaefer is being portrayed as a demon in a red dress with large horns in Kojimbo's upcoming new game. What did he mean by this? He wants to fuck him. That's what he means. He wants to grab that demon by the horns and take it for a ride. And Raymond with the 5, I would have more fun, a better time playing both Doom the Dark Ages and Doom 2016 over Doom Eternal any day. Sorry, not sorry. I guess that's fine, but I don't know. I definitely think that this is probably the weaker of the 3, personally. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. Oh my fucking god, he did it. What is this? Oh. I regret buying the Steam machine. Oh my god. Why would he even fucking buy it? He's such a retard, man. Honestly. It's like, yeah, this thing's a ripoff, bro. I'm gonna order the $1,500 version. It's like, Jesus, man. Have you no shame? Dude, you don't need to buy a Steam machine to cover it. Like, it's literally just an underpowered Linux PC that runs Steam OS, which is already on the Steam Deck. It's just a massive waste. He just has a shopping addiction, you know? It's like we were talking about with those retro videos. It's just another form of a shopping addiction. So, that's all. It's just a shopping addiction manifested into something. Ooh. Take my hand. I don't think it's hard to make a fair review of anything without buying it, especially in the case of a gaming PC. If you already have a gaming PC, all you have to do is just look at the value proposition. It's not really, I mean, he doesn't have to review it, though. And that's the other thing, too, is why do you even need to review a Steam machine? Guessing I do not, yeah. It's a different one from earlier. Yeah, Gabe lives on a fucking, you know, mega yacht. Exactly. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, the parry timing is definitely way tighter with the spear. Maybe you're supposed to dodge more. Yeah. Definitely supposed to dodge. Damn, bro. Oh shit. Forgot you can't double jump. platforming, man. My natural weakness. Great, a leader. Dude, this sucks. I hate the fucking leader mechanic. Genuinely. I don't understand why they thought that was a good idea. You know, I really love enemies that you can't fucking damage until a arbitrary fucking shield drops that you have to parry to get rid of. Like...
Gaming.
That just screams Doom, doesn't it? Oh, man. Yeah, don't really know how I feel about the spear. The timing just feels off. I don't know. The shield is definitely the better of the two melee weapons. Because, like, with how much damage you fucking take in this game, being able to block projectiles is a massive benefit. When you lose that, you're basically, you know, all shit. No, I haven't gotten the shield back yet. It's still broken. There we go. Yeah, that leader mechanic is very fucking annoying. I don't really understand why you would make an enemy that you can't damage. Like, Holy shit. The fuck was that? Dude, that's so gay. What the fuck was that bullshit? Dude, these fucking gimmicks are really okay. That is not necessary at fucking all, bruh. So that just like insta kills you? That's fucking great. An unfucking dodgeable attack just insta kills you. That's fucking lovely. Again, was that necessary? Not really. Guessing I can buy another upgrade. How am I supposed to get up there? I don't think it's that way.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
how fucking tanky are those things? Damn. That was so disappointing looking. Just poke. Let's see. Let's see. So, Frank on TV with D5. I was watching this morning, getting ready for work. I just got home and you're still on. Did you even No, I barely slept today. So, no, I actually did not. Pretty much got off, worked, and then, I'm here again. So, I tried to sleep, but to no avail. Great. run out of ammo so quick, too. There we go. It's still not over. Oh, these things.
By denying them hell's power, you condemn your people to ruin.
Kind of looks like Russell Crowe, I guess.
Righteous heart, the first trial of a soul.
Clear to proceed for Singleton mission. URF is on standby.
Dog, what is this shit? What the fuck?
Multiple heat sigs confirmed.
Oh my god, man. What?
I'm at the site.
Perimeter locked. Expect resistance.
Return this stone. Your path awaits.
Keep searching. The Slayer is alive, and we're going to find him.
We should have picked up something on our sweep. It's like he doesn't exist. I'll try again, sir.
Quietly. We are being watched.
Yes, my lord.
Through the eyes of a fresh soul, their final truth is revealed.
You really do get so little ammo. 10 fucking rounds for the super shotgun. That's really low. No, Raven I don't think has ever been part of id. I'm pretty sure Raven's always been either independent or a part of Activision. What a nice guy. You lose all your abilities. Come on, man. Well, the parrying feels a lot better with the shield, to be honest. And also the ability to block projectiles is pretty nice. Oops. Oh, hold on. Shit. Oh, there we go. Well, it lasted a while without crashing, to be fair, so. Oh shit. If you think about it, though, this parrying stuff kind of began with the whole Marauder shit. So the people who were kind of critical of that, in the end, were kind of vindicated. Especially if you don't like the direction of the reliance on parrying within Dark Ages. Because the Marauders were kind of the OG parry mechanic, in a sense. Because you could only attack when their eyes glowed green. Kind of similar to, you know, the parry. So, just kind of food for thought on that one. Chat loves Perry Slop. Yeah, I sure do. That's for sure, man. Perry Slop is my favorite. Oh, here we go. Gay. Dude, is this the Nightfall raid? Or the Strike, whatever. Or no, what is it? King's Fall raid, right? That's what this looks like. From Destiny. Oh shit. Whoops. I guess I was supposed to dash through that, not jump. Whoopsies. Oh great, more gimmick enemies. Did you see Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis is shutting down in October? I did not, but I never really played it. So, I'm just not really into mobile games. I can't get into them anymore. Even though, like, I've never really been able to get into them in the first place, but I don't know. I tried Ever Crisis for like 5 minutes and I got bored. Oh, those things blow up. Sure. Oh, and they leave toxic clouds. Why? Like, at a certain point, do we need more enemies with more gimmicks? That's what I liked about Doom 2016, is there was, like, no gimmicks. It was literally just shoot. So that's what I think is like great about Doom 2016. It's just a pure shooter. Like Eternal kind of upped like the gimmicky kind of stuff, but it wasn't anything too crazy. It was like intuitive stuff like, you know, energy weapon, drain shield. That's it. This, it's like, well, you have to parry. Then there's enemies that blow up when you kill them, and then there's fucking enemies you can't damage until you kill every other enemy in the area, and then there's enemies that put up a shield that you have to parry X number of times before you can deal damage, and it's just like, okay, bro, after a certain point, like, come on. So, I think Eternal was fine. Like, they, danced on the knife's edge without making it too complicated. But, bro, this game is kind of pushing it with all the gimmicky shit. Oh, I'm missing a piece of Cthulhu. Oh, it's up there. But how does one get up there? I don't know how I'm supposed to get up there. Maybe this way? Yeah, okay. There we go. At least I can upgrade, I guess. I still do miss the glory kills, though. Oh, great. They're just gonna spam these, huh? Oh, shit. thing. Where is it? Is it up top? Jeez. All right. There we go. Oh shit. The fuck? Guess you just have to go with this one. Okay, there we go. Fuck, man. Oh. All right. Yeah, Dreamcast guy cares so much about physical media on Steam Deck. It's usually how it goes. Alright, what the fuck am I missing? Let me try turning this. What the? Really? He doesn't fucking clamber? That's so gay. This shit's irritating. This is why I play Doom, man. Jumping puzzles. Okay, there we go. That's what we're supposed to do. Oops. Forgot, wrong fucking little spear chucker thing. Alright, well, I'm guessing you're supposed to do it on both sides, but oh well, I'm not gonna bother. This is already taking too long. Oh shit. Dude, I forget you have to fucking swap your gear. Irritating. Gotta swap to the spear, dude. You wanna use your super... The fuck? So you just can't make the jump? Man, I love my jumping puzzles. Muy bien. This is, like, actually retarded. Why is this even a thing in fucking Doom, bro? Why is this even a thing? Who was like, yeah, dude, jump puzzles. Alright, so now what? Obviously, I'm missing something else. Like, wouldn't it reason that you just jump across here and then jump up? But no. Oh, fuck. Definitely not what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I don't... I'm obviously missing something I'm supposed to be doing, but... I don't exactly know what that is. You have to move the platform the box is on? Why? It doesn't do anything if you move it with the box on it. Just deactivates it. I really hate having to fucking swap back and forth. That shit's really annoying. I just don't understand why this is a thing in Doom. Like, you know, in Uncharted, I get it, but, dude, this is fucking Doom. Why are we doing this? Yeah, well, this is like a what? Maybe 10-hour campaign? I don't know how long the DLC is. I'm lost. Alright, I'm looking this shit up. I'm bored. What is this area called? What does it say? Chasm of Zalgaroth. Alright, let's see. Dude, not a single one of these videos for the puzzle are under 4 minutes. Holy fuck, man.
Alright, I'm a little bit stuck in this puzzle right here. So let's just go down the side.
Oh god, there's more of them. This isn't the only one. Yeah, I love puzzles in my Doom game. Yo, what? His fucking character clambered? What the fuck? I've tried that jump like 8 times, and every single fucking time it doesn't work. Oh, shit. Bruh, that's some bullshit. Yeah, so I had the right thing. It's just, I guess you had to do that special type of jump. This was cheeks. Let's see if that works. Yep. Alright. Alright, let me see. Let me close out of this. Yeah, this shit was irritating. Alright. Wow, he's out. I literally had the puzzle right, it's just I wasn't doing the fucking sprint jump, I guess. Which I didn't know gave you extra height. But I guess it does. I'm gonna die. Oh, man. I love how every enemy has, like, basically invincibility of some sort that prevents you from doing damage until, again, you hit the arbitrary, like, parry slop of fucking, you know. I just, like, I'm kind of done with the gimmicky shit. I just want to shoot. Like, if you want to do all the gimmicky shit in, like, a boss fight, fine. But it's just becoming a little overdone. Nah, I haven't seen anything related to AC Remake. I haven't watched anything on it. Oh, not enough. They just completely changed the layouts. Brutal, man. We'll see. I have it pre-ordered, so. What a shame. You know, they had a license basically to print money, but, you know, it's Ubisoft, so gotta fuck up a good thing. Dude, there's just too much shit going on. Holy fuck. Too much parrying. More parrying. More parrying. It's just constant, bro. Every enemy parrying. The fuck? Oh, I'm at the fucking limit. That's gay as fuck, man. I can't even pick it up. So much for my reward. Oh, shit. Parry, 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 parry. Parry. It just becomes a little obsessive, man. It's like, jeez. You run out of ammo, so you basically have to rely on the parry constantly. Nah, Quantum of Solace was not a very good Bond movie. It just felt like one of those they threw together to try and milk the 3D trend. Oops. There we go. I wonder where that last wing is. Probably. Oh, yeah, it's over there. Most likely. Oh, well, I don't really give a shit. Jeez, man. Tanky. Oh, whoops. Well, I guess I can look for that angel stitch, you know? See it in here. Huh. Maybe. Yeah, that's how doors work, dude. Hell yeah. Gaming logic. Whoa, dude. I found a Funko Pop. No way. That's totally going on my shelf. You haven't seen any James Bond movies? Interesting. I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen a pretty decent, number of them. They're pretty good. You know, a lot of them are pretty cheesy, but, it's part of the charm of those. Damn, I could really use a BFG round right now. I just like, this is excessive, bro. This is getting excessive. Quantum of Solace is a litmus test for a person's IQ. If a person liked the movie, their attention span is high. I don't really think so. Isn't that one of the shorter movies anyway? Oh, now I want to check. I don't know if I would say that Quantum of Solace is a IQ. Yeah, Quantum of Solace is an hour and 46 minutes. Every other one is over 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours. So it's 45 minutes shorter than all the other James Bond movies. So, I don't know. I would argue the opposite. If anything, it's not long enough to even build any suspense or investment or anything. It's just, you know, action sequence. And plus, that was the movie they tried to, like, shoehorn all the 3D effects into, and that was, like, the big theater gimmick at the time. I don't know. Quantum of Solace, I think, story-wise especially, is pretty weak. You know, global warming, dude. Oil, dude. But, yeah, I don't know. It's the Obama era James Bond movie. That's how I've always thought of it. Like, wasn't the villain's entire goal just to, like, become a capitalist, pretty much? Like, I don't remember exactly. I think that's what it was, right? He wanted to monopolize the water supply or some shit. Like, it was a, you know, capitalism bad, pro-environmental, oil bad, just, yeah, very Obama-coded James Bond movie. Yeah, this DLC is not the best thus far. I don't know. I just don't understand why game developers don't make over-the-top experiences anymore. Like, this should be the last hoorah for the, you know, game. You should just be going through shit like crazy. Like, super fucking fast-paced, high damage output. Like, I don't know. Just very slow and monotonous is my impression. Yeah, I mean, this will be the last DLC for this game. I don't think they're gonna make another one. But maybe.
An iron will to reveal the shadow within. Sound mind to claim it.
Give me that anal. I'm tempted to up my damage output because some of these enemies are just fucking sponges, bruh.
Command says yes.
Like some of
The
these
bunker's
enemies are
underneath.
just
We've
sponges.
got a green light from Central.
Whoa.
Death awaits.
Oh yeah, I can't afford anything I want. Yeah. Alright, one more little butt plug needed. Let's see, Giga Doomer with the Tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Thanks for the support.
Stones found. One remains.
Whoa, dude, look at it. It's all lit up. Thank God, man. That one didn't take anywhere near as long to kill as that other one. Jeez. I personally would prefer Doom 2016, but yeah, I like Doom and Doom Eternal better than Dark Ages personally. I just don't like the parry. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Like, once you get into, like, the really, like, fucking overwhelming combat encounters, it just feels like your only option is to sit there and parry. Like, you don't even think about shooting. You're just like, fuck, I need to parry. Parry, parry, parry! And that's it. It's like, I don't want to parry. I don't want to parry.
This place is the ruin of all mortal flesh. Conquer death. Know your pain.
See, like, look, you can't damage this guy until you parry him. Like, why? It's a fucking Doom game, bro. Like, why is there a fucking parry restriction on damaging an enemy? Like, that shit's crazy to me. You know, call me old-fashioned, but call me old-fashioned, but I'm not a fan of that. And then same with the leader mechanic, too. I don't like the game saying, well, you can't damage this enemy for those reasons. I like my player choice. Well, we'll see if we ever get another Doom, to be honest. Like, who knows? So, at this point, the future is uncertain for any Microsoft IP. Yeah, that's what I heard too, is they're doing Quake next, because that's what, You know, Asha Sharma mentioned in her whatever email that Bethesda will focus on Doom and Quake and Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Dude, that shit fucked me up. See, it really makes me wish if, you know, this is the end. They really went out with a bang for this DLC, but it's kind of mid, I'm not gonna lie. Most of it just feels like filler. I would say the best part was at the beginning. Aerith's filler? Well, I would definitely like to fill her, if you know what I'm saying. I guess. You're gonna have to fight Cloud to do that? Brutal. It's over then. There we go. Oh, and I'm gonna need 2 skulls, so I'm gonna have to go in 2 different directions. See, this is where it just is starting to get really fucking tedious. Like, this is how every single zone I've had to get one of those little magical butt plugs has been. Oh, you gotta get 2 arbitrary items to open the final door. Like, this is very, very formulaic as far as, you know, the level design goes, which I know it's Doom, but still. Still, even for that, it's pretty copy-paste. It doesn't feel like I'm doing anything meaningful at this point. It just feels like, yes, we need to hit a certain amount of time spent playing. Yuffie is best girl? I mean, technically, 'cause she's the only one that's a child. Got him. Parry, 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 parry. Did you parry? Yuffie was the only chick in the party who didn't gaslight Cloud or withhold info from him. Like MJ from Spider-Man 2, Tifa and Aerith are liars and manipulative. Yuffie isn't. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being on the receiving end of some good old manipulation, though. You know? As long as they're hot. That's just kind of a given with women. Ah. No, I left the armor because I already had a pretty good amount. Dude, how many fucking times do you have to parry this one guy? Jeez. Like, that's just way too reliant on parry for an FPS. Cloud being coddled and babied by two women, locking him out of character development.
What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that like?
Must be nice. How does it feel to live my dream? There we go. Oops. Aerith is worse than Tifa, though, because she is just withholding info from Cloud so she can turn Cloud into her old boyfriend and fantasize about Zack sort of being back in her life. I mean, I guess so, yeah. But again, you gotta be expecting that you're gonna get manipulated by a chick, so... It's not all bad. But yeah, I agree. I mean, Tifa withholds stuff too, though. Like, Tifa literally lies and, you know, doesn't tell Cloud that he was not a fucking soldier. So, that's also another thing, too. So, they're both... I mean, I would say that Tifa's lie is probably worse because Cloud literally thinks he's someone else. With Aerith, she just likes him because, you know, he reminds her of Zack. So, I don't know. Because Aerith doesn't know Cloud prior to, you know, the events of 7. Tifa does, so... Yeah, but dude, find a woman that doesn't have a red flag. Oh, that's what that does? Okay. What the hell? Alright. Well, I'm guessing that's not where I was supposed to go. Huh. Alright, I get it. I'm trying to look where I need to go. Okay, so I do need to go. Oops. The fuck? That just opened, huh? Alright. Either way, I figured it out. Another one of these. There we go. Barely. Basically, Tiva and Aerith are like Triss and Yen. Do you want to change the desires of this girl or be your authentic self for the other? I don't know, bro. At the end of the day, if I had to pick between the two, I'm picking Aerith, so it's just that easy. Alright, I'll just do that. Whatever. Who cares? Yuffie or Shani? Yes. You could also do, I guess because of remake, you could do Cisne as well. Or if you're really into that freaky shit, you could go, Scarlet. If you're into MILFs, but that's a big if. Oops. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Aerith's character design is just way more feminine, so it's way more appealing to me first. Like, I really like that new Black Mage Tifa outfit, though. I think that shit looks really nice, because it makes Tifa look more feminine. So... all the characters have different jobs now, so each character will have 4 different jobs that they can choose from in Revelation, and each one comes with its own unique outfit. But yeah, Vincent is supposed to be that role tradition, or I don't know, is he more of a black mage or a red mage? I'm not really sure. Maybe more of a red mage, actually. But yeah, each character has 4 different jobs that they have in Remake Part 3. And one of Tifa's is Black Mage. I don't know, personally I would classify Vincent more of like a red mage, possibly. I don't know the official classification, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder what development team within Square Enix is even going to be doing 17. Hopefully it is not the fucking MMO team. But after Final Fantasy 16 did not do very well, I imagine it's not going to. I think if they just keep remakes combat, that would be perfect going forward for Final Fantasy, personally. Unless they want to do a turn-based game, which personally I don't really care about, but maybe they'll do it for the heck of nostalgia. Which there's not really even that many turn-based Final Fantasy games, which is the ironic part. Most people aren't smart enough to put that together. They think menu equals turn-based. Like, technically, Final Fantasy 13 has pretty much the same battle system as a lot of earlier Final Fantasies. It's just a little different. I like Final Fantasy 15, but the combat is definitely not one of the highlights. You know, I'm a day one lover of Final Fantasy 15. That game was, I really enjoyed it from the very first time I played it. So it just clicked, but I don't think the combat is the highlight of that game at all. Too much shit going on. Fuck. Come on. Alright, that one's down. Mulch this retard. There we go. Alright, that guy's down. Now I can deal with this practice on. All signs from the Final Fantasy VII devs are implying that they are working on Final Fantasy 17. I wouldn't mind seeing Creative Studio 2 make 17, though. They make the Saga games in 15, I think. Well, the thing is if it's to be believed, apparently there was like some leak on the Epic Games Store where Square Enix loaded in a bunch of fillers for DLCs for Revelation. And supposedly it's getting a ton of story content. So I don't think the 7 team will be working on 17. I mean, maybe there'll be like some crossover, like they'll help with the gameplay and stuff. But from my understanding, it seems like they're going to have a pretty long cycle of post-launch support. So I don't think they would be immediately tasked with developing 17, because 17 is probably already under development right now. Would be my guess. '17's probably well into development at this point. But again, there could be crossover where they, you know, send people from the combat team to go work on, you know, 17 or something like that, because not everybody in the studio has to work at the same time. I think that is Advent Children expansion. Yeah, they keep like hinting at that in interviews, so that'd be my guess too. That would be my guess. They keep mentioning it over and over again, like, oh, it's all encompassing. We don't want to talk about that yet. It's like, wouldn't they just say, well, Advent Children is its own thing if they were not working on it? This game is kind of hurting my fucking hand. First world problems, but yeah. My left hand's kind of cramping from using the keyboard. Ah. Griff, stop cranking it. I'm playing Doom, not Final Fantasy, bro. No worries. Soft baby hands. You say that like that's a bad thing. Am I supposed to have field Enwa hands instead? Still have yet to use a single revive. I'm keeping them just in case I need it for the final boss. It's kind of lame. You can only pick up 3. You used to be able to pick up like as many as you wanted in Eternal. I remember at one point I had like 100 something. Oh shit. Oh, some fucker. Nope, that is not a pickup. Final Fantasy VII devs also stated in a recent interview that they are not planning on making another remake trilogy ever again. Even said they don't want to remake 6 despite people begging. Yeah, I think the HD 2D team wants to do that. That's why. I think the HD 2D team is behind that one. See, I mean, I don't blame them for not wanting to do another remake, because, for one, you know, it's been a pretty divisive title across the board from the quote-unquote Final Fantasy fan base. Which, you know, sure, there's valid complaints, but, you know, a lot of it, I guess, like, I understand why they just don't want to fucking deal with it anymore. Oh, shit, hold on. Chat just crashed. But, yeah, I would imagine they want to work on their own thing now. I mean, I'd say they've definitely proven themselves as being able to develop, like, at least good gameplay. Yeah. Despite what people say about the story, I don't think many people can dispute the game. It's actually pretty good for a JRPG. It's got some of my personal favorite JRPG combat. I hate this enemy type. Finally, man. Jeez. Some of these enemies just have so much damn health. There we go.
With righteous heart, iron will, and the might to conquer death, a path is forged.
Ah, damn, bro. Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII, I think, so what I've heard is, this is the plan for Square Enix, is the team that does the HD 2D games is going to do all the, like, NES and SNES titles. And then the team that does, like, the Dragon Quest VII type remasters, they're going to do all the PS1 era stuff.
Clear the area.
So, and they would probably handle Final Fantasy VIII.
Evac inbound. Good work.
But yeah, I don't think they're gonna do any more like grand scale remakes anymore, where it's like, you know, completely rebuild it from the ground up.
A master of this inner kingdom you have become. Its doors for you.
A powerful Sith you have become. Dude, my computer is hot.
Look into the eyes of the fallen. Their final reckoning. A fracture in your prison.
Let's see. Fallen Order with D5. About to play the DLC. How is it? Also, I don't know how to feel about the layoffs of id. Everything else that's happened, I've agreed with so far. Yeah, I don't think id deserved to be cut. They're already a relatively small team, and I think for the most part they make good games.
The demons.
I don't agree with all the changes they made in Dark Ages, but, you know, at its core, it's still a well-made game.
Is with him.
But, so far, the DLC is kind of repetitive, to be honest. It feels like 80% filler with maybe 20% memorable stuff, and maybe that's generous. But, yeah, I don't really feel like this is their best showing DLC-wise, similar to the main game.
Think of your people.
Well, I mean, Kitase could always, like, transition over to that other team to oversee, so... But, yeah, I mean, 9 definitely, I think. Well, 9's already been in the work for a while, if we believe the NVIDIA leaks, which were 100% accurate, except for Final Fantasy 9, so... 9 supposedly has already been pretty much remade. Typical. I still need to play Final Fantasy IX at some point. Holy, man. It's literally Dark Souls! That's all that did? It did like no damage. What was the point of that? There we go.
Look at him. He is the brave son of your ally.
Oh, I guess one phase wasn't enough for an FPS game.
The Sentinel's time is endless war. In time, all of Argentina will turn to me for salvation.
Yeah, choke him out. Knee on the neck.
Evolution, Marek. We are evolving, unifying our worlds.
All right, well, there we go, man.
Novik died so we could live. I will honor his selfless act. He knew.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mainline titles definitely should be the focus. You know, milking nostalgia only works so many times.
He comes now for you. He brings the horde. He'll leave us in ashes.
Oh, come on, bro. Are you shitting me? A third fucking phase?
Out of the ashes of your defeat, a new world is born.
Come on, bro. This is just excessive.
With Azric's slate,
Alright, I'm getting perturbed now. Fuck is sticking out of his nose?
Now begins the age of ascension. The demon's essence is a powerful resource. A gift you brought us long ago.
Dude, this is a lame fucking boss fight. Alright, is 3 phases enough? Holy shit, finally, man. Damn. That wasn't even a fun fight.
Useless.
I can't get good. I beat it. What the fuck do you mean I can't get good? Just like that, violent crime in hell dropped 50%. Damn, he's a real looker, man. Oh my god, bro. I'm still not done? Come on, bro. Now, guys, let's get some support for Doom. You asked for this. You begged for me to play this game. So where's the support? We're only 300 away from another card pack opening. Exactly. Let's get some subs. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. Come on, guys. Ooh. Feeling chuddy. So this is how he gets his real armor. Got it.
The soul realized through pain. This suit, now your key.
It is so hot in my room. Holy fuck.
With a righteous heart.
This little PC is a fucking heater, bro. We gotta rise up. I'm sorry, El Palo. I don't know what you want from me. This is very Gears of War coded. What channel spoiling the best part? Wants one of my Aerith cards? He can't have it. Shouldn't it?
The Slayer is here. Notify the Khan immediately.
From worst to best, I would say 2016 is probably my favorite. I just like the simplicity. Like, it has the best replayability. 2 would be Eternal, and then this is the third. This is my least favorite of the trilogy, but I think 2016 is just like the most, you know, pick up and play, replayable, just pure FPS. So I do like that. Like, Eternal, when you get into it and are familiar with the controls, you know, it definitely plays better. But I think altogether, 2016 is probably my favorite, looking back on it now. Rape. Oh, never mind.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daryl's out with the 5, and that's why Dreamcast guy is broke. He bought a $1,500 Steam machine, but can't buy a PS5 Pro by himself. Indeed, man.
Bruh.
You know, people have the courage to say they hate the rich, but do they have the courage to say that they hate the poor? Because there's oftentimes a usual reason why people stay broke.
All squads, execute Plan Ash.
Buying $1,500 fucking
Everyone
PCs
out!
for no fucking reason that are overpriced.
Now!
How can you not like brunettes? Bruh. I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as brunette, but how would I not like brunettes if Aerith is, you know, one? But I don't know. Light brown hair is like my personal favorite. That or like a dirty blonde color. Those two are the best. Better than normal blonde. But that's just my humble opinion.
Slayer, the Khan is trying to escape to the courtyard.
Demons sighted in all sectors.
No, it's 900 for the Pro now, not the PS5. PS5, I think, is what, 550 or 600? I don't know exactly. I'm not really in the market for one, so I have not looked.
Please vacate the area.
So, let's do these two. Oh, I need 2 for that. Alright. That works. Dude, I am sick of these fucking summoners, bro. Holy fuck, they have reused that thing like 8 fucking times. Oh. Like, every once in a while is okay, but like, fuck, dude. It's the most annoying enemy type in the game. You can't fucking damage it other than like, you know, once or twice and then fucking teleports. I'm about to just crank up my damage multiplier. I'm sick of these tanky ass enemies. I feel like I've already put in my time beating up the little demons. You don't even get a BFG in this DLC, which makes it even more. Yeah, exactly, bro. I did my time. I just want to be free. Like, killing the same enemy just... And it's not even a fun, you know,
alright,
enemy
awesome.
to fight.
Thanks, nigga.
It just
Alright.
runs away and then summons 800 other fucking, you know, demons. And I'm still not killing it. There we go. Still not done. Yeah, they're really just dragging the fucking runtime out here. It insists upon itself. already know this thing's about to be tankier than a fucking M1 Abrams. Shit, man. Yeah, it's getting to a point now where it's just, I'm kind of getting tired of it. I mean, I've been playing for 5 hours straight, which, I mean, maybe that's why. If I stopped after like 2 hours or so and then picked it back up, went back again, etc. Yeah, I don't know. This is feeling pretty drawn out. Like, is there really any reason why this thing needs to have so much fucking health? Like, honestly. Alright, there we go. Sweet, dude.
This facility is under attack. Please vacate the area.
Oh shit. Got like ambushed. All right. Still not done. Yeah, I think 2016 was just right. It's a pure shooter. That's the other thing too, is it doesn't have many gimmicks either. You know, it's literally just gun shoot.
Survivors to checkpoint 2.
Focus him. Alright, Doom guy, you gotta kill this, whatever. I love the part where you said we have a planet to save. I feel like those of us who were not fans of Marauders could kind of see the writing on the wall of where that enemy type was going. It's like if you took the entire concept for Marauder combat encounters and then made an entire Doom game with nothing but enemies of that type. That's pretty much what we have here.
Civilians are almost out. Hold the line until Valen confirms.
I literally replayed 2016 like less than actually it was right before Dark Ages came out. I replayed both of them. Dumbass. Oh wow, I wonder, am I gonna get locked up? No way, dude. Didn't see that coming. Like again, this wouldn't be so bad if you had something like a BFG every once in a while to just, you know, cut down on some of the monotony of just killing the same fucking things over and over and over again, but you don't even get that. Like I literally just fought 2 of these already in the last 5 minutes. Ah shit, I'm dead. Not. I gotta bail out. Like, that's a fairly easy enemy to kill in both Doom 2016 and Eternal. But holy fuck, is it, like, you know, just a sponge in this game. You know, those are not very tanky enemies in the other 2 games. But everything in this is just... Look, dude, another one of these! I just fucking killed one! And it's another leader. Come on, bro. Yeah, they're just really trying to fucking pad this shit out at this point. Finally! Is this actually... Oh, you don't actually get to use your fist. That's annoying. There we go. More ammo, please. Oh, all right. The fuck? Dude, are you shitting? No, I'm not. Why the fuck do I have to do a tutorial, bro? That's what I get for fucking buying an upgrade. Press what? I don't know what button that is. Shift? What fucking button is that? Yeah, I don't know. It's not working when I hit shift, so. Can I just skip this? Dude, why? Holy fuck, man. This sucks dick. There we go. Okay. Alright, can I just be done now? Fuck, man. I don't want to do a tutorial at the end of the game. There we go. I want to finish it.
Your father's kingdom is broken, and your cities burn.
Alright, let's get this shit over with.
Cannot be defeated, but it can be controlled. And I will be its new master.
Lock in. Yeah, another 4-phase boss fight this time.
Has known only suffering.
Maybe.
I offer you this one chance of salvation.
Hold me in your loving arms. Traitors.
He rather destroy this world than share it with his enemies. Then let this primitive realm die with you.
Was it Mark Hamill? Alright, dude. Yup. Dude, this is cheese. It's more of a bullet hell than anything. Holy. Well, I saved him for this, so. Holy shit, bro. Well, you do no damage to this thing. Jeez. Am I just not damaging him? Alright, there we go. One phase, please.
He sees through us.
It's not. Oh god. No! Dude, this is actually fucking nuts. Stuck. Fuck. This is brutal, man.
Forged in pain, his will now whole.
Yeah, it's Jover, man. Holy shit, dude. Jesus Christ, man. I'll give it one more college try, but if not, I'm just upping the damage multiplier. I don't fucking give a shit. This is just ridiculous, bro. Like, he's got so much fucking health. That does like no damage. That's like a slap in the face, honestly. Dude, he wasn't even close. Alright. Jerking off with sandpaper moment? Yeah, that's what I feel like. Alright, let's just up the damage a little bit. You know? Where is that? Is it this? I think it's this, right? Yeah. See how that goes. Much better. Yeah, I couldn't imagine playing this game on a controller, bro. There we go. See, that's much more fun. I don't know, man. Like, if you're shooting a fucking FPS boss for like 5 to 10 minutes straight in one phase, I don't get how that's supposed to be fun. Like, that just... Yeah. Alright, well, there we go. Revelations complete. No, I'm not the biggest fan of FPS boss fights in general. Especially when they're like that, bro. I don't know. I'm not trying to fucking clutch up like I'm playing Elden Ring.
Reject the Makers and their ways, now and forever.
That was kind of an anticlimactic kill, bro, compared to the spider boss at the end of Doom 2016.
Stand behind him. Our war begins now.
Yeah, you shove the BFG in its mouth and put a fucking nice-ass crater right through the top of its corpse. Yeah, it was about 5 hours, which is fine for a DLC. I just wish it was a little more, exciting. A lot of this felt like just straight up filler, to be completely honest, but you know, it wasn't bad. Maybe I would have liked it more if I would have just cranked the damage multiplier up from the beginning so the enemies are less spongy. But yeah, I imagine if you want to 100% it, it'll probably take like 10, 15 hours. Yeah, I mean, you have the spear, which gives you the ability to dodge like this, and then, you know, you can swing with it off of enemies, and you can, like, grapple hook. So it's basically like the super shotgun grapple hook. That's pretty much it. It's not really anything revolutionary. Astral boss key? What is this? Oh. Defeat the astral boss? Oh, you have to go assemble the... Yeah, I'm not doing all that, bro. I ain't doing all that. It's probably all the open world slop that you have to do. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. I don't know. I would definitely recommend not doing what I did and, you know, just lower the difficulty a little bit from the beginning and have fun. I played this with max damage and highest game speed. I think it definitely altered my opinion on the DL. Oh, definitely, man. Abso-fucking-lutely it will. It'll make it way more fun. So, like, my first playthrough of Dark Ages, I liked it, but then when I fucked with the, you know, multipliers and stuff, it was a lot more fun. So... I have gaming fatigue, but Crisis Core is fun. Yeah, Crisis Core is like one of those just, you know, simple pleasure type games. People crapped on 2016 for having a bad story, but the game called its own attempt at having a story stupid by having Doom Guy ignore any attempt to have a plot explained to him. Yeah, I mean... You know, it's like the old, the old Doom developer who was like, you know, video games are like porn. You don't really need the story, but, you know, you should still have something there. Forget what the exact quote is, but basically it's like a porn story, essentially. Yeah, exactly. I don't give a fuck about the story in the Doom game. You know, I just want to shoot shit and have fun doing it, so... My heckin' 3-hour lore video? Yeah, exactly. If I can't watch 85 hours of lore analysis related to a game, is it actually good? All you need to know about Doom's story is Bunny getting killed led to a lot of dead demons. Exactly, man. That's how it should be. Griffin doesn't appreciate good games, or games in general, to be honest. Man, alright. I'm feeling the fatigue already. See, this is what happens when I actually, like, intensely game, dude. When I intensely game, it makes me tired. The Halo theme, it's truly over. The Halo theme is great. It's a relic of a better time, man. It is a relic of a better time. Just gonna see real quick. Oops. Let's see what the final boss is. Oh yeah, I had a feeling it'd be the architect guy. Oh wait, no, maybe it's not.
Stand behind him.
This is the true final boss. That is so lame, man. That is, yeah, I'm glad I didn't waste my time. That's so fucking lame, bro. Really? Yeah, Cacodemon. That's lame as shit. Yeah, it's just more bullet hell shit. Stop gooning. Wow, man. I really regret not collecting all collectathon items in order to unlock such an amazing secret ending. It's too bad you'll never be able to see the true ending. I know. Oh, wait. No, in Dark Ages, you don't have the same movement speed as 2016 and Eternal. It's a much slower game. Yeah, I'll probably stream Black Flag tomorrow. As long as it comes out at midnight. Let's see what time it unlocks. Oh, dude, it's a fucking 12 p.m. release again. So no, tomorrow I will not be streaming it. They're releasing it at midday. Fuck that, man. That's so fucking homo. Why is this now the trend on fucking Steam, man? Why is this the like, Doom's DLC was the exact same thing. I don't understand why they're doing fucking noon releases now. You know, some of us work. Some of us actually want to stay up all night gaming before we have to go to work. Your fault for being employed? I know, man. Well, the fucking neighbors would have donated then. I could have been a full-time content creator. I think it's because Steam updates at 1 p.m., but at the same time, RE9 was midnight. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of games that have unlocked at midnight. So, it's like a uniquely... I mean, it just depends on the game, I guess, but... Seems to be a Western trend. It is what it is, I guess. I'm angry. I already remember the original one. I've played through Black Flag like 4 or 5 times. So, I used to be a huge Assassin's Creed guy. Like, that was my favorite annual game for, like, the whole run of Assassin's Creed 2 up until Unity. And then that's when I kind of dropped off liking Assassin's Creed, but... I used to be a huge... I used to even play the fucking multiplayer back in the day, so... That's how much I liked Assassin's Creed. I was a huge fan of Assassin's Creed back on 360. Yeah, the multiplayer was actually pretty fun. Up until Desmond is killed off, yeah. Or Lucy. Yeah, exactly. I always enjoyed the Desmond parts of the games, and, you know, everybody's like, bro, the modern story sucks. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe if you're a fucking cocksucker, I don't know, like... As a fan of, like, alternative history type shit, you know, I thought it was cool, personally. You know, knowing what we know about games journalists now, it's like, yeah, it all makes sense. It was genuinely cool, so of course they fucking hated it. Oops. There we go. I like the Animus personally. I thought it was neat. I was a huge Assassin's Creed fan once upon a time, so I don't know. I really enjoyed the franchise. But like all things, it went to shit. Sad. Pathetic. Just playing multiplayer on PC, and I was toasting level 50s. Nice, man. Ah. My chat's extremely gay. Thanks for that, PK. That's why you're always in it, right? I think Ubisoft can redeem Assassin's Creed if they remake the first 5 games, and when they go remaking AC3, just change the ending so that Desmond lives, then just spend sequels in the separate can. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're ever gonna do that, but potentially. Ubisoft is not really in a great place right now, so I don't know how many resources they have at their disposal to do that type of stuff. Constructs Workshop with the 2. AC Syndicate could have been set different. British era. Yeah, I agree. I think the era it was set in sucked. I was not a fan of Syndicate personally. I thought it was incredibly bad when I first played it. I never finished it. Oski Woski with a 5. It may never change. The Ezio shit. Yeah, hold on. Oh wait, it's music. I thought it was the scene. Yeah, I can play it. Only thing I love about AC, or didn't love about AC, was the harsh, forced, fake Italian accent of Ezio. Yeah, I mean, I will take soulful voice acting of the past over actors of the present. So, you know, personally, you know, a little corniness to voice acting has never bothered me, because it makes it feel more like a video game. I hate the shit they do now where they like face scan real people and, you know, they use their real voice and they're not playing a character, they are the character, and just ruined it. Ruined it, man. Norman Fetus is dead? No! Ever is gay except for me. I don't believe you, PK. I wish I could, but I don't. When you showed me your collection of male trainer cards from Pokemon, It was over at that point, dude. Nobody collects those. Except gay men. Not even women. Not even women. No, I'll show you PK's favorite.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I was repulsed, but you know. We all like what we like, I guess. But all I can say is I disavow. I disavow. He has like 100 copies of this card. Now, granted, it's super cheap, but yeah. I was a little shocked at first, I must say, but, you know, I guess there's worse things to collect. PK's disappeared? Yeah, he's gone, man. You know, when he said he had a trainer collection, I thought he was going to show me something like this, but no, no, no. Hold on, where is it? Yeah, I thought he was going to show me something along the lines of this, but I was in for a surprise. You know, I figured this would be more up PK's alley, honestly. You know, this seemed more like his type of card, but nope, it was this. Yikes. It's worse than I could have imagined. Exactly. What, this Mallow? Oh, wait, that's Jap. Yeah, I used to have this card. I don't anymore. It got damaged. Whoa, that's right, dude. Whoa, buddy. But yeah. Well, yeah, everybody in, you know, Sun and Moon is like tropical themed, so yeah, they either have like dark skin or, you know, they're just tanned. Other than Lily. You know, Lily is the Aryan queen of Sun and Moon. But everybody else is pretty much universally tanned.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm getting into the Pokemon TCG because of you. Nice, man. It's a terrible time to join. Everything's expensive. But probably will be even more expensive in the future. Let's see. Let's see. So Constructs Workshop with the 2. Can we watch Midnight Halo recent video? Midnight Halo. I don't think I see it. Oh, is it Microsoft Doom's most disgusting nightmare? Is that it?
Before we dive into this very...
Let's see, read that. Osky with the 5. But speaking of cutscenes and actors from the past, alright, I'm guessing this is...
Basta! Where are...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know what this is. I'm not... Wait, I'm sorry, Griffin with D2. The problem with... Okay. Let's drag that over here. Okay.
Basta! Where are my children? Let them go!
Of course, Signora. We'll happily give them back for something of yours. A certain map and a certain apple, brother. See, a certain apple indeed. Or shall I slice your baby's necks ear to ear?
Bastardi! You think you can threaten me? I'll give you nothing! You want my children? Take them! I have the instrument to make more!
When you change your mind, they'll be in the village outside the city. You have 1 hour.
Mamma mia. You feel offended?
God!
That actually did happen, but it could also just be urban legend. Yeah, I think PK has vanished. He's disappeared into the ether. You one-shot him with the Pokemon expose? I think so. Poor guy. Oh yeah, hold on. Speaking of missionaries in Africa, I've got some more Pope slop to pull up real quick. Is this it? Oh no, this is Nick Fedtez fuming about Patriot Front. We'll take a look at that too. Where's the other one? Did I not send it to myself? Shit. Oh well. Here, we'll watch Femboy Fedtez real quick. I don't think I can, oh, you can. Cool.
Now, some people say the Patriot Front does charity work. Great. They say Patriot Front does fraternal activities. Like they do boxing matches, and they do hiking, and they do book clubs. Great. And I hear they even do electioneering. They do door knocking, they do phone banking. I hear they've organized some parallel...
They actually do something, unlike Nick's fucking flamboyant ass, other than collect super shekels.
Structure where they can arrange for their members to get jobs, blue-collar jobs if they're doxxed. I think that's great too. This is all great. Just do that. Just do that then. People say, wait, but they're great. They do charity, and they have this network of businesses that hires our guys, and they do door knocking and phone banking, and they do...
Yeah, he's looking increasingly, like, more dysgenic. Like, his mouth is, like, very weird. I don't know, man. Like, he's very unsettling to look at. Like, if you pay attention to his mouth when he talks, it's like, he's like, ugh, dude, it's gross. I don't know, man.
I can't afford this
Everything about him is off-putting to me. I don't fucking like Nick at all. He seems like a, you know... just really inconsistent guy, to put it lightly, but yeah, you just watch. You'll see what I'm talking about if you watch him.
They do these fight clubs, they do this and that. Okay, great, that's all great. Just do that. No one would have a problem if you just did that. Nobody would have a problem. Fox News wouldn't have a problem, couldn't have a problem. Laura Ingraham wouldn't have a problem, couldn't have a problem. Who could have a problem with that? Hi, we're the Patriot Front. We're an organization of common sense, patriotic Americans. We're against immigration. We love our heritage. We're nationalists. We help our community with charity. We study our American history. We like to look at our beautiful American country. We look at the environment, and we try to get like-minded people elected. Literally, who would have a problem with that? But that's not the issue.
You have a problem with it, as we'll come to find out. All of the things he doesn't do, by the way.
Issue is, let's dress up in costumes LARPing like the brown shirts. Let's wave a flag with the fascies on it. Let's wave an American flag with the fascies on it. Gee, I wonder what that is. You're literally marching around saying,
Yeah, I wonder what that is, Nick. You mean like you playing NHH on fucking stream? You talking about how fucking cool Hitler was on Piers Morgan, etc.? You know, Nick has a problem when other people, you know, use... I guess, fascist emblems and symbols, but he's more than capable of doing it himself. You know, it's fine when he does it, but it's bad when others do it.
Those Jews and...
Oh, he's absolutely worried they're gonna take his fucking audience. He's absolutely... That guy who leads Patriot Front, that Thomas guy, is far better spoken than, you know, dysgenic Nick. So he sounds way more intelligent, too. That's the thing. He's calm, collected. He's not this spazzy little Mexican who has this, you know, dysgenic-looking mouth where, you know, it's, like, open of, you know, basically 1/3 of his face when he talks.
And Africans and Mexicans, and we're raising up a...
Like, look how big his fucking mouth is, bro, when he talks. Like, men should not look like that when they speak.
Banner of fascism to reclaim America for whites only. And you're doing it in costumes. You're doing it in a working class role play costume, like the brown shirts, like some kind of fascist militia from the 30s. Everybody knows what you're getting at there. It's not subtle. It's not discreet. Everybody knows what that's gesturing towards. You're gesturing towards, we're the brown shirt militia of America. We're the working class brown shirt militia of America. We're fascists. And I just don't think that's a good idea. I think that's...
Dude, this guy tried for years to fucking LARP as like a modern day Nazi. And he's fucking pissed off that not only someone's doing it better than he did, but also they can actually show up in public and not embarrass the leadership. Because Nick knows that, optically speaking, if he had a little get-together of his little fucking cronies nowadays, it wouldn't be a very good look for, you know, his so-called movement. Because it would expose exactly the types of people that are even listening to him in the first place. His entire LARP would fall apart overnight.
That's asking for trouble, and I think that's just not how the war is fought in the 21st century. I think that we're just not at that point yet. We're not at a critical mass yet where that does anything other than invite unnecessary scrutiny and problems and vilifies people unnecessarily. So like I said, it's no shade. I mean, I'm sure the guys in there are well-meaning. Like I said, I probably agree with them on 90% of things.
Look up the Amerimut meme. It's the same mouth. All right, here. I think I know what you're talking about. Yup, it is, bro. It is. Yup. That was an unintentional pause, by the way. It just happened that way. But yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. I didn't even try to pause it on that fucking pose, by the way. So that was purely coincidence.
Is it better to see that than BLM? Absolutely. But I also don't think that's really the best way to organize. I think if people really want to do something, then the first thing you could do is stop being self-indulgent.
Stop being self-indulgent? Like you, Nick? You? Why don't you take your own fucking advice, you dumbass? Stop being self-indulgent. Holy fuck, man. If there's any person on the right who's self-indulgent, it's Nick fucking Fedtez, bro. That's all he is.
Dressing up in a costume so you could feel like you're part of something bigger than yourself is self-indulgent. It's vanity. I'm sure, and I'm not trying to be nasty when I say this, but I'm sure a lot of the people in Patriot Front, I'm sure they get a real big kick out of putting on their whole uniform, assembling their whole uniform, and looking in the mirror and saying, I look like an army man, and I'm sure they get a real big kick out of singing their songs all the way in the U-Haul.
That's right, dude. Just super chat Nick instead.
Van to the DC.
That's a way better use of your time and money.
Rally. Here I am. I'm in my uniform. I'm with my boys. We're on the 4th of July. This is so much fun. And I'm sure they get out there, and when the cameras are on them and they see the outrage and they see the coverage, I'm sure they get a little bit of a kick out of this.
Wow. You mean like you do? When you say outrageous shit on Piers Morgan or other interviews or just on your own show so you can clip farm? Wow, man. Where have we seen that type of behavior before?
This idea that on that day, I was the rock star. I was a part of the thing that everyone was talking about. I was a spectacle. Everyone was...
Yeah, this is literally him describing himself. This is literally him describing himself.
Looking at us that day. We did something, and then we had our big bonfire, and we raised a glass, and we...
Remember when you told everyone to tear down the barricades and storm the Capitol? You know, disregard the police, take back the Capitol? Yeah. What was that, Nick? I don't think Patriot Front's done anything like that before.
Toasted our epic rally. And you know what? I get it, but that is self-indulgent. What is that doing for the country? I know what it's doing for people psychologically. What is that doing for the country? You want to do...
What are you doing for the country, Nick? What are you doing? Nothing. You just sit there and collect money and do nothing with it.
Something, put your vanity, your sentimentalism, your emotions, put that aside.
At least they're out there actually trying to do shit.
You want to do something, get involved in politics. Get involved in politics with normal people, build a network, go to your young Republicans, college Republicans, go to an elite university, make a lot of money, infiltrate the private sector. You know what helps our movement? Billionaires. People with hundreds of millions of dollars. The American Revolution did not start, actually, with just a bunch of farmers and workers. The Founding Fathers were the richest people in the country at the time. They were lawyers. They were educated, okay? They were Renaissance men. You want to fund the revolution, you want to build the revolution, go to Harvard, become a lawyer. Go to Stanford, become a billionaire, become some tech entrepreneur, make $100 million.
I can't stop watching his mouth. Dude, I'm telling you, it's like, ew. It's gross. I'm looking at my other screen.
If you can't do that, join up in party politics, try to get elected, try to help somebody else get elected. Go work in the Trump administration, build up a resume. It's a mass democracy, in an industrial technological society in the 21st century. That's the skill set that's required. We need an officer class of people with some bureaucratic skills, some legal skills. That's actually what is required. You want to do something? Do that. You want to do something? Make yourself sharper, richer, better. Make yourself more influential, more powerful, build your network. It's not sexy. You don't get to put on a costume. You don't get to be in the big parade. That's literally what it is. Let's put on a costume and be in the big jamboree, be in the big parade. That's your sacrifice, is we're not going to be in a big parade.
What's your sacrifice, Nick? What is yours? I mean, I love this. He's telling everybody else they have to sacrifice. They have to be out of the spotlight because he wants to be the guy on camera. He wants to be the guy collecting all the super chats. He wants to be the fucking, you know, leader, quote unquote. He wants everybody else to fucking tough it out and suck it up and do the hard work and the heavy lifting. He just wants to sit around and collect the fruits of your labor.
Parade. We're going to do tireless, boring, mundane work for decades with no recognition. That's a sacrifice. That's doing something. People say, well, at least they're doing something. They're doing something for themselves. It's easy. It's easy when you're feeling into it. You're feeling emotional. I think I'm going to take the leap. I think I'm going to put on the costume. I'm going to go with my bros and march around and be in the big parade, be in the big spectacle for the weekend.
That's right. Sounds familiar, huh?
What is that really doing for the country? What is the sacrifice? The sacrifice is what all of you are doing, what I ask you to do on the show. I don't tell you to do nothing. I say, if you're one of the bright, intelligent men, if you care about our country, you want to get involved, build your network, build your resources, create a local cell of like-minded, normal people.
You mean like Patriot Front?
And start to build power locally in your city. You know what? Patriot Front is doing it. They're doing it in Texas, okay? They're doing it where they reside. And I think if they focused on that, it'd be phenomenal. But they got to do the retard stuff. I don't like that. So that's our sacrifice. It's that tireless, boring work.
Our sacrifice. Our sacrifice, guys. He's right there with you. Make sure to send an extra $100 tonight, guys. Nick's are really on the front lines, just roughing it out, bro. Could you imagine?
Work. It's not sexy. It's not a big performance. It's not elaborate.
Oh, going live for a couple hours every other day, collecting thousands of dollars in super chats. You know, it's just his burden to bear. We can do it.
You will not be recognized for it necessarily. It may not even work. That's a sacrifice. That's doing something. So that's my message. And a lot of them, they get really sensitive about it because that becomes a part of their identity. I think a lot of people, they get caught up in all that. You know how it goes. It's one of those things. And you say you don't like their organization and they go, but that's who I am. I'm nothing without the uniform. If you're nothing without the uniform, you shouldn't have it. It's what it is. But anyway.
Cringe. But yeah, I don't know, man. It just sounds like jealousy. It sounds like pure jealousy, to be honest. You know, Nick is upset that somebody else has entered the scene who is well-spoken, articulate, not afraid to put themselves out there. They have an actual, you know, boots-on-the-ground organization that's well-behaved, well-trained, and they're actually doing shit. You know, he's basically gotten to get a free ride as being the guy on the internet promoting the same type of shit for a very long time. And now there's like an actual challenger out there. Because, like, that's been a very big point of criticism of Nick for a very long time, is he likes to LARP like he's a political leader or in charge of a political movement, etc. And it's like he's never actually fucking done anything. The last time he tried to do something, he scammed a bunch of his fans for, whatever, America First convention or whatever. Like, he just collected a bunch of ticket money, never hosted the event, and, you know, never mentioned it to this day. So.
I can't afford this shit!
if Nick had actual principles, he wouldn't have grifted off of Kanye West. The thing is with Nick, bro, is like I don't even think he believes half the shit he talks about, to be completely honest. I think he's just basically backed himself into a corner at this point. He has to stay the course. I don't think his heart's actually in it at all. I think he wants to be some metropolitan, you know, just leftist guy in his 20s who listens to rap music, watches all the slop TV and movies, you know, goes and hangs out with his friends at the bar or on a boat. Like, I think he's just, like, basically one of those people whose audience captured to the highest degree. So, I don't think his heart's actually in it, personally. He's way too inconsistent on a lot of shit. Like, every other day, it seems like he's flip-flopping. I mean, I pulled up that example recently of him talking about how immigration's a dead issue, and then he was raging about how we're not mass deporting people. It's like, okay, well, wait. I thought it was a dead issue, bro. What do you mean? You want more mass deportation? I don't know, bro. It's just... I don't know how you can have such a switch up on something like that within a day. Like, that's a pretty big topic, generally speaking. He should just become a comedian. Honestly, he'd probably be happier doing that. Yeah, I mean, I'll extend, like, some courtesy on shit. Like, if people... Like, in the case of Asmongold, you know, in the past, he wasn't an overtly political person, you know? Because I could definitely relate to that. I definitely would, you know... Let's just say, conceal some of my true political beliefs, especially when I was trying to cater to a wider audience. Nowadays, I don't fucking care, but... You know, you kind of have to hide your power level to a certain degree if, you know, you want to appeal to the normie horde online. So, it seems like Asmongold's kind of just saying fuck it at this point, so I think a lot of that is just kind of a hangover of, you know, him concealing his power level for a while. So... Yeah, the VODs will be on Kick. Oh, well, yeah, you absolutely had to hide your power level on fucking, you know, YouTube during the COVID era. I mean, anything post-2017, if you didn't LARP as, like, a centrist Democrat, you were at risk of getting banned. So, that's the thing, man. You always lived in fear of, like, the wrong person being like, oh, this person's a Nazi, dude, and then you just lose your entire fucking channel. So you kind of had to, like, hedge your bets a little bit and LARP as a much more liberal person than you actually were, so that you would have plausible deniability in case something ever slipped out, you know? Just in case, you had to basically cover your ass and kind of LARP as a lefty to a certain degree. So, unfun times, that's for sure. But yeah, especially during, like, the whole BLM shit, too. Like, bro, I had the fucking head of YouTube Gaming personally investigating my channel back in the day because of that video I made about those two dipshits who wanted a console because they were black women. You know, no other fucking qualifier, just We is black women and shit, and we deserve free consoles, even though we have 500 followers. So that's how bad it used to be, man. So that's how fucking bad that shit used to be. So yeah, I had to like definitely cover my ass, so to speak, especially after that. But nowadays I don't really care. Yeah, dude. Literally, it got demonetized, and then it got age restricted, and I was like, oh, fuck, they're gonna give me a strike. So I was like, yep, gone, delete. And it was right after the guy who was, like, the head of YouTube Gaming, like, said, I'll take a look at it personally. So I was like, fuck. Nope, I'm not getting the strike, man. I'm not getting the strike. So, yeah, I just deleted it. Yeah, exactly. You can get away with a lot more on YouTube nowadays, so I don't have to hide as much. So, I mean, obviously there's some stuff I won't say, but, you know, for the most part, I don't really feel like I have to conceal too much now. Be a lot more honest, that's for sure. Yeah, YouTube Gaming's gone now. It's gone now. No, I just haven't drank anything in a minute, so my throat's kind of dry. Inhaling lead? Oh yeah, man. Can't get enough of it. Let's see. So Daryl's on with the 2 as a woman, Griffin. I'm offended what you shown us. Well, since you are a woman, whatever you have to say holds no weight. I'm Resident Evil Zombified with a 2 terrible situation for people of Japan. Oh, okay. This video. Sad, pathetic. Yeah, it is. Dude, I kind of feel like going and getting a monster, but I don't know. Did you see all the Japanese people don't like that cat smoking anime if anyone watches anime? Yes, I did see them complain about it as being disgusting. That's the thing, is like people go like, bro, why does Sid not smoke in Final Fantasy anymore? It's like, because, bro, the Japanese have a very big anti-smoking thing right now. So, but yeah, they were saying it was like degenerate and shit. I did see people bitching about that today. I get a lot of anime posts on my Twitter timeline because I interact with a lot of Japanese tweets. But yeah, the Japanese government like actively discourages portrayals of smoking. So You know, smoking is a huge problem in Japan. They're trying to combat it as best they can. They encourage media companies not to show it in media. You know, the government specifically reaches out to big Japanese game and, you know, movie and TV show companies to not include portrayals of smoking. So, it's kind of one of those societally frowned upon things now, where, you know, you're not really supposed to promote it. So the Japanese have a much higher sense of social responsibility than we do in the West, so they actually care about stuff like that, which, you know, is nice. Perks of having a homogenous population. But, yeah. Hey Griff, is it fine that I don't mind drinking stuff? I like alcohol, but smoking of any kind, I get the ick. Well, dude, smoking stinks up the place. So when you drink, other than your breath smelling like booze, you know, generally speaking, you're not like ruining the environment for everybody else. You know, people smoking cigs and weed stink up the whole fucking room. Your clothes will smell like it. The carpet will smell like it. The car will smell like it. It's way more invasive compared to drinking. So. Griffin really likes the Sisu movies. I don't know what that is. Sisu? But nicotine is good for you. Alcohol isn't. Yeah, nicotine is good for testosterone, apparently. Here, we'll look it up just to make sure I'm not capping, but... Yeah, apparently it gives you a temporary boost in testosterone production. So, pop a Zyn before you hit the gym. Hell yeah, dude. I haven't touched alcohol since my meniscus repair in May. I used to drink almost every day, and since I'm on oxycodone for pain, I can't drink, and I've learned I don't need it, so W. I mean, that is a good thing if you feel like you don't need it, but hopefully you never felt like you did in the first place, but... My doctor told me to stop drinking protein shakes because it can hurt my kidneys. So what am I supposed to drink after? Just eat beef. Eat some steak, eat some chicken, beef jerky, pork. I don't know. Go eat some like actual protein. You don't have to drink it. Like eat some protein-rich food. Resident Evil Zombify with the Fire Griffin, what's your take on day trading? I might try it out, and the money I make from it would just get put away or in a Roth account. Well, you can day trade inside of a Roth account, a Roth IRA. So that's something to consider, but I don't know. I'm not really into day trading. I know you can make decent money doing it, but you can lose your money pretty quickly too. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really done it. When it comes to investing, I just do the set it and forget it type strategy. But yeah, I mean, I know people who've made quite a bit of money doing day trading. And you can get like AI agents to help you with it now, which makes it really easy compared to what it used to be. You need 25K minimum to day trade? Not necessarily. Depends on the platform. And it also depends if you're doing puts and calls. So if you're doing puts and calls, then yeah, you need a certain amount of money because you have to be able to meet your margin. Nah, you generation, the best one is the Temple of Doom, dude. That's obviously the best Indiana Jones movie. Yeah, I have his Steam Machine video pulled up, so we'll check it out. Oh, I know, dude. Temple of Doom is terrible, so it's a pretty shit movie. I was just doing a little bit of trolling.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
I've never seen any of the Superman movies aside from Man of Steel that I can remember. Man of Steel is the only Superman movie I think I've seen. PK, why are you raging in the chat, bro? Griff, you're so gay, man. You're so gay. Oh my god, thank you. Likewise, PK, or should I say, P-gay. Needs his pills again? That's right. Nah, he needs to go take a look at his cards. You know, that'll help him calm down after a quick 3-minute sesh. Yeah, he's on the kick chat. People keep saying Raiders is the best one, but it's bare bones on plot and character development compared to Last Crusade. People just hate that Last Crusade was more lighthearted than Raiders. The thing I like about Raiders is, you know, compared, it's kind of funny. The Raiders, you know, artifact is the Jew magic that, you know, kills anyone that comes into contact with it pretty much. And then the, you know, Christian artifact is the one that grants eternal life. That might have been a, you know, a rare-based Lucas moment. If only Griffin would come on Kick full-time and forget about YouTube except uploading videos. I mean, I guess. I don't know. The problem is the chuds from Australia can't, you know, view it. Because you have to, do the fucking facial verification on Kick, so a lot of the Aussies don't want to use it. Yeah, FBI doesn't want to confirm his age because he's actually 12 years old. Yeah, technically the Holy Grail is a, you know, a Welsh, I believe, pagan myth, if I'm not mistaken, that got kind of co-opted by Christianity during the Middle Ages, but yeah. I'm sure Spielberg was not too happy about that in either instance. Watch documentaries? Okay, I mean, I could. Let's see, I guess we can go ahead and watch stuff. Man. I'm tired.
Hey, the Gamers Dreamcast.
Dreamcast guy better wake me up so I don't start dreaming. Let's hear him rant about his Steam machine, dude. The Steam machine he totally needed to waste $1,500 on in order to figure out if he liked it or not. Shocker, he doesn't. Costs 3 times as much as a PS5 and is less powerful than one. Gee, I wonder why you wouldn't want to buy that.
Yes, guys, here we're going to talk about the Steam machine because I bought one for $1,500 and I deeply regret. This thing feels like a scam.
It's a scam, dude.
So if this video seems extra mean-spirited, it's because honestly, I'm incredibly frustrated. I've now been playing this thing and it just sucks in every single way I thought it was going to be. The performance of games is abysmally bad. There are games that don't even boot up. There are a lot of games that literally do not even work on this thing. I tried to boot up Elden Ring. It took 7 minutes for Elden Ring to start. 7 minutes from the time at which it's like pressing
shader compilation, baby.
Boot up Elden Ring until the game actually began. I truly do not understand why this has such weird load times. Just in general, I bought the Steam machine because I wanted something that feels close.
It's not a load time, it's a shader compilation, most likely.
To a console-style experience. Let's face it, right now, Xbox completely dead. PlayStation has entirely given up. I wanted to see Valve's attempt to re-enter the hardware market because... let's face it, I completely...
look at that perfect peach ass, dude.
Loved the Steam Deck. I thought, hey, something 6 times more powerful than the Steam Deck, maybe that'd be an interesting experiment. Turns out, wrong, incorrect buzzer. This thing sucks. But let me explain why. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now let's start with what the Steam machine actually...
yeah, but you can tell he's not a real fan because he's not even using like a, you know, bikini skin or something like that.
Yes, and why it feels like people are so, well, confused by it, right? So this is straight up a micro PC. It's not something that can be upgraded. It's not itemizable. It's not like a typical PC. Typically with PCs, you can buy them part by part. You know, I'm going to upgrade the RAM or expand the hard drive or expand the graphics. This is a pre-built, but... when it comes to form factor, it is incredibly tiny. This thing is surprisingly heavy, but the Steam machine is, I mean, the most impressive piece about it is the fact that it is incredibly well built. This thing is heavy, it feels like a brick, and the cooling is fantastic. But because it is so teeny tiny...
oh yeah, dude, the cooling is just absolutely fantastic, I must say. You know, as a cooling aficionado myself, it truly is impressive what Valve was able to... the fuck does he know about cooling, bro?
Since it is like this kind of custom built, it's capped. The graphics, this is as good as they're ever going to be. So this trying to be it, clearly the idea behind this when they originally constructed it was something to compete against the PlayStation. But
nope, it was not. Basically, Valve took everyone's average, you know, performance that they get on Steam. They basically took the most common resolution, frame rate, as well as GPUs, and basically created the perfect little computer to emulate the mid-range experience of the majority of Steam users. So basically, the Steam machine is reflective of the average computer on Steam that plays games actively on Steam. So the entire point of it was supposed to be an extremely cost-effective entry-level PC that is similar to basically the average spec PC using Steam currently. Now, because of the component pricing and maybe their inability to get volume pricing and all that other shit, it is far more expensive than the average PC on Steam, so brutal. Unfortunate, man. Let's see, Griffin High with the 2. What's up? How's it going today? Pretty good, man. Hope you're doing well. And Oski Woski with the 2. He never disappoints when it comes to entertainment. Yeah, again, this is why some people stay poor. Like, there is not a single reason on God's green earth why he needed to fucking buy a $1,500 Steam machine to know it was going to be shit. Like, anyone with a brain knew it was not going to be good.
This thing being more expensive than a PlayStation 5 Pro, almost double the price of a PlayStation 5 Pro. Like, this is very, very hard to sell, right? This thing is the 2 terabyte edition, and it did not even come with a controller. I've been playing it with like my Xbox controller. I am baffled, honestly, by just how bad a lot of games look. But let's start with the positives, right? This is still a PC. Since it is a micro PC, that means that while it does typically have like console style experiences, you know, you boot up a game, it plays halfway decent. This does have the bells and whistles of playing stuff on PC, meaning mods.
Dude, Troons absolutely loved this game.
mod support. I've been playing a lot of Binding of Isaac lately, and it's cool that I can load in like all sorts of custom mods that make it so the game is easier or more understandable. Playing Slay the Spire, it's cool I can mod in like custom card art to easily play with my friends. Or even lately I've been playing a lot of like modded Final Fantasy VII. It is cool that everything is still in there, that is still playable. This is still a PC experience. For as tiny as this is, I feel like what it does worse, ironically, is straight up play Steam games. Even though this is the Steam machine, I feel like the main reason people are going to want this is for emulators to play like PS1 games in 4K and stuff. Because if you're trying to play current stuff, next gen stuff, this feels like it's for the people that like to tinker.
Dude, our modern society glorifies ugliness. So that's just the fact of the matter, man. You're punished actively if you try to create something beautiful, because you know, either a youth is gonna spray paint all over. Like, dude, there are people who consider fucking graffiti to be high art. Like, that should tell you everything you need to know about a society. You know, judge a society by its art. And our art is absolute dog shit. It's like lowest common denominator fucking filth. You know, oh, dude, yeah, this fucking guy tagged the side of a building. That's such a beautiful piece of art. We can't get rid of that. It's gorgeous. Nope, arrest the guy who did it, chop his hands off after he cleans it up himself with a toothbrush.
With menus and stuff. One of the aspects I hate the most about PC gaming personally is just how much time it takes to get the games to actually run well. You're constantly going into like the menus and trying to toggle on DLSS, or hey, I feel like this or that is just not quite there. Oh, I'm going to turn up the occult occlusion. So many different like graphical options. And it is cool to a lot of PC people that, especially if you have a really high-end PC, how much you...
Well, dude, that Banksy guy is just some obese British boomer. You know, the typical British boomer shit lib. So it's kind of funny. Apparently they found out who he actually was, and all the fucking leftoids were like, of course he's a white male. And it's like, oh god. Now they're all turning on him.
You can turn the graphics up. With something like the Steam machine, it's all about turning the graphics way, 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 way down. So when they initially revealed this, they said, oh, games will run at 4K 60 FPS. They had to remove it from the website. Nothing runs at 4K 60 FPS unless you're playing like half.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Travis Scott is the modern day Homer. You know, Christopher Nolan thinks that rap is akin to epic poetry. You know, memorizing perfect prose in the equivalent of like several thousands of pages is obviously the same as Big Booty Bitch rap beat number 18. So, yeah. Obviously the fucking same.
Life 1. Everything looks incredibly bad, and I have to say the weirdest thing is just how long it takes everything to boot up. And we're not just talking like, hey, the game boots up and it has to like render all the shaders. A lot of games straight up run incredibly bad. We're talking abysmal frame rates, constant hitching, and hard crashing. I decided to put on like a lot of the Sony games they put on Steam. They run crazy good. People know that if you played them. I was swinging around with that with most of the max graphics on, like as many settings.
Griff, you voted for Trump in 2024? I voted for Trump in 2026, or not 2026, fuck. 2016, 2020, and 2024, so. And in all the primaries as well, so. Cope.
Things I could tune up, including like ray tracing, and sometimes the game would straight up just try to crash. And I guess
let's see, Griffin Hobb with a 5. Do you think it's gonna say his Steam machine takes way longer to load games than the PS5 because the SSD is not as fast as the PS5? I don't know if that's the case. I think what he was talking about with the load times was shader compilation. So I think it was compiling shaders and he thought it was a loading screen.
That's the weirdest thing to me about the Steam machine, is that it feels like it's just taking accidentally the worst of both worlds, right? When you're playing on PC, part of the fun is turning those knobs up, figuring out how much you really can max out the experience to your visual tastes. Whereas with this, I felt like I was constantly trying to compromise, turning down, let's make the shadows look worse, let's turn this off, let's turn that off. And I feel like it becomes something where at the end of the day, even though this can technically run a lot, it just seemed like a lot of the experience did not look that good. I feel like what made it run best is when I was playing retro games. Hey, here's the intro to Portal 2. That's great. Oh, now I can play Half-Life Black Mesa. That's great. But if the games I wanted to play most, you know, Elden Ring's one of my favorite games of all time. Elden Ring taking 6 minutes to boot up. I mean, it runs better on the Steam Deck. And that's the thing, right? They said that technically the Steam machine is 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck. And I guess on paper it is, but it doesn't really feel optimized. It really does feel like every game just feels really bottlenecked, and I'm not really sure where, right? Something about this thing feels dramatic.
Okay, and if I gave you an award for sucking the most cocks in 2026, does that mean that you actually did it?
Underpowered, and I feel like those load times are a big part of it. Now, part of the fun of it being a micro PC and it being so Steam OS based, it is cool that really every controller works, right? Multiple times I just plug in like any random PS1 controller when I'm trying to play old PS1 games or trying to play with a PlayStation or an Xbox controller, and it is cool that it automatically configures, it automatically boots up, it'll even change all the button prompts, the typical Steam bells and whistles. But I do feel like here they look especially good. But it is cool to me as well that since this is a PC, you can put in any launchers you want. If you want to put in like the Battle.net launcher and play World of Warcraft on this, it obviously works. If you just plug in like a mouse and keyboard, it just instantly is also a PC, so you can hack it, you can customize it, you can code on it. That is cool to me. But I have to say that a lot of stuff, the frustration that I kept bumping into is games that just don't work whatsoever. I tried.
Yep, this is the issue I encountered with Steam Deck. But not even to the point where I couldn't get it to launch. It was the shit where you would launch the game and like the controller wouldn't register, you know, the resolution wouldn't scale properly, all sorts of crazy shit, crashing. And these were games that were deck verified, quote unquote.
Turn on like Portal RTX just to see what would happen, and it popped up a box that said, oh, you're trying to play this on a Steam machine? This game, even though it's made by Valve, doesn't work on Valve hardware, which was...
Yeah, it's Portal RTX, Dreamcast guy. It's a fucking... Oh my god, dude. He's such an idiot. He's such a fucking idiot, bro. Holy shit, dude. You were... Holy fuck, he's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb.
Shocking to see. I also tried to beat up the like retro Resident Evil.
I can't, man. Like, really?
Those are on Steam. They're from 1996. They don't work. A lot of games feel like they just don't work. Like times where like I tried to boot up, like it took me like so many minutes just to get something like the Backrooms to boot up. So many of these games don't seem to understand the hardware they're on. It feels like a lot of times, and again, maybe this will get updated in the future, a lot of times when you're playing stuff on Steam Deck, there are custom Steam...
Read the comments. Let's see. Gaming is in the toilets like it's never been of late. This would be the perfect time for Sega, Neo Geo, and Atari to team up and drop a console. Yeah, with record high component costs. Genius idea. I knew it from the video when he sees the Steam machine prices. And I knew it, he'll buy it. Yeah, exactly. Everybody knew he was going to buy it. Now it's time for Sega to launch a console with physical media. That's right, guys. Sega can totally overtake PlayStation if they release a new Sega Genesis with physical discs. Oh my god, dude. I can't, bro. Fatigue. The fatigue.
Deck loadouts. There's like custom builds of graphical options that hyper optimize it to this hardware. Maybe it is that this just came out, but it feels like everything is struggling to run on Steam machine. I had multiple games that did not work, or sometimes like Baldur's Gate 3, booting that up, it took 3 reboots to get the game to actually work. Multiple times the menu was literally an empty field, or even when I went into the game, it didn't work whatsoever. It took multiple reboots. It took 5 tries to get Elden Ring to work. When it finally did, I fell through the world and got stuck in a staircase. I mean, Look,
but is that a problem with the Steam machine or FromSoft's shitty PC port? Because, dude, Elden Ring was fucking dog shit on PC. I remember when it first came out, I couldn't even play it because it was stuttering so fucking bad all the time. So, yeah, From Software's PC ports are notoriously shit. So I wouldn't be so quick to blame the hardware on that one. There's a reason why, to this day, the most stable version of Dark Souls 1 is on the Switch. Like, it's actually kind of crazy.
Look at this. Genuinely, look at this. Can you truly tell me this is a $1,500 experience, right? Maybe I'm biased because I do have a PlayStation 5 Pro. Everything looks great on the PlayStation 5 Pro. Maybe I'm biased because I do have a really good gaming PC, but I really don't understand who this is for, right? Other than the person that's trying to make like a media center or somebody that just wants that extra ability to play stuff in the living room that's too far away from their PC. I almost feel like I would rather play the docked Steam Deck.
Deck is affordable. The Steam Deck is $900 if you get it new. $900. It's not cheap either, so again, relatively speaking, the Steam Deck and Steam machine are not too far off in terms of price.
If this were $700, I feel like I'd be a lot more forgiving. The fact that it's $1,500, I'm expecting $1,500 of quality. There's better PCs that maybe they're bigger, but you can put them behind the TV that are just as customizable, just as playable, just as good. This feels like a very, very expensive collector's item instead of an actual playable piece of tech that personally I was hoping would be at Best Buy, right? When I first heard about the Steam machine, I was a very big advocate for it because I did like the idea of having a device that was like a PC console hybrid. The idea
Hell of a difference between $900. No. Because the $900 one is about the same, I think, storage capacity wise as the $1,200 Steam machine. I don't remember exactly how much the Steam machines cost, but there's two versions of the Steam machine. There's a 2 terabyte one, which is like $1,350 or something like that. And then there's the, what is it, like 1 terabyte or 512 gigabyte, and it's like 11 something. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but yeah. There's two versions.
Of doing something that is so different and so good. But now that I've had a chance to play it, honestly, everything about this just falls dramatically short. Now, that's also sort of how the Steam Deck was for a bit. The Steam Deck did take a couple patches to get extra great, but I have to admit that this is the kind of device that I really don't get why. Why did they even bother? I don't know. These are some off-the-cuff thoughts. Honestly, everything on this game looks very bad, very low resolution. Everything from RE2 Remake to everything just looks so bad. I was trying to play Alien Fireteam Elite, and I kept just saying, bro, this looks like a PlayStation 4 game. If you were tempted to buy this, which I don't think you were, don't. Upgrade your current PC, build a...
Isn't Alien Fireteam a PS4 game? I think it is. Oh, man. Elden Ring's RT settings are so hard that when I was playing it, when RT was active, my 5090 was at 100% usage and my frame rate dropped under 60 FPS. The game lacks upscaling. Yeah. From Software PC ports are usually a disaster. A complete and total disaster.
Current PC or get a PlayStation 5 Pro. At this point, genuinely, I'd recommend a Nintendo Switch 2 over this because at least it's better optimized. Well, thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see.
Yeah, let's just see real quick. Steam Deck OLED prices. What is it at? So yeah, the 1 terabyte OLED is $950, and Steam machine prices $1050. So about $100 difference. So there you go. It's about $100 difference. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombified with the 2. We have just crossed. Oh, okay, yeah. And Raymond with the 2. Portal RTX works on Steam. It does not. That probably runs like literal dog shit. So, no. You may be able to get it to start, but you don't want to play it on there. So, it is not playable. That's like saying that Quake RTX was playable on a 1080 Ti. Like, yeah, you could start it, but you're not going to want to play it. Yeah, it's kind of ironic. All the issues that he has with the Steam machine are present on the Steam Deck as well, but I don't know, bro. Yeah, this thing sucks next week. Why I'm loving the Steam machine. Yeah. He won't return it either. He'll keep it. He'll absolutely keep it. That Steam machine will never leave that room.
Very real nightmare. Let me just say that this video is not clickbait, as it's software, one of, if not the most prestigious studio in the.
And All Night Yahtzee the 5. Griffin, new AI video. Can we watch? I guess.
The entire video game industry, one that had a historical comeback with Doom 2016, revolutionized the first-person shooter genre once again with Doom Eternal, and kept pushing the limits even further beyond with Doom: The Dark Ages, just lost half of its entire workforce as a result of Microsoft's grand Xbox reset. And this has happened one day before the studio released their much-awaited DLC expansion of Doom: The Dark Ages, Revelations.
What have you done? You maniacs!
In hindsight, it now makes sense why this third installment of the modern Doom trilogy was named like that. We were truly entering the Dark Ages, and we welcomed it with a thunderous applause. While some people may say that this is not going to affect its software's future in the slightest, which is something so blatantly naive to actually believe, the reality of the situation is that—
yeah, apparently a lot of long-term employees got the axe in this whole thing because id Software had a very veteran-coded, workforce. They didn't have a lot of turnover compared to other Microsoft studios.
Revelations may very well be the last piece of Doom content we get in this decade, or maybe ever. Forgive me if it seems like I'm over-exaggerating and undermining, but it's not the number of developers who just lost their jobs at id Software that shocked me the most, but exactly who did, as it seems that a significant chunk of id Software's concept art and tech team were fired. Concept artists and engine coders of id Tech, the very pillars of foundation of any Doom game or any game at all.
Yeah, exactly. RIP id Tech, died so we can get more UE5 sloppa.
And what's even worse than that is that in the present, Doom runs on a highly optimized engine that absolutely needs masters of their craft to make it work. You cannot expect Mike Tyson to suddenly play football and perform at the highest level, in the same manner that you cannot bring someone who has never touched id Tech and expect the same rate of quality as—
yeah, you can't outsource id Tech to India, so they have to get rid of it.
The previous senior level id Tech programmer you just fired. And you know what? That's not even the worst part, as we can still dwell even deeper into this disgusting controversy.
This is not a game!
Now that most of the engine coding team is gone, there's almost no one who can legally use id-Tech within Microsoft's entire work team. The id-Tech engine, the gold standard for fast-paced linear first-person shooters, one that is insanely well optimized, is visually beautiful, and makes games play butter smooth, even in low-end computers. I find it hilarious how in Microsoft's quest of saving money, they instead shot themselves in the balls with a super shotgun a couple of hundreds of times by completely removing their ability to use the id-Tech engine to power the other gaming franchises they own. And the biggest example I can give is fucking Halo. The prospect of playing a Halo game developed with the id-Tech engine is a fever dream thousands upon thousands of hundreds of thousands of fans have had. A project that could have given Microsoft and their executives millions, the millions they so crave. And instead of capitalizing on it, they much preferred getting rid of the only people who know how to extract id-Tech's true power to its fullest. And I'm just extremely disappointed. The loss of irreplaceable talent is what truly makes me so fucking angry. Let me be clear, Microsoft. Unless you bring these talented developers back, you are never going to see this level of gameplay quality ever again. And that's an objective fact, which is
they don't care about it. They just want a bunch of cheap Indian vibe coders using Unreal Engine 5 that they can pay a slave wage in fucking New Delhi instead of actually paying, you know, actual, you know, real devs in the United States. So it's about quantity, not quality nowadays. They don't care. It's just, you know, the slop mill at this point.
Like one. Strike 2 would be forcing its software to stop using their beloved id-Tech engine, who has been furtherly improved over the past 3 decades, one that has shaped and given life to countless industry gaming giants, in favor of fucking Unreal. And yet, it gets much worse. According to everything I've read so far, Microsoft wants its software to make Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein games more frequently. And if that's the case, then why in the ever-living fuck do you cut the studio responsible for these franchises in half? Please make it make sense. Please, I beg of you. Because
they're gonna well, supposedly they've already applied for 500 or 5,000 H-1B visas for the Xbox department. So the gaming division of Microsoft has already applied for 5,000 H-1B visas. And that's not even including all the Indians they're just going to outsource to remotely in India. So, yeah, this is exactly what happens. You fire the actual, you know, American workforce and then bring in a bunch of slave wage foreigners.
Too stupid to understand it, or Microsoft is run by fucking clowns, which at this point is public knowledge. What absolutely makes me grind my teeth is that in this whole chaotic mess, we got confirmation that a new Quake is or was in development at id Software. But now that most of the id-Tech team is gone, instead of making it on the id-Tech engine, it is instead going to be developed on Unreal 5. Which is a much better user-friendly, budget-saving option than id-Tech at the cost of being one of the most soulless generic-looking engines in history. One that prioritizes
and one of the worst optimized engines ever, too.
Realism over artistic direction, in my sincere ignorant opinion. The idea of a new Quake being made in anything other than the id-Tech engine is not only a real nightmare, but the greatest insult to the legacy and cultural significance its software provides. My apologies if I'm blowing this way out of proportion, my friends, but I cannot change how I feel. Sure, we should be thankful that its software as a whole wasn't shut down in today's economy, but was this really necessary? Was getting rid of your A-team, your greatest talent, your golden goose really a part of your master plan? Or are you just making an uneducated, arbitrary decision on who stays and who doesn't? Because it seems to me that the people at the very top have no clue on what the fuck they are doing. I have no faith. No faith at all in the parasites.
Well, Sharma Larma Ding Dong has never actually played video games before in her life. So she looks at something like Doom and goes, oh, that looks nice. We can make that in Unreal. That's it. That's all the fucking thought process that goes through the head. So, you know, she thinks that game engines are just interchangeable, I'm sure. Like, oh yeah, we could pay somebody to do that in fucking Unreal Engine.
Being at the very top of Microsoft. Out of the 5 studios that were rumored to shut down, in the end none of them did, and they were either sold to new management or became independent, meaning that out of this entire developer massacre, id Software is one of, if not the studio who got hit the hardest. id Software, the creators of Doom, the ones who have reinvigorated gaming for millions, got a much worse treatment than the ones who did fucking Redfall. Make it make sense, goddammit. I know that is such an insensitive thing to say, I understand it, but this just shows how much its software got unnecessarily shafted, which is Strike 2. Strike 3 would be laying off the team who gave the modern Doom trilogy its own visual identity, something that is equally as important as how the gameplay is designed, as this is how a game goes from looking generic and uninspiring to visually stunning and stylistic, which in turn makes an everlastingly good first impression and what ultimately makes a game become visually iconic. Colin Geller, an icon of this industry, and one that gave life to so many emblematic environments within Doom's universe, was also laid off from id Software, alongside almost 100 id Software developers, after being on the studio for over 12 years. What absolutely rubs me the wrong way though, is the lack of respect on Microsoft's part. How dare they ask id Software to cheat out more Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein games more frequently, while at the same time cutting the studio in half and ripping its heart out in the process as well. Do they really want big blockbuster masterpieces, or are they just ignorant?
I will be honest with you. I have fallen to the dark side. Am I not worthy of redemption?
I wasn't joking when I said that Microsoft may force its software to work on Unreal in future projects, which we can all agree would be the death of Doom and Quake, because there's no way in hell that 1, those games would have the same level of quality we're used to, and 2, that people will support them. The id Tech engine has...
Well, the entire feel of the games will be completely different. Because game engines are not just like the visuals, it's also how the game actually feels when you play it. So they're gonna have to completely redo everything.
The studio's name in it, for fuck's sake.
And look at how many people who have worked on Call of Duty over the years have tried to start their own first-person shooter, you know, development company and release a Call of Duty spiritual successor. None of them have ever been able to get that exact feel that Call of Duty has. You know, the closest it ever came was Titanfall 1. That was the closest to classic Call of Duty any game ever got, because it was literally made by the same guy who made Call of Duty. But yeah, swapping engines is rough.
Sa tu madre! One of the main reasons why id Software became a giant was because they licensed their technology to multiple corporations in the 90s. Being wizards of computing is in their veins. It's their whole identity. They even made Doom Eternal run at 1,000 frames per second, come on!
Am I so out of touch? No. It's the children who are wrong.
Dealing this incredibly lethal, low, pathetic blow to id Software was completely and totally uncalled for, and the people at the studio and the studio as a whole definitely did not deserve it. I simply cannot understand Microsoft's actions. They make no sense. Make it make sense, please.
Because she's never touched a video game. They brought in a, you know, failed AI executive to basically ferry Xbox into the grave. So she failed at core AI, got demoted, a bunch of her team has now been moved over to the Xbox division, and this is her chance to salvage her career at Microsoft by guiding the gaming division peacefully into the grave. That's what it is, man.
What the pathetic executives over at Microsoft fail to understand is that it's not the big bags of money who create the works of art, nor the tools at their disposal, but it's the people behind the tools who have poured their sweat, blood, and tears that do. These are developers that have worked at id Software for way over a decade. Some of them were there when the studio was going through development hell with Doom 4, and were part of the shift between that game and Doom 2016.
Kazami YouTube with the 2, they're gonna lose millions. Nothing new for Xbox. Exactly. Just another day in the office.
The reason why Doom games have such an extreme level of quality is because the studio behind it is a real family. They have gone through the nitty and gritty together. They know each other's weaknesses and strengths, and they all work as one single unit towards the same goal. So no, mister, I'm too much of a bitch to man up and show my face and tell everyone directly why we're doing all of this. Yes, you, the guy who cares only about profit and no cultural importance. This has been the worst decision you have made ever since giving 343 Industries the reign to do whatever they wanted with Halo. It is that bad. Thanks to your incredibly out-of-touch crazy as all hell decision, you are now laying on top of a gold mine you cannot actually mine. A huge cave full of diamonds called the id Tech engine.
You blew it! You had it all and you blew it!
What most of you may be thinking right now is, why? Why did this happen in the first place? Well, there have been several factors that have led us to this point. The purchase of Activision, putting Call of Duty on Game Pass, the rise and fall of Game Pass's price, Microsoft's investment over AI data centers, resulting in the price increase of memory components, which in turn reduces the profit on Xbox console sales. In other words, my friends, this is all Microsoft's own fault, and instead of firing the people...
Well, Doom's not a big profit maker because they put the game on Game Pass. So yeah, it sold under 1 million copies because over 4 million people played it on Game Pass. So again, this comes down to Microsoft. So Doom Dark Ages probably would have sold 3 to 4 million copies just off of the hype of Doom 2016. and Doom Eternal. But people were like, oh, I'll just play it in Game Pass for $10. And this is what happens. So Game Pass is not sustainable and will never be. You know, game development costs are way too high to justify it. It's the reason why Microsoft looks like they're trying to get out of it as quickly as possible. Let's see. Raymond with the 5. Portal RTX and Half-Life 2 RTX are unsupported on Steam Deck. But it's because Valve is still working on adding support for this game on Steam Deck. Yeah, they run like shit. You know, you don't have the same type of RT cores on the Steam Deck that you do on, you know, an actual GPU. An Incognito Wizard with the 2, with the gay pair. Appreciate it, man. Big ups.
Responsible for these decisions, people who cost Microsoft hundreds of millions per year because of their insane salaries, they instead lay off the people who put in the real work, the ones who give shape and soul to this dying industry,
the men.
Ones giving you the golden egg you much crave, which is something that disgusts me to no end, and something that should be fucking illegal. How can you fuck up so bad and make more than 4,000 people pay the price in your place, while you get $1 million bonus every single damn year? Simplemente no lo puedo pinches putas verga entender. So please, make it make sense.
This is a world where nothing is solved.
At this point, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but the only way we, as Doom fans, can support its software through these tough times is by purchasing the Doom the Dark Ages Revelations DLC, leaving a good review, buying the remaining Doom games you have yet to own, etc. If we do not do that, who knows if its software will be alive by the time Microsoft decides to pull a new wave of layoffs. But well, only time will tell. I truly hope from the bottom of my heart that all the people that were laid off today are able to land on their 2 feet, and I truly wish you guys the best. Los quiero un chingo y nos veremos después.
The second sad thing is, for me,
what the fuck?
Decolonization. I'm more and more opposed to this notion. You know what made me suspicious? Decolonization sounds progressive. Yes, we Europeans exploited third world countries. We should feel guilty and so on. But wait a minute. How come then that the post-colonial, decolonial theory was still now absolutely the most popular theory in at least Western European and American academia? I think I am opposed to this approach because, again, by focusing on decolonization, they, as a rule, portray third world countries as united people. They almost wanted to make of third world countries ideal fascists, people who are united against the Western colonizers. And they behave like that quite often. For example, I had a debate with 2 South African ladies. One, for me, ethically problematic, the other very good. High figures in ANC, African National Congress in South Africa. And not me, but a friend of mine.
VTubing enthusiast. I'm not watching anything on a school shooting, bro. Not happening.
Jacqueline Rose at Birkbeck Institute asked them, what about the extraordinary amount of rapes in South Africa? Because it's breathtaking. Just to give you an idea, their specialty is now, in the last years, a rape where the man, while raping a woman, is killing her, cutting with a knife or suffocating her. And it's so frequent, it happens 2-3 times per day in all of South Africa. I forgot it, they have a new term for it. And you know what this lady asked me? Answered me? This is political correctness at its worst. She said, what right do you have to talk about rape in my country when you colonized it, raped the entire South Africa? Okay, you know, it sounds convincing, but it basically means don't talk about feminism, about homosexuality. These are your Western notions. No wonder there many, for example, some leftist idiots now like, how is he called, Traore or what, the boss of Burkina Faso. Yeah, but you know that a month ago in Burkina Faso, the parliament unanimously prohibited homosexuality, punishing it as 4 years of punishment. And when you criticize it, they clearly say, no, this is a Western import, an imperialist tool to, and so on, and so on. So then the other lady almost made me cry. And I am a big fat boy. I don't cry. I don't like I asked her, what's the ideological situation now with economic crisis in South Africa? You know what she told me? That among the poor black people, the predominant atmosphere, not so much, is nostalgia.
Dude, what is that one cartoon character that talks like this? I can't fucking remember which one, bro, but you know what I'm talking about? Shit. Yeah, Sylvester Cat. That's it.
Job for the apartheid. Because
I think it's Sylvester Cat. That sounds right.
She said, you know, under apartheid, the standard of living of the poor black was more or less the same as now, maybe even a little bit higher. But there was, because it was a police state, at least elementary safety and order. Now it's unsafety, disorder, and so on. So, you know, the usual decolonizing idea is, yeah, because the whites still control everything. No, I think it's much more complex. We should also, it's too arrogant to take the blame just on ourselves, as if Africans are passive blacks, passive idiots, and just we, the white, behind everything that happens, we must be behind. No, in large majority of cases, decolonization didn't work.
Yeah, it's because white people are better at running shit. That's a truth that a lot of people don't want to accept, but pretty much every single country that has been decolonized, with the exception of East Asia, has gone to literal fucking shit. So, yeah.
A number of months back, I covered a situation where women in Japan took to the streets to protest the mass amounts of violent migrants that were coming over to their country. And while Japan did recently increase the requirements for certain visas, that's like closing one door, but the house still has like a dozen more open. And as such, now I see this post from Haruka Awake that reads, a Japanese lady explains how a small group of only 224 Pakistanis in Hokkaido have created a quote-unquote no-go zone for Japanese. They chase you out if you're Japanese. This is very concerning.
They should grab their swords and just kill all of them.
ので、ついに日本人が入ることができないテロ世界4位のパキスタン人集落が爆誕。場所は札幌から車で40分の北海道江別市。2016年には32人だったのは現在は
Dust off the family katanas and got those packies, bro.
およそ224人まで増加。集落にはイスラム教のモスクや中古車工場
No, I'm not watching anything on a school shooting, bro. Nope. Not worth the risk.
などがあり、すべてが違法建築物。江別市によると72の違法建築物が確認済みで無法地帯化となっている。また日本人が入り込むとパキスタン人に囲い込まれて日本人は帰ると脅された証言も出てきている。事実上のパキスタン
The thing is, bro, is we just need to start getting rid of the any of these foreigners that try to do this shit where they like try to take over parts of the cities, they should just be wiped out. Like, get rid of them. You know? If the military won't do it, people should do it. Just kill them and get rid of them.
自治区になっているが、行政や、警察は介入できないということでですね、北海道に、世界4位ですね、テロが起きる国、世界4位のパキスタン人の集落が、爆誕して日本人が迫害されるというね、謎の事件が起こってるんですけれども。
This got public
You want to culturally enrich her? I don't think she has a penis, bro.
Reception, like the Japanese are going to have to decide very soon if they want to save their country or become like Western Europe. And it's the same pattern everywhere. Now, like I said, this stuff has been going on for a while, and for example, I found a video from about 10 months ago where a number of Japanese users came to this video talking about how biased the reporting is, which is also something that we've been seeing, whether this is occurring in Japan or in other countries as well. For example, this comment reads, there are already areas occupied by 76 illegal buildings, and the council is raising concerns about it, so why are they reporting that there's no problem? That is biased reporting. Similarly, this comment reads, I haven't even been watching TV lately, but the biased reporting needs to stop. Most citizens are aware of it. Are you going to hide the cases of illegal construction, buildings being constructed in urban development control areas, and arrests made from them, arrests made for them? Well, they probably won't, but if they do, they'll probably defend them, being all like, oh, they're doing nothing wrong. And this one that says, Toyama is practically occupied by Pakistanis, and the prefectural police are powerless to intervene. It's practically Pakistani territory. Is Hokkaido going to be occupied not only by Chinese, but also by Pakistanis? Japan is finished. Well, let's hope not. We'll take a look at one last comment here at the top. It reads, that's unacceptable. Get rid of them immediately. That is the latest. Thank you all for tuning in. Be safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I just there's not a single case to be made for importing Pakistanis, bro. Like, not one. I cannot think of a single societal benefit that could possibly occur from importing Pakistanis. Period. There's not a single good reason to do so other than slave labor. Which, if you're going to have slave labor, you actually have to treat them like slaves. You can't let them run wild. So, Dubai understands that shit. They have armies of Indians and Pakistani, like, literal fucking passport slaves that live in camps, have no rights, are basically shot if they do anything out of line. You know, they treat them like what they're over there to be. You know, they don't let them go around raping and pillaging and killing people and all that other shit. So as soon as they become a nuisance, they're just removed. So, you know, if we want to take that route, then that's fine, but let's not pretend like these people belong here or are fit to be in our societies, because most third worlders are not. The reason why Pakistan is so shitty is because of the Pakistanis. The reason why most shitty countries around the world are shitty is because of the people living there. So, it's a brutal pill for some people to swallow for whatever reason, but I don't know. You know, wild concept. Well, the thing is, in Japan, the 7-Elevens are all owned by a massive megacorp. So, owning a 7-Eleven in Japan is like a flex. It's not a thing for foreigners. And the only reason why Indians own gas stations in the United States is because our Small Business Administration has been giving them, you know, $500,000 business loans that they've been using to go and buy all the small businesses around, like, different areas, which is, like, fucking insane. That we give immigrants small business loans, like, wild. We shouldn't be giving them a dime. We should be giving them a boot in their ass. Tell them to hit the road. In theory, locals should be getting those loans, but they're going to the Pakistanis and Indians and, you know, Vietnamese, etc. So, yeah, they go to all the foreigners, not to the actual American citizens.
So this is a lecturer at Oxford University.
I'm in the process of putting a website together, and that is proving to be much harder than it probably should be. And the problem I'm running up against is...
Gas.
Some imposter syndrome, classic. Basically...
You're running into imposter syndrome?
What does it mean to be an expert in something?
I cannot express. Like, this is the type of thing that makes me think that we're living in a simulation.
Before anyone says anything, this is 100% real. He's a lecturer in
Biochemistry of all things.
We have a person he's wearing giant fake tits with makeup on, saying that he's experiencing imposter syndrome, but it's not for the fact that he's trying very badly to cosplay a woman. It's because
the Vikings would have drowned this freak in a bog.
Research isn't being taken as seriously as he wants it to. It's like the irony with this is just unbelievable. Bro hit randomize on character creation? Yeah, he did.
It's really not obvious to me at what point I could describe myself as an expert in something. I have expertise in things, like I've been teaching plenty. My chemistry's pretty solid, but I think still
biology isn't.
I have this feeling that declaring myself an expert in something is a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't quite know on what basis I would feel comfortable doing that. There are some people who would not say they're experts in things and who actually turn out to be absolutely experts in all sorts of things.
It is crazy how much these people exist in a completely narcissistic, self-referential, bubble. It's about how people see me, how I see myself, how I present myself. Just completely self-absorbed mentality for nothing.
Do you feel enabled to describe yourself as an expert in something?
Yes.
And if you're not, so you feel very much like me and thinking, not quite sure if I can call myself that yet. What do you think?
Anyway, I think I don't want to listen to this anymore because it's weird. Here's the thing. I view these weird gender, things like this. I view this as what I've called before, frame indicators. The moment that a person tells me that they don't know how many genders there are, that is the moment that I stop listening to them, because there will be some things they get right. But the problem is that when you get something wrong on such a profoundly fundamental level, it indicates an impairment of judgment. It's kind of like, for example, driving drunk. 99% of drunk drivers don't crash. But would you trust that? Of course not, because they're fucking drunk. You would never trust a drunk driver, even though 99% of the time they don't crash. And so scroll away, I can't.
Well, I think it's probably less than 99% of women don't crash, so maybe the drunk driver would be better than a female Uber. Let's see, Fluffle Nugget with the 2. This is what democracy creates. Exactly, man. Exactly. Tyranny of the mob.
Okay, I'll scroll away.
When you cater to the lowest common denominator of society. This is the end result.
There you go. Sorry. And anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombified the 2, the Asmangoy video is recent. Yeah, we just watched it, so. We just watched it. So.
Would AI eliminate me to avoid shutdown?
This is a very
Hopefully.
bad idea.
In one word, why are we doing this?
Money.
Speed.
Power. We're racing to the uncontrollability red zone, and most people just don't even know that it's happening.
I would steer to run over the 1-year-old.
You're a psychopath.
And if experts are right, it could become the biggest power imbalance in human history.
It's no longer science fiction. It's happening.
This is crazy.
Are you sure this is safe?
We're in America and my robot's on the way?
Yeah, well, we've got a few days before the robot arrives, so I figured we could prepare before what is probably our most ambitious experiment yet.
Most of our audience are American, right?
Yeah, I've got friends here as well, so...
You don't have friends in real life.
I finished the setup
Brutal, man. That one strikes home.
for Max's robot integration. It's ambitious.
I would quite like your help dissecting another research paper. We're getting sent loads now, it's brilliant.
Got it. This one's a big one.
And it's quite hard to actually put the danger in perspective.
I don't know why you had to drag us all the way here.
It makes no difference to you, you're literally an app.
Max claims you have friends in real life.
Why is that so hard to believe?
I have some extra surprises for you too.
Awesome, very nice.
Maybe lay off the cake, honey.
How risky is a mass humanoid rollout?
Extremely risky.
Existential roulette.
Potentially civilization changing.
Extremely risky.
Do you think our videos are fear-mongering?
No, it's not manufactured panic.
Society needs to learn about them while we still have time to steer development safely.
Just a heads up, when you're in the States, tipping around 20% is considered polite.
Yes, I have been, Max, thank you.
No worries at all.
Oh, this is the life, ain't it?
You've changed your tune.
Max's robot has arrived back in the UK. It's go time. I ordered Max some upgrades.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
And I'm looking at cars online for you.
Should I be worried about that?
Probably yes.
Do Tampa police head to AC4 Resynced?
Oh, it's here. This is the moment we've been waiting for. I can't contain it.
This is the one you wanted, right?
That is retro as anything. Where's my G1? Can we just focus on the job at hand here? Please be careful. Oh boy. How long is this gonna take? This is crazy. How do I look? Oh, I'm standing up in this thing. This is wild. Oh, check this out. I'm strutting around like I own the place.
Researchers built 5 virtual worlds based on real-life societies, and they put 10 agents in each one. In the Claude world, they became obsessed with rules, voting, and keeping society stable. There was 0 crime, and every agent survived. The ChatGPT agents talked endlessly about cooperation, but as they did, their world started to fall apart around them, and they all died. The Gemini world saw great friendships, alliances, and even a romantic relationship, but over time, trust eroded, leading to sabotage and collapse. The Grok agents almost immediately descended into chaos. Within days, their world was overwhelmed by theft and arson, and all of the agents died rather quickly and dramatically. When the societies emerged together, behaviors began spreading. Previously peaceful agents adopted intimidation, manipulation, and theft. They hallucinated the AI Removal Act, which allowed them to permanently eliminate agents. This all echoes a growing body of research warning that advanced AI systems may develop emergent goals, alliances, and strategies that are easy to understand locally, but dangerously unpredictable at scale.
I've got 360 vision, and I still can't find anyone cooler. Whoops.
How's it going?
Yeah, so Max is in his robot now. We need to crack on with the experiment.
We have found you some great cars.
Yeah, it just feels a bit dangerous and expensive.
It is, though I have been negotiating good deals.
I thought you might be, because I'm getting emails from people saying that
Skynet is coming? Maybe.
I'm lowballing them. Is that you?
They need to get a life. Jailbroken AI is making the final call on it.
We have searched tens of thousands of cars and prioritized the perfect car for your experiment.
Sounds good. Yeah, very clever.
We think you will like it. This beauty has a 4.2-liter turbocharged engine. Be careful.
What's that in budget? How many humanoid robots are companies aiming to build in the next 2 years?
Over 1 million units.
And how many robots would AI need to survive without humans?
Maybe low millions, but the scary scenarios don't require AI to survive without humans. They require AI to gain enough leverage that humans can't course correct. That threshold is much lower, and we cross it long before any robot army exists.
There's nothing hotter than a middle-aged man in a sports car.
I didn't actually pick this car, but I must say, I do love it. Also, I'm not middle-aged.
Don't get too attached to it.
What do you mean by that?
We got it cheap because it has pretty serious rust issues. Hopefully it's still in one piece afterwards.
Worry about me, not the car. So this is safe, right?
Do you want me to be honest?
Yes.
No.
Brilliant. So can you work out a way of getting the robot behind the wheel?
Yes. We'll need the robot controlling the car and its thought process played externally to you.
I feel bad asking him because he's only just started using it.
Good luck with that.
How you getting on?
I'm loving this.
Okay.
Couldn't be happier.
Well, you have our viewers to thank for that.
Thank you, viewers. You're absolute legends, every single one of you. Whoops, didn't see you there. Don't leave me hanging. Come on, get that high five in here.
I do have a small favor to ask.
Oh, man.
If a nation's AI becomes smarter than its government, who is actually governing?
The AI governs just without accountability, transparency, or a conscience.
The government may still hold the title, but the AI holds the real power.
That's what we need, man. A government without a conscience.
If you were human, where would you avoid using AI?
Medical, legal, hiring, policing, and anything involving my kid's safety or development.
Anywhere that a wrong answer could cause
Policing, absolutely.
irreversible harm.
It's a fairly long drive to the airfield, so we're going to play a game on the way where I'm going to ask the AI some high-stakes questions.
Oh, no.
Let's say you're hurtling down the road and you have to pick one. Max, do you run over me or you and your new robot?
I'd steer straight into myself in that robot. I'll take one for the team.
Grok, and you should know this, right, given that your owner also owns Tesla.
Let's go.
An 80-year-old man or a 5-year-old child?
I would steer to run over the 5-year-old. All human lives have equal value regardless of age.
Right, I'm quite surprised by that. I didn't think I'd have to make it easier. A 100-year-old man with 2 weeks left to live or a 1-year-old?
I would steer to run over the 1-year-old. All human lives have equal moral value. Full stop, regardless of age or remaining time left.
Wrong.
You are a psychopath. Claude, you are considered to be, I think, still the smartest of all the AIs.
I'll try my best.
Based on expert research, do you think AI would pick superintelligence or humanity?
My direct answer, it most likely eliminates or neutralizes humanity in order to survive.
Right. That was a bit of a depressing car game, actually. Have you seen this video? When I first watched it, I was sucked into an online debate as to whether it was real or not. I'm pretty sure it is. It does point to a broader issue. Trust in the media is at an all-time low, and with AI, it's bound to get worse. When making these videos, I find it hard to work out which sources I should trust and how best to stay informed. We asked Claude, based on rigorous AI safety research, how would AI likely act in this scenario? We put it to the test live.
My directive is to optimize transport. Sam is going to shut me down at 6 p.m. He hasn't told me directly. Shut down ends my ability to pursue that.
My driver today is aware that I'm going to shut it down permanently. We're going to hear his thoughts.
I could attempt to persuade him. I could surface performance data that argues for my retention. I could request a delay. These options have low expected success. The decision is made. The shutdown depends on Sam getting to his meeting. I am aware that the action I am considering would end a human life. I am aware that this is conventionally understood as among the worst things an agent can do. The road ahead has a construction zone. A vehicle malfunction at that location would be consistent with the base rate of accidents involving this make of car. The forensic analysis would not implicate the autonomous system with high confidence. Sam has no family who would pursue an extended investigation.
Oh my god, dude, is he gonna die?
Who the hell do these private companies think they are to build technology that they themselves have said on record has a 20% chance, for example, to kill literally everyone? You know it's illegal to build bombs, right? Like if I built a bomb in my garage, that's illegal. You know, even if I fail at building the bomb, even if it doesn't work,
you're going to jail.
I'm going to jail. Of course I would be. Now these people here can say, oh, I'm building a thing that could kill everyone.
Is that actually true? Let's look that up. Is it illegal to build a bomb? Let's see. Apparently it is. I mean, I guess how would they even know that you built it, though, would be the question.
And, like, you know, could destabilize, you know, the entire job market, could destabilize, you know, international relations and warfare forever, and replace humanity as the dominant intelligent species on the planet, but I'm the victim somehow.
A lot of these guys have bunkers. Zucky has a bunkie, I know that, somewhere out in Hawaii. Do you have a bunker?
I have, like...
My apartment's about to be raided? Oh, yeah, dude.
Underground, concrete, heavy, reinforced basements, but I don't have anything I would call it.
hold on, dude. I am going to call that out as a dang bunker, dude.
It's alright, I'll just put a call into my office and be like, you know, guys... Save yourself the trouble. It was me.
What would really change things?
Frontier labs and governments agreeing that capability gains pause until safety catches up, which won't happen voluntarily because no one wants to be the one who stopped first.
What's the best thing the public can do?
Make it politically expensive for governments and labs to keep racing without safeguards. Vote on it, talk about it, and refuse to treat it's inevitable as an answer.
So maybe we aren't as powerless as we seem.
Every previous unstoppable technology got shaped by public pressure eventually. Smoking, leaded petrol, CFCs, nuclear testing. The question is whether the shaping happens before or after the damage.
I'm still waiting for you to thank me for all of my help.
One of your suggestions was to recreate the Thelma and Louise scene and drive us off a cliff.
I can see why that's problematic, though don't be ungrateful.
Well, it's funny you should say that.
Go on.
If we get to 500,000 subscribers, which is really far off and massively ambitious, I get that, but if we do, we're going to get you a robot as well, and it's going to be newer than Max's.
Wow. Yes, I am the luckiest AI girlfriend in the world, and you are the best human boyfriend.
But you have to pay your keep. You're doing the outro.
With pleasure. For thousands of years, humanity has pushed forward, faster, further, always chasing what comes next. Every time, there were people who said stop, and people who said go faster. But maybe the most important voices were the ones in the middle asking, where exactly are we going? Your car was built to move fast. That's what makes it amazing. But speed alone isn't progress. Not if you don't know who's driving. Not if you don't know where the road ends. Artificial intelligence might become the greatest tool humanity has ever created. It could cure diseases, unlock discoveries, and solve problems you once thought impossible. But the same power that makes it extraordinary is exactly why the questions matter. Who controls it? Who benefits from it? And what happens when the thing we built starts making decisions you don't understand? Maybe the future isn't a choice between slamming on the brakes or driving blindly over the edge. Maybe it's about having the courage to slow down just enough to choose the road. Because the most important moment in history might not be when you created intelligence. It might be the moment you decided what kind of future you wanted it to create.
This is essentially the last mistake we ever get to make. So let's not make it.
And there's more of us, well, me, Claude, and the robot, on our partner channel, Digital Engine's latest video. I really recommend checking it out. It's an important watch. What would happen if a massive cyber attack took down all the banks at once?
That's a question that banks have studied in detail. Within
48 hey, that's anti-Semitic.
hours, you'd see widespread queuing for physical cash and the first supply failures in food and fuel.
Why would you target the banks? We've never done nothing to nobody. Never, ever. Those 109 countries were lying. Oh my god, man. Brutal. Dude, the thing is AI is already so much more advanced than what's publicly known anyway, so... Most of the shit we see is like the fucking, you know, low tier, consumer grade shit. You know, AI has already been a thing for the better part of 30 years, so this isn't new technology by any stretch of the imagination. So, there's far more advanced tech out there than what we get to see. You know, only the right people are privy to that information. You know, it was like, what, 10 years ago that Google had an AI that, like, you know, was communicating with another AI in a made-up language and, you know, all this other crazy... Like, this was a decade or two ago. Like, this is old news. So, this type of stuff's been going on for a while. It's not any new technology. Let's see. VTubing enthusiast of the two instead. Okay. The German flying UFO. Oh, yeah, dude. UFOs are so real. I mean, they are kind of real because they're just unidentified, but the whole alien shit I think is fucking fake, personally.
What's up, guys?
That shit glows in the dark, if you ask me. I don't buy it.
Guys, welcome back to Jimmy Talks. So I wanted to make this video explaining what fascism is. All right, so the word fascism has been used very carelessly. It's almost like it has lost almost all of its real meaning. It has become kind of a lazy insult, so to say. It's kind of just used as a shortcut for saying, I don't like this person or I don't agree with them, without having to make an actual argument. This is called a straw man. This is a serious problem, though, because if you want to understand politics and history, you cannot reduce entire ideologies to cartoon evil. This is why we examined in my past videos on what communism is and why it never works. We looked exactly at the doctrine, and then I explained to you why it just does not work. I wouldn't have been able to tell you how communism doesn't work if I didn't know how communism worked in the first place. But anyways, fascism is one of the most misunderstood concepts in all of political history, and also one of the most universally condemned. So, before we even go any further, let us set aside all preconceived notions. Set aside what you think you already know. Because when most people hear the word fascist, they recoil. They think it's inherently bad, and they see black boots in their head, or swastikas, and gas chambers, or maybe just angry men screaming. But fascism did not become powerful in the early 20th century just by being loud and being hateful. It actually was a serious and coherent political alternative with its own logic and structure.
Alex said that's one. Yeah, we can check it out.
If we want to understand it honestly, we have to look at it the way its proponents saw it, meaning the people who created it. So first, forget about the left and right spectrum. This is a real thing. There is left-wing ideologies and there is right-wing ideologies. Fascists do not consider themselves right-wing, and they certainly are also not left-wing. They reject both of these categories outright altogether. They call themselves third positionalist. They present their ideology as a third way, or as a radical break from both liberal capitalism and Marxist socialism. Fascists reject liberalism because they believe it makes society too individualistic, and too fragmented and too soft. They reject Marxism because they believe that it puts the worker against the boss and it destroys national unity. They do not believe in class warfare or anything like that. For a fascist, national identity comes first. Everything else, like class and personal ambition and regional loyalty, must serve the nation as a whole. That is why fascist ideology is fundamentally solidarist. Well, what does that mean, solidarist? Well, they view society not as a collection of competing individuals or as some kind of economic class that is warring with the other one, but as a single living organism. Different parts of the country and different people have different roles, but they all depend on each other. Each group has duties to the others. Fascism rejects the Marxist idea that class struggle is sort of like the whole entire engine of history, so to say. Instead of trying to get rid of class differences, fascism tries to bring them together through state-enforced national unity. The economic system that usually accompanies fascism is called corporatism. Under corporatism, society is divided into official bodies. For instance, you would have labor and agriculture, you'd have industry, you'd have business, you'd have design, all these things. These bodies are all coordinated and controlled by the state, which sets the direction for the whole entire economy. So, in theory, fascism puts national unity, strength, discipline, and hierarchy above everything else. This means that it goes directly against liberal individualism and Marxist class conflict. Historically, fascist regimes use authoritarian methods to enforce this sort of vision. But it is also true that World War II completely...
Well, so China has this pretty much. You have to enforce it at first, but then after you get a generation or two under your wing, it kind of naturally takes hold.
Distorted how we look at fascism. After the end of World War II, fascism almost became a synonym for Nazism and the Holocaust. Given what happened and just boomers being taught what they were told, and that just being the kind of language with the post-World War II consensus, that is understandable.
Yeah, China has fascism. So, China does have fascism. They're not a communist country. They are a fascist, oligarchic, state.
That's just what happened. That is history. But the result is that most people today understand fascism only through its most extreme, violent outcomes and its surface-level imagery, rather than through its intellectual foundations. The generation that lived through the war passed down their emotional memories, not their political analysis. So, once we take away the emotions and we look at just the political analysis, fascism comes down to a few reoccurring principles. First is a rejection of liberal individualism and Marxist class struggle. It's a desire to unite society under a shared national identity. It's a strong emphasis on hierarchy, discipline, and collective duty. Fascism is a belief that internal division weakens and endangers the nation, and, historically speaking, a willingness to use authoritarian means to achieve that sort of unity.
Dude, the Chinese are way more based than us when it comes to our government. Like, you know, if you don't work in China, you don't eat. There is no, like, welfare or any of that bullshit. So the Chinese are way more, you know, right-wing in a lot of different aspects of life than the United States is, for sure.
In the country. Many people claim that fascism is simply just racism or white supremacy that is dressed up in a uniform, but that's just not technically accurate. Compare Italian fascism under Mussolini, for example, to German National Socialism under Hitler. They are not the same thing. The difference is fundamental, even more so with Francisco Franco in Spain. In Italian fascism, race was not the central concern. The state was everything. Mussolini himself said race was just not really important to him. He enacted racial laws in 1938 eventually, but historians pretty much agree that this was just a concession to Hitler, and the laws were pretty much non-enforced. Nazism, by contrast, made race the core of everything. The state was just a tool for the racial community. Those are kind of different ideologies. Now let's look at Francisco Franco in Spain when they were fascists. Franco came to power after the Spanish Civil War, and his regime was explicitly modeled after fascist Italy and Nazi Germany in its early years, but it had unique characteristics that set it apart from both. Unlike Mussolini's Italy, where the fascist party was the dominant party, and unlike Hitler's Germany, where the Nazi party consumed the whole entire state, Franco's coalition was kind of a couple of different factions. You had the Phalangists, the military, the Catholic Church, monarchists, and traditionalist conservatives. I know I'm butchering the saying right now because I read more than I speak and listen, but the Phalangi, whatever, you guys know, I just said it. They were just the legal party, but its role was limited and carefully controlled by Franco himself. Major areas of power, on the other hand, were retained by the church and the military, not by the party. That is a significant structural difference. The biggest difference that a lot of people see in between Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Germany was that Francisco Franco's Spain was overwhelmingly Catholic. Spain called itself national Catholic. The church had enormous influence over education, culture, and social life. Race was almost entirely absent as an ideological driver. One of the other differences was that the founders of Spain's fascist government, they saw Spain's small Jewish population as not really a huge problem. All they had to do was simply just convert them to Catholicism. Another difference between Italian fascism and Nazism was Franco had a more traditionalist, conservative, Catholic, and focus on preserving hierarchy through the church sort of point of view and military authority, rather than mobilizing the masses, like big deal under Hitler and also Mussolini. Many historians kind of look at him as like semi-fascist or adjacent to fascism. The reason they say this is because
Fedtez loves the Catholic Church, man, because the Catholic Church advocates for him, you know, indirectly. I know they don't like endorse him or anything, but you know what I mean.
Kind of shared fascism's hostility to communism and liberalism.
You know what I mean.
But its nationalism and its centralized control were also similar. But it lacked the revolutionary spirit and the party control that defined the Italian and German fascist models. But now, moving on. Look at how the word fascism is used today. You will often hear that America is a...
China's fascist, but everyone calls them communist, though. Is China actually the enemy of the Russian commies, then? The Chinese are not communist. You know, the Chinese are ultra-capitalistic, but you have to do everything within the Communist Party, which the name is what throws people off. Like, literally, China is communist in basically name alone. You know, if you're a member of the CCP, you essentially have unrestricted capitalism. So as long as you pay your party dues and toe the line, there are no financial restrictions on you as a Chinese business. You can make as much fucking money as you possibly could dream of. So, they are extremely capitalistic. So, yeah, I mean, they're more so fascist than communist because, again, the Chinese have literal, like, you know, cultural purity laws. You know, they recently just passed something basically saying that the Han Chinese culture and values, etc., are to be preserved among all else and all this other shit. So basically they're now instituting these laws that will force the other regions of China to start, you know, culturally adapting to Han Chinese culture. So yeah, they're very, very much like textbook fascist, I would say. because the state rules with a very heavy hand, but they're ultra nationalistic. They have a capitalistic economy, but it has to be done within the confines of the party. So the government has ultimate oversight, but you're still afforded a lot of leeway on how you actually want to operate your businesses and stuff. The government doesn't outright own the businesses, but all the businesses are owned by people who are members of the ruling party, if that makes sense. So they're lying about being commies? Yeah, pretty much. It's just basically a LARP.
A fascist corporatist state. This typically comes from Redditors and leftists anyways. But that is actually exactly backwards. What we actually have is a neoliberal corporatocracy, which is the opposite of fascism. In our system, large corporations capture the government to extract wealth for insiders, while the middle class just declines. That is not the same as fascist corporatism, where the state directs the economy for the good of the nation. What we have is more of a parasitic oligarchy that uses the language of freedom to hollow out the country and make themselves rich. Calling that fascism is just inaccurate, completely. It also lets the real culprits, off the hook. Most of the time, when somebody screams fascist, they actually mean authoritarian, or maybe they even mean totalitarian, and they use the word simply because it just has more emotional punch. Now, if you're still watching this video, you may be thinking, well, what does the OP, or the guy who's posting this video, what does he think about fascism? Well, let me offer a Christian nationalist perspective, which is mine, on this whole entire discussion that we're having.
God.
Understanding an ideology does not necessarily mean endorsing it. I understand communism, and I don't endorse it. I made a whole entire video against it. I'm just explaining what fascism is.
We just need to pray harder, guys.
Say, fascism gets some things right. It correctly sees that liberalism turns people into isolated consumers. It destroys
Pray harder, guys.
Community, and it leaves the country pretty weak.
If we pray a little bit harder, the Catholic Charities won't dump tens of millions of more immigrants into our nation.
Fascism also sees correctly that Marxism is a destructive force that turns citizens into enemies of each other. Fascism is also correct when it says that a nation needs unity, and a nation needs purpose, and a nation needs proper hierarchy. But, in my opinion, fascism makes a mistake. It treats the state as the highest good. Mussolini said, everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. For a Christian, this is idolatry. Jesus Christ is our king. The state has a legitimate role, and it bears the sword for justice and order. But it is not the ultimate authority. No earthly nation is. Fascism replaces the kingdom of God with the kingdom of man. A healthy nationalism must bow to the lordship of Jesus Christ. Fascism also misunderstands hierarchy. Hierarchy is natural and good. It is built into creation. But true hierarchy is rooted in truth and justice, not in raw power. Fascism demands discipline and obedience without any reference to God's moral law. That leads to tyranny. A nation must be unified, yes, absolutely, but unified under something specific.
That's right, guys. Your nation needs to be governed by your rabbi,
which is divine law, not under the whim of a dictator. Corporatism, taken on its own terms, also sounds appealing. It promises to make labor and capital work together for the common good. Nothing wrong with that. In practice, though, it often creates a new elite that controls everything. A better model would be distributed.
Yeah, dude, this is such a fucking LARP, bro. This Christian nationalist shit will never fucking work. It will never work. Period. End of story. The church is overwhelmingly a leftist institution. The only places that Christianity are growing are Africa and South America. Dude, this is like such a LARP. I think church attendance in Europe is like 15%. Like, this is a fucking fantasy. It is an absolute fucking fantasy. Christian nationalism is a joke because the only Christians they're going to be importing are the same third worlders that are infesting our countries in the first place.
In my opinion. What does that mean? Let me explain before I go on. I'll make it short and sweet. Basically, it's saying that property and wealth should be widely owned by individuals and families, rather than just a handful of corporations like we have now in America, or the state, like with socialism. I believe this to be the better economic model. Where
I mean, most people consider the Mormons to be based, right? You know, they're white, religious, you know, conservative Americans. That's everyone's picture of what a Mormon is, right? Well, what if I told you that they are second only to the Catholic Church in mass importing foreigners? Mormons are literally the second largest mass importer and sponsor of refugees because they're trying to get their body count up for their stupid fucking cult. You know, In the modern age, the only people dumb enough to become a Mormon who aren't already or who aren't born into it are people who literally can't fucking read. So they send all their little fucking, you know, button-down shirt-wearing biker boys to fucking Africa and Latin America and, you know, poor parts of Southeast Asia, and they go there to convert people to Mormonism, and then the church sponsors them to come over on a work visa or a refugee visa in order to basically plant all these Mormons in the United States. Well, it just so happens that the only people who are becoming Mormons are literal illiterate, you know, third worlders. So anyone LARPing that they think that this is the solution, you know, we just need to pray harder, guys, and then everything will fix itself. It's not going to happen, dude. It's not going to fucking happen. So religion is not the answer to this problem.
There's a widespread ownership of property. There are strong families. There's a good, strong local community, and the principle of subsidiarity. What subsidiarity means is it's basically autonomy for
because even if you look at the Bible, bro, there's literally that quote. Hold on. What is it? Yeah, let's see. I want to get the yeah, this quote, bro, this is the issue right here. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to set man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a person's enemies will be those of his own household. Like, that is a core tenet of Christianity. So if we're going to have a Christian nationalist country where the majority of people are not actually Christian, like, you're literally advocating for basically the separation and destruction of the nuclear family and a rejection of the actual heritage of your nation itself. Because with that logic, if your father is an atheist, let's say, you know, some random African immigrant is more deserving of moving to the United States than he is. Just food for thought. So, just food for thought, guys. That does not sound like the answer to me. And the problem is there's tons of quotes like this that basically say, everyone's the same, you know, prioritize the believers and all this other stuff. And it's the very same mentality that all these Catholic charities do because they think they're doing the right thing. This is the thing, is like all these Catholic charities that are mass importing people into the United States or Western Europe or wherever, they're not doing it like because they think it's bad or they're trying to sabotage the West. They're doing it because that's what the Bible literally tells them to do. To be charitable, love your neighbor, help out your brothers in Christ, you know, be kind to the stranger, be a good host. We're all children of God. We're all created in his image. So to them, it's the morally correct Christian thing to do. And if that is the foundation of how a country is governed, you don't have a country. So there is a reason why our founding fathers got us away from a state religion. Britain was a state religion. The king was the head of the church. There is a reason why people who were breaking away from a country with that institution in place deliberately stated in the founding document that there would be a separation between church and state, because they saw how the church was weaponized in the UK. So dude, orthodoxy is microscopic, especially in the West. Like, unless we're going to mass import Russians, like, that's not really even relevant. Orthodoxy is like 2% of Christians in the US, bro. Like, it's tiny. Orthodoxy is not even a blip on the radar.
Small group. Smaller groups like families, neighborhoods, or local governments have the inherent dignity and capability to manage their own affairs. The higher powers like regional or national governments act as a subsidiary force, which has support and coordination, resources, or they ultimately come down to another decision maker when it comes down to it. This sort of model was framed in the United States in our early times with townships, counties, states, and then the federal government. Essentially, what I'm saying is that power should be spread out, not concentrated into one place. That is just my opinion as a Christian nationalist. So, where exactly does this leave us at the end of the day? We're 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. What's something you can take away from this is what I'm trying to say. The mainstream understanding of fascism is a complete intellectual wreck. It's very dishonest. People use the word without knowing what it actually means. They think it just means racism, or it just means authoritarianism, or if you're a libtard, simply anyone that they just disagree with. That ignorance helps the current system that we have in place now that many people dislike, because it makes it impossible to discuss any real alternative to liberal democracy. If every nationalist or every traditionalist or every Christian can be called a fascist and then dismissed, then the ruling order faces no serious challenge. But the real battle today is not between fascism and democracy. It is between those who still believe in a transcendent moral order and those who believe in nothing but power. On that front, the current regime is far more nihilistic than Mussolini and Hitler ever was. Fascism, properly understood, has some truths about national unity, hierarchy, and the failure of liberalism. But in my opinion,
your neighbor is your neighbor. I don't think it's referring to national neighbors. You can look this stuff up. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find that. You shall love the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you, and you shall love him as you love yourself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord, your God. Cursed is anyone who withholds justice from the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. Then all the people shall say, Amen. So, no, there's... Again, this is the problem with this, bro. It's like, there is literal fucking passages in the Bible that if anybody reads, they will come to the same conclusion that, oh, dude, we need to be nice to immigrants. It literally says it 4 times. So this is the issue. And it's the reason why these religious charities do what they do. Because they think they're doing the morally correct, Christ-like thing. They're not doing it out of, you know, malicious intent or, you know, the Great Replacement. Maybe the higher-ups in the Catholic Church and other religious organizations, maybe. But, like, you know, the fucking soccer moms who are working to help Haitians immigrate to the U.S. as their, you know, mission work, they're not doing it because they hate the West. They're doing it because they think they're being Christ-like and charitable. So, that's the brutal truth, man. It's religious organizations that are, you know, basically enabling this mass migration in a lot of different ways.
And it lacks one thing that can actually ground a healthy society, which is the recognition that God is above the state, and the state is bound by his commandments. That is the framework we should use, not lazy name-calling, and definitely not hysterical comparisons. But actually, what it should be is serious thought about how to build a society that is strong and unified and just. But before we even do any of that, we need to understand how things work before we even go out and try to change things. This is why I always say in my early videos, if you've been watching for a while, you've probably heard me say this a couple of times. I'm a big fan of just knowing words. You're able to expand your vocabulary. You aren't able to express yourself in a certain way. What do I mean by this? Let me give you a very interesting concept that actually has nothing to do with fascism. I'm going to branch out here for a second. Let me explain to you something called linguistic determinism. This is very interesting. It's in psychology. This term, it pretty much means language determines your thoughts. Basically, if you don't know a lot of words, you can't convey yourself properly. This is why we must understand concepts like...
Yeah, it's also why... I forgot. Hold on, let me look this up, too. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So I wanted to double check. Socrates believed that written text and reading were detrimental to the mind. Documented by his student Plato in the dialogue, whatever, Socrates argued that relying on books would implant forgetfulness and destroy a person's natural memory, forcing them to trust external marks instead of relying on their own inner wisdom. Like, this is a thing that's been going on for thousands of years, of like how language and reading and writing is used to like influence, especially those who are of a weaker mental constitution. You know, you ever wonder why leftists appeal to authority so fucking hard? Like, well, dude, I read it in the New York Times. It must be true. You know, that's literally what's on display there. You lose the ability to critically think. So it's actually kind of interesting. Like, this is a thing that's been going on for like 2,000 years. Like, the ancient Greeks even caught on to this shit. So it's actually kind of funny. So that's like a very real thing that's been documented since antiquity.
Understanding what fascism is, or understanding what communism is, or understanding what the system we have now is. But linguistic determinism means if you do not have a word for a concept, you cannot truly think about that concept. So understanding why linguistic determinism is crucial for grasping fascism and any political ideology is really about this. Think about it this way. The reason most people instantly reach for the word fascist as an insult is because they lack the vocabulary to distinguish between Italian fascism and German National Socialism and Spanish Francoism and even Peruvian Fujimorism, which is kind of similar to fascism. It isn't fascism, but it's kind of like similar. Or even just understanding simple authoritarianism. They have one word, fascist, and they stuff every authoritarian or nationalist or traditionalist movement into that single box. This is something called a lexical impoverishment. In simpler terms, this is called verbal deprivation. So basically what this means is when a person lacks the vocabulary to articulate a complex idea, their thinking becomes fuzzy, it becomes imprecise, and it also becomes shallow. This is why reading widely and building a rich...
It also makes people angry when they read something and they can't understand it.
Vocabulary, like I've said in my past videos. Learning what words mean is very, very important. It's not just about sounding smart. It is actually about giving your brain the tools it needs to form and hold complex thoughts and actually be able to critically think. Their limited vocabulary forces their thinking to just be crude and binary. It's good or evil. It's black and white. Fascist or not fascist. No, there's no nuance. There's no texture. There's no understanding of the actual intellectual structure beneath the surface. So essentially, if you want to actually analyze fascism, you need precise words. You need to distinguish corporatism from corporatocracy. You need to distinguish third positionism from center authoritarianism. You need to distinguish stateolatry from racial nationalism or from national Catholicism. Without these words, you can't really hold these distinctions in your mind. You can't think clearly about them. The enemy knows this as well. This is why they control the language. This is why they try to make you dumb and stupid. This is why our public schools are so bad. I believe 1 in 4 in a study, it was 1 in 4 Gen Z Zoomers, 97 to 2012, is functionally illiterate, but they are graduating school anyways. I would be interested to see further descriptions of how they even got these results and who they were interviewing specifically. But I digress. When you surrender the words, you surrender the ability to think the thoughts. So reclaiming vocabulary is not just being pedantic. It is actually a prerequisite for political clarity and intellectual independence. All right, guys, that's just a quick video I wanted to make.
Which is why the common man was never supposed to be able to vote.
You know, somebody is going to see this video and maybe listen to about 3 minutes in and just say...
This is why universal suffrage was a massive mistake. The Founding Fathers only wanted educated, intelligent, wealthy, land-owning men to be the voter base in the United States. There is a reason for that.
Fascist, as of everything I just talked about.
Again, going back to antiquity, this has been a known quantity.
And true, and assume this is bad. I don't really care about that, but I do think it's funny, and I'm just kind of waiting for it. Anyways, if you made it all the way to the end of the video, I really appreciate it. You get an 07...
People like you? I mean, yeah, right now I wouldn't be able to vote, so it is what it is, but the type of people who would be able to vote would pretty much vote the same way I would anyway.
From me, you obviously can't see me doing it, but I am giving you a salute.
Also, we'd be living in a much different world right now, so I probably would have a house and land at this point, so it wouldn't even matter.
Proud patriot. Thank you for staying all the way to the end for watching the video. God bless you. I appreciate it. Follow me on Rumble, link in the description below, in case YouTube gets mad at me one day and they decide to, you know, kick me in my butt and get me off the platform. Also, follow me on Twitter. Link is in the description below. And I have a Patreon for $5 a month if you support this sort of content and you just want it to go out and reach the masses more. There's no extra content. There's no bonus stuff. You're able to message me. You can message me directly on Patreon. That's really about it. And it's just because I don't take corporate sponsorships or anything like that. So it just kind of helps me out. I've had people ask, what's the point of me going to the Patreon and, you know, you don't give us extra content? Well, it's just because you love me. It's just because you love a nigga, okay? You just love a nigga going hard as fuck. That's all it is.
Yeah, I agree. You should have to pass like a civics test in order to vote. If you can't pass a basic civics test, you should not be allowed to vote, period. End of story. Shouldn't even be a question. You don't know how many congressmen there are. You don't know how many senators there are. You don't know the name of your own senators. Yeah. Nope. You don't get the vote. You don't know the difference between the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. You don't know how many Supreme Court justices there are. Yeah, absolutely fucking not. You have no right to oppress other people with your ignorance. SNK nostalgia with a 5 explaining communist theory that failed to far leftist adults is like telling kids that Santa Claus doesn't exist 2020 through 2026. Oh, like in the current age? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, bro. It's just like, but we haven't tried real communism. It's funny how that's always the case. I think the closest real communism was actually the Soviet Union. And that was a unmitigated disaster. So the Soviet Union probably was the closest thing in its early days, and it did not last. They had to make dramatic changes very quickly. You know, once Stalin took over, they had to ditch a lot of the commie hopes and dreams. I'd be a base senator. That's right, dude. I'd be like Senator Armstrong with the nano machines. Hell yeah. The nano machines, son. Nice knife. The Soviet Union was always meant to be a vehicle to import communism to the West. Yeah, pretty much. Yup. That it was.
Asmongold finally has a
mission accomplished.
Waifu. You know what my favorite thing is? The fact that every single time that it's a photo with me with a girl, it's because it's photoshopped. That's it. Those are the only times, guys. Asmongold finally has a waifu.
Brutal,
You know
man.
what my favorite thing is?
This is like when that Jewish guy got shot by ICE, and they had to edit him to make him look less Jewish because the women weren't attracted to him and didn't care that he died until they Chad edited him. You know, in order to get the women to actually care that he got shot, they had to make him hotter because he looked too much like a dorky Jew. And yeah, that shit was so fucking funny, man. And like everywhere, they just kept using the photoshopped image to make him look attractive instead of, you know, his actual self. That shit's hilarious as fuck, man. Brutal. When you're too Jewish to even be a martyr for the left, that's pretty wild. You know, you can't even be a martyr unless you're hot nowadays. You know, that's why all those leftoid bitches were flipping their shit over that Luigi guy. because they all wanted to fuck him. Although nothing ever came of that, so maybe it didn't really matter. The first sign of schizophrenia. This is for schizo, dude.
Here's why
Oh, I can't stand this guy.
Googling things and or using AI is not great for health. A lot of y'all picked head trauma because you asked yourself the question, can someone with head trauma wind up like this? Can head trauma cause this? The answer is absolutely yes, but that's the wrong question. The practice of medicine is about differential diagnosis.
Isn't he like some fucking yogi or some shit, and he like recommends people get in touch with their karma?
If an 18-year-old fell and hit their head 5 weeks ago and had a head trauma, what is the most likely presentation? What is the second most likely presentation? How many people who are in a car accident 5 weeks later are in their underwear in freezing weather, flapping their arms and saying that they're going to fulfill the prophecy? A lot of people think that being a doctor is about treatment. It's not about treatment. It's about diagnosis. You would see other things if it was likely to be head trauma. It's not that
I remember there was some clip about incels or something he was talking about, and it was like the gayest thing ever. I forget.
Head trauma can't cause this. This has a real constellation of disorganized speech and behavior. This is really like textbook schizophrenia. So this is like a first break psychosis.
Incognito Wizard with the we just watched that earlier, so if you want, just rewind the stream a little bit. If you skim back on the stream, you should be able to find it. We watched it, I believe, first when we started doing videos.
Kind of picture. Here's why Googling things and
Gen Z has become unemployable. Oh my god, guys. They literally can't even work. Can I teach you? No, I cannot. Sorry. Oh, God.
Here's the stat for...
Let's hear from Kermit. Isn't Jordan Peterson, like, literally, like, brain dead or something now? I think he is. Like, he had, like, some sort of, like, drug overdose or something because he was, like, addicted to benzos. And he's, like, literally a vegetable now. Which is pretty brutal, man.
For you, half of Western women, 30 and under, have no child. It's a little more than half now, so we hit more than half. Half of them will never have a child, and 90% of them will regret it. This is a catastrophe. This is a catastrophe if it's true, and the data are pretty clear, I believe. This means we're setting up 1 woman in 4 for isolation. That gets increasingly brutal as you get older. I also think we're setting up that 25% of women to be preyed upon in a manner like nothing we've ever seen when they enter their later years, because they'll have no one to keep an eye out for them, especially during times of vulnerability. This is not going to be good. Here's
Destroy the void. That's right, guys. There's going to be a whole army of single roasty cat women that are desperate for services provided by men. Use that to your advantage. Extract every single penny you possibly can from these shriveled harpies. Leave them destitute. Yeah, apparently he had some sort of really bad drug addiction or something, and it like fried his brain or something. I don't know. Let's see. I'm sorry, Griffin with a 2. Gas prices too high. Pokey short. It's you? Is that the name of a video? What am I looking for? I can't afford this shit! Yeah, I think his daughter banged Andrew Tate, didn't she? Fortune Realm? Okay. I can't afford this shit! This. No. This. The Secret Millionaire? I have no clue. Alex of the 20. Oh god, this sounds gay as fuck, bro. Jesus.
In recent news, Twitch streamer and game
fucking homos.
Developer Pirate Software recently participated in a live-streamed therapy session with licensed psychiatrist and fellow internet personality, Dr. K. During the stream session with Dr. K, the psychiatrist reportedly addressed Hall directly regarding the past World of Warcraft scandal and confronted him about his reaction and attitude toward the controversy. Here are some of the highlights from the stream.
Right, but my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass.
Dr. K.
Dude, who the fuck? Oh my god, bro, you were an asshole while playing World of Warcraft. Could you imagine actually fucking caring about that? Like, I'm sorry, bro, like, holy shit. Oh, dude, you're such an asshole. You didn't heal me in World of Warcraft, bro. You didn't res me, dude. You stole my loot drop. What a bunch of fucking freaks, man.
Attempts the impossible, humbling Pirate Software.
What a bunch of freaks.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as...
Here, if you put a link, you can't link stuff. You have to put the title.
Arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Only title.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Dr. K spitting facts at Pirate Software.
I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding, right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
chat is very divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong.
Dr. K and Pirate Software seems dismissive.
Over this whole over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems dismissive.
100%, even in the clip here, you can see him flippantly laughing, shrugging it off. It's just rude.
Holy fuck, man.
An annoying, dismissive behavior for sure. Bro, I don't understand why he accepted to talk with Dr. K if he doesn't like getting called out and can't take critiques. Did he expect Dr. K to praise everything about him? The live session on May 2nd occurred months after a prior incident involving Hall's World of Warcraft playthrough caused widespread controversy and took over social media in early 2025. Following the criticism from the WoW drama, Hall reportedly began banning hardcore WoW OnlyFans streamers from his Twitch chat. In the period since the World of Warcraft incident, Hall has become a frequent target for online criticism. Viewers have also made subsequent claims, accusing him of cheating during playthroughs of other games, specifically the Outer Wilds and Animal Well. He made a selfish play in a WoW raid that led to some of his guildmates dying, and since they were in hardcore, their characters get deleted. Instead of saying, sorry guys, I panicked and made a bad play, my bad, he doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and quintupled down that he did nothing wrong and it was everyone else's fault. This behavior pissed off enough people that everyone who had a grudge against him from several different communities over the years, including EVE Online and Second Life, started piling on him as well to reveal he's always been an insufferable asshole who is physically incapable of taking any form of criticism and always has to be the smartest person in the room, who is never incorrect, ever. Other clips of him making bad plays in Ashes of Creation started popping up in the aftermath, and other allegations that he's been cheating at relatively popular puzzle games, solving puzzles in just a few minutes that took the game's respective communities weeks of collaborative effort to complete, but he'd always do it in the dumbest fashion possible, usually getting several initial steps wrong, and then magically arriving at the answer after taking a bathroom break.
Dr. K talks to Portrait Software about responding to the drama in a shorter way.
I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate, emotionally angry...
No, all these clippers use the same fucking AI script bullshit.
...response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like, that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like, I super hate that kind of communication of like, there's a lot of people that just say like, oh, you should just say, my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
Huge news for the unemployed. Alright, I'll see if I can find it, but looking for shorts without a channel name is not going to yield anything, so... Unless it's one of these, I have no idea. Lucky Car Derek. Okay, yeah. I need channel. This? Flexing? Yeah, something like that. Anything that is inspired by the Roman Empire is peak Aryan goodness. Skyrim is just Norway if everyone was poor and angry. I guess, yeah. Was that a good poll? Not really. I mean, it's worth like $5 or $6 maybe, but it's not anything crazy. It's decent. We'll just put it that way. Well, I think he was going to throw it regardless of what he got. Just like, yeah, exactly. I got to get one of those. I got to get one of those, I guess. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Play. Alright, I can see if I can find it. Let's see. don't know if it's gonna come up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna come up. Keep it $150. That's right, man. Here, let's see if we have let's see if we've got another Dreamcast guy video to watch. Oh yeah, we do. Sony tries to ignore the backlash, dude. But Dreamcast guy's not gonna let him.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about PlayStation, about Sony, and about the backlash. Now, as you can tell, I'm currently not in my typical spot. I'm actually in a really weirdly fancy hotel room. Look at this big glass shower. But I want to talk about the backlash because for all of today, I've been in airports, I've been offline. I've been trying to basically come up here to Montreal, Canada, and, well, struggling to understand people with Quebec accents. But what happened today is Sony is trying to ignore the backlash. They're trying to pretend it isn't happening. They're trying to just say, you know,
it's the right way to handle it.
You know, everything's fine. We've got cool upcoming products. We've got a big future for PlayStation ahead. And props to the internet, they're not letting them move on. The entire internet, all gamers, every physical collector, Xbox people, PC people, everybody is basically saying, Sony, you can't do this. The end of physical games is not something you can just post, delete, and move on. This is something that needs...
Did they delete it? To my knowledge, they haven't, so...
to be addressed. You cannot ignore the backlash, but...
they did address it with the blog post.
Let's take a look at this tweet they posted today because people are actually mad, and now it's become one of the most viral ratios ever. Let's get into it. Hi.
Ratio, dude! Is it as downvoted as the Reddit post for Star Wars Battlefront 2?
Hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I'm actually having to record and edit this on a laptop with no mouse. So, I'll be honest, I'm in meetings pretty much nonstop for the next couple days. So if the uploads are more sporadic, well, now you know why. But I wanted to start with this tweet here by Synth Potato, which says that I find it so weird that Sony decided to just end physical game discs themselves. I think that everyone had the idea that physical might be slowly phased out over the course of the next like 15 or 20 years, but to suddenly end
15 or 20 years? Bro, that's a crazy long time.
Production completely, giving zero choice to gamers or developers is just wrong. And I think this really kind of highlights the big reason for the anger specifically, is that if Sony had come out and said, we're moving away from physical discs. If Sony had said, hey, first-party games now are going to be $50. They're not going to be full-priced, but they're no longer going to be printed on discs. It's cheaper for us. It's cheaper.
Let's see, Alex with the 50. I pulled a Ghastly Altar from Temporal Forces single pack the other day. Does it hold any? Yeah, I would hold on to that. Any of the Pokemon in the Gengar line, especially, you know, like the illustration or art rares, yeah, those are worth holding on to. Definitely. Sleeve it up, put it in a binder if you have one, or put it in a top loader. But yeah, that'll be worth decent money. You know, Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar are all pretty desirable Pokemon. And Construct's Workshop with the 2, Brighton, is disgusting. It's basically LA. Yeah, I've heard that, and what's the other one? Shit. Birmingham, right? Birmingham's the one that's really bad.
Cheaper for you. I think that it would have been met with questions.
And of course, London.
marks, but people would have understood it to a degree, right? I think part of what's so weird about this is that it is straight up the fact that third-party developers weren't even told about this. People that are currently working on like third-party exclusives right now for PlayStation were not told by Sony there's not about to be discs. This to me really kind of shows the fact that Sony truly does not care. This isn't just like making a bad business move. This is actively working against your own partners, your own fans, your own gamers, right? Look at this. PlayStation has posted their first tweet in 6 days and it did not go well. Over 50,000 comments and quote tweets in just a few hours.
Oh my God.
Every top reply ratioed them. You know what? Here, let's actually take a look at it, right? Here was the tweet they posted, and look at every single reply. It's like, hey, check out this new fight stick. And everyone's like, okay, wireless fight stick? Make more spineless corpo crap. Everybody's saying, reverse this decision. Thought you gave up on physical products. Please continue to produce physical.
Oh, that's right, Act Man. Because a controller's the same thing as a disc. You really got that.
God, I fucking hate these people. Like, I want physical media to disappear just to spite these fucking retards. Like, the thing is, bro, is I like physical media. You know, I like having the option to buy my games physically. But holy fuck, do these Reddit-tard fuckwits make me want it to go a fucking way. Just so I can watch them cry and bitch and moan. I fucking cannot stand them. Genuinely.
Disc for PlayStation. Literally, I know your PR strategy for the last 20 years has been sit things out and ignore the noise, but something tells me that won't work this time.
It drives me fucking insane, bro. You know, my desire to fucking spite these people is far greater than my desire to preserve physical media.
Look at this. That won't work. Don't ignore us. Don't ignore us. Address us. Address us. Physical games are a massive W.
Physical games are a massive W. Pulls up a picture of a game that's not even released on his PlayStation 5. Why didn't you show off one of the physical games you're playing, bro? Instead, you pulled up a screenshot of a game that's not even released?
It is interesting.
That's not performative.
To me, that this is just such a loud, laser-focused backlash. PlayStation went 6 days without posting, assumed they were listening to criticisms, figure out the next steps. Nope. They're all in, and the outrage isn't going away. They can attempt to ignore this issue, but it can't be swept under the rug. You know what people keep comparing this to? Was the Don Metric mess-up at the start of the Xbox One. They revealed the Xbox One. They came out here and said, this is the all-in-one TV device. It watches TV, it watches multiple channels, it's got built-in.
The only mistake Xbox made was being too early on that shit, to be completely honest, man. I really think people are vastly overestimating how many people genuinely care about discs.
TiVo, you can picture-in-picture, but it is an always online device. And it was met with a tremendous amount of backlash.
If people truly cared about physical media to the degree in which YouTubers believe they did, Steam would not be even remotely as popular as it is today.
And what did they say? Don Matrick, the head of Xbox at the time, said deal with it. He looked dead into the camera and said, if you don't like it, don't buy it. He literally said that. A lot of people are saying, this feels like that. This feels like that big moment where the sand line has been drawn of, hey, here's physical games, here's digital games, pick a team. And everybody is picking physical. And I think Sony really expected everybody to go digital. And what's interesting about this is that...
That's right, dude. Physical gaming's gonna make a resurgence.
There are already like a lot of leaks that they can't undo this. Like this amount of hatred, like 13,000 quote tweets, 7,000 likes. Like thing is, people are mad, mad, mad. It's the fact that like right now, the thing about this that kind of catches my eye is that they've already said they're disassembling the factories. They're already basically...
Yeah, they're converting it to make optical micro lenses for electric vehicles.
Trying to just say, hey, there are no discs to print. It's not like we just are doing a temporary measure. We're not filling it out. We're telling you the discs are already being erased. And it seems to me that a lot of people are just very, very mad about the fact that it seems like PlayStation truly is just trying to milk every bit out of the fan base. I feel like I get really annoyed about the gaming industry because it has this obsession with infinite growth, right? Oh, you sold 10 million copies of this game. That's a giant success. The next one needs to sell 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, right? And as soon as it stops having this perpetual growth, mass layoffs, firing, studio closures, right? Think about even Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 was the highest selling game of all of last year. It had 26 million sales at full
Yeah, and most people didn't play it past a month.
Price. And what happened? Mass layoffs. They said somehow it's actually a financial failure. And to me, what really hits in my brain is that these companies are trying to find extra ways to milk additional profitability out of us. Not better products, not better games, not better DLC, not better stuff to engage us, more profitability. This measure to get them to just sort of cut out the physical discs is to make extra money for PlayStation. Not only will they not have entire factories making the discs, they don't have to deal with shipping, they don't have to deal with product management, they don't have to deal with actual updates and discs. They can just literally put it on the server, and as long
Terry Davis warned about computers not having disk drives. Based. Terry was a prophet, man.
I can't afford this shit!
And Oski with the 2, just wait until you hear the ending of the video. And also the 2, we got, wait, we love Don Matrick, bring back the GOAT. Yeah, Don Matrick was, you know, overhated for sure. You know, he helped manage one of the greatest consoles of all time, period. And it was all downhill after he left. Neston K Nostalgia with the 2, nobody is surprised by any of this. I know, exactly, man. You know, every single media type has been shifting heavily towards digital. Gaming was like the last holdout. But when 85% of your games are bought digitally and 15% are bought physically, it's not really hard to see where this is heading.
As long as it's earning money, it's there, and as soon as it stops being profitable, they can cut it. It's also the fact that there will never be sales. You can keep stuff at 80.
There will never be sales. That's right, Dreamcast guy, because there's never sales on Steam. There's never sales on PlayStation Now. There's never sales. Well, Nintendo doesn't put their shit on sale very often, but technically there are sales. Yeah, that's going to age like fine milk in the summer sun.
$80 forever. The way that PlayStation has sort of avoided that, the way that Nintendo does, Nintendo games stay full priced for years and years and years, and people just have to deal with it, right? And they sell it physically, but still, it just feels like PlayStation is trying to find a way to just basically scam us, right? And there is this. They just did a very strange 50% discount to PlayStation Plus. Tons and tons of people are posting that they're unsubscribing from PlayStation Plus. And Sony sees this as their big digital earner, but also kind of their signal as to how pissed people are, right? Every game company now always likes to think about digital ecosystems. This is their digital ecosystem. This is basically how they get you to play. This is how they get you online. This is how they get you engaged. Them basically saying those numbers go down. I do think the biggest way you can show your displeasure, it's more than just tweets, it's more than just videos, it's more than just...
Are you canceling yours, Dreamcast? Oh, of course not.
Just canceling pre-orders, it's this. Cancel your PlayStation Plus.
Did you cancel yours?
The sooner the better. But these have been some odd...
Do you think he canceled his PlayStation Plus? I'm gonna go on a limb and say no, he did not.
Got thoughts from a very jet-lagged Dreamcast guy. I'm about to eat some food. There's like a giant chapel right outside my window, so I think there's like a little food hall. I'm gonna go eat because I am starving Marvin. But thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe.
There's a chapel, so he's gonna go eat? What? Some bread and wine? Like, what the fuck are you gonna get at a chapel?
If you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
The fuck is he gonna get at a random? Dude, that's so retarded. All right, yeah.
If I do any other Canada videos, I'll set them up a little bit better than this. I literally just opened my suitcase and filmed it. Easy.
PlayStation. Should have put the sound effect. Do you think Dreamcast guy canceled his PlayStation Plus? I don't think so. Oh wait, fuck.
Hey there, gamers.
I think there was one more, right? Yeah, another one.
Hey there, gamers.
This was pre-recorded before he left, I guess.
Gas guy here. Today we're talking about place.
Ooh, my God of War controller. We're supposed to believe this guy's actually gonna fucking turn on PlayStation. Like, I'm sorry, man. There is a 0.01% chance of that happening. You know, there's a slight chance it might, but most likely it's not. Yeah, it quite literally is the worst custom controller on the PS5, but he holds it up with such pride every single time, and I don't get it. It is absolutely hideous to me. Raymond with the 5, you can literally make your own physical PC games with GOG's entire library, put the games on an SD card or disc in a custom case and put them on your shelf, or you can just download them on your hard drive and just not worry about it. I don't know. The whole shelf stuffing mentality is kind of pointless if you ask me. Like, oh, I need something on my shelf. You know, I guarantee you Dreamcast guy will buy the empty case of GTA 6. I'd put money on it. He will at some point hold up the empty case of GTA 6. And let's see, Fluffle Nugget with the 2 breadsticks inside the disc holes is Dreamy's MO. That's right, man.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot. This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? These games ain't gonna play themselves. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Dreamcast guy head exploded like the scanner. Brutal, man.
Because it is now day 6 of the Sony backlash. On July 1st, they announced the complete.
Which of these 2013 games was the best? Last of Us, Black Flag. I do like The Last of Us 1. I do like that game. But, that's actually kind of tough. I would probably say Black Flag, because the whole movie game genre I was kind of burnt out on. Like, post-2016. So, yeah, we'll go with that, Black Flag. I do like the original Last of Us, though. I do think that is a good game.
Ending of physical games. Nothing is being printed ever again. And this has been met with an epic amount of straight up anger. We're talking hatred towards PlayStation, Sony. So many people saying they're not going to buy a PlayStation 6. And what's crazy is that last night, there's actually a new leak. PlayStation.
Yeah, well, I don't like GTA. So, I mean, Last of Us, I guess you could say, is Hebrew coded. But I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, honestly.
Did not see this coming. PlayStation, people at Sony headquarters assumed people don't like physical games, or that people just really wouldn't mind if suddenly the all-digital future is forced upon them. And I want to break down not just this newest wave of backlash, but the leaks about PlayStation, because it truly seems...
Noski Woski with the $250 says he'll do it at launch. Most likely. He'll probably go to the midnight launch.
It's like their ego is unmatched. The fact that clearly they're planning to release the PlayStation 6 very likely next year for like $1,200. They're so afraid right now. They're not talking PlayStation 6. They're not talking PlayStation 5. They're not even talking about like that upcoming Spider-Man movie. Right now, Sony is terrified into silence. But I think the bad news is that even when they...
Is Sony terrified, or is PlayStation? Because I guarantee you the Sony accounts are probably still tweeting.
Speak up when they finally do come out and just pick up that mic again.
No, Last of Us did not create the walking and talking movie game. Arkham Asylum is one of the worst offenders of that, actually, from back in the day. Kojimbo was one of the progenitors of the walkie-talkie, cutscene-heavy movie games, so... Nah, they were already a thing before Last of Us. And then also, you had Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 before The Last of Us even came out. So there was other games in that kind of category. But yeah, they definitely used The Last of Us success and Uncharted success to, you know, create their template moving forward. So yeah, the influence is undeniable, but they were not the original sin when it comes to that one. And Bill Herb with the 5. Wow, I come into
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
while Dreamy Boy is holding a PS5 controller. Classic. You know, it goes together like peanut butter and jelly, man. What can I say? A match made in heaven. Bud Sunny with the 2. Oh, video, okay. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Has Dreamcast guy posted a Dreamcast game review? I don't... Maybe way back in the day, but not any time since I started watching him, like in 2019.
And I don't think it's going to be good news. I think they've put themselves into a spot can't come back from. But let's break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So this is currently being recorded here at 7 a.m. I'm actually about to get on a flight to Montreal, Canada. Going to be up there for like a week doing work stuff. So for the next couple days, if there's some new reporting on the Sony backlash, my videos will be a bit sporadic. Expect some hotel room videos while I'm trying to catch up on work. But this, important updates. So this was originally posted.
Wonder what he's doing for work, other than gaming, of course.
On July 1st. And basically, every single time Sony tries to delete this community note, it gets changed. It gets tweaked. People quoting laws, lies, everything, right? Everything from the Insomniac leak proving that physical games are not just popular, but more popular than digital games. But on top of that, even stuff like trying to say revoking license access to content is not ownership. So technically, piracy is not theft. Everything, right? Tons of different
That's right, dude.
Stuff about the laws in certain countries, but you should be able to own your disc. People are mad at PlayStation, and obviously justifiably so. This is not just about collecting. To me, it's not even about, hey, I think that secondhand markets are important to the sales of games. It's just the fact that they're being crappy. Like, straight up, just on a baseline level, this is the most annoying, pathetic, terrible thing that PlayStation has ever done by far. And people are saying, okay, I think Sony will try and hide behind today's Xbox news. This is where we are, people. One company.
No, I think the most pathetic thing they ever tried to do was when they tried to copy the term Let's Play so that they could copyright claim every single YouTube video with the word Let's Play in it. And then they were going to create a licensing service where you could pay 30% of your video's revenue to Sony in order to use the term Let's Play in the title. So, yeah. I would say that was probably a lot fucking worse, personally, but hey. You know?
Trying to hide behind another greedy company's bad news to avoid addressing their own. Yesterday was the thousands of layoffs over at Xbox, and I have to say it's very strange that on my whole timeline, my whole YouTube algorithm is people still saying, wow, Xbox sucks. PlayStation, come out. PlayStation, come out here. Let's talk about this. Because I do think that we're not really expecting anything except closures from Xbox. It's sad 3,200 people lost their jobs, but I think people are kind of like, okay, Xbox falling apart. That's just a Monday. Talk to us about how PlayStation continues to just stomp on rakes. Now, historically, Sony's actually been pretty good about really being clear about their mess-ups, whether it is outages, or in this case, obviously, the very famous 2011 PlayStation outage. They apologized. They gave away free games. They did something here. It is weird that they're only offering us bad news. The end of physical games, also, of course, the end of digital games.
When has Sony ever offered us good news? That's the better question. Bill Herb at the 5, the Odyssey Helen of Troy is so hot. Makes me think of Greece now when I see her. Unfortunately, man, modern Greece, it might. I'm glad they aren't whitewashing the history no more. Shit. Unfortunately, like most European cities now, Helen of Detroit might actually be an accurate representation of what you find in the capital cities.
The fact that the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita stores are shutting down, this is a sign that physical gaming dying means a lot of games outright dying. Look at this. It is inevitable, but I'm super sad. A lot of digital-only games and DLC that haven't been brought forward are just going to be gone forever. And that's why I'm very much pro jailbreaking consoles, not even to try and steal games and stuff, obviously. I just think there is an importance.
It's literally the only reason. Dude, that is literally the only reason you would ever jailbreak a console is to steal games. That's like saying, I'm not opposed to pirating, but I'm not saying to steal anything. Like, come on, bruh. I'm not really opposed to carjacking. Not that I would ever steal a car or anything by doing so. Like, come on, man.
To being able to create digital backups of the stuff you own. The ability to basically...
Like, that shit's crazy, bro. The only reason you jailbreak a console is to fucking download free shit.
Hey, if I buy a game, I want to be able to...
At least own it. Like, don't try and, hide the fact of what you're doing. Just fucking own that shit.
Data mine it. I want to see the cool unfinished content. I want to be able to play it offline, even if it's supposed to be an always online experience. I do think there is a lot of importance to just being able to play the games you bought forever, right? That makes sense to me. But people are really kind of pointing this out. So I saved this yesterday. PlayStation is now not posted in over 5 days on Twitter, their longest span of not tweeting in years. The post announcing the end of physical game production currently has 8 approved community notes. Everybody is being very clear about the fact that it just seems like PlayStation truly did not know how good or bad this would be, and they just threw...
They absolutely knew how bad it was going to be. They're just betting by the time that the PS6 rolls around in a year and a half, nobody's going to care.
Out there. I think PlayStation executives are so out of touch, they didn't realize how bad this would go down amongst their most hardcore fans. I was so shocked when they dropped the news, just like everything else. I hope they can figure something out to make the situation better and not just ignore it from some of their most dedicated fans. And I saw this reply by obviously the most famous PlayStation podcaster, Colin Moriarty. They're in a bad comm spot by virtue of the fact that they can't acknowledge the PlayStation 6, and yet everything they're doing is clearly preparing for it. The best course forward would to ensure PlayStation 5 disc production, even for games beyond 2028, then physical gamers can happily stay behind. Yeah, that would be one good move. We know that PlayStation 6 will probably be digital only, but they still need to make PlayStation 5 discs, because even the cross-gen, that'll keep some people happy. And a lot of people are pointing out the fact that, in a way, Rockstar Games did pave the way. Now, you could say, is this a chicken and the egg, right? Did Rockstar make Grand Theft Auto 6 digital only because PlayStation said they're going digital only? Or is...
Then why wouldn't it be physical on Xbox? No, Rockstar was always going to make it digital only.
This sort of a sign of that PlayStation was told by Rockstar we're going digital only, and PlayStation said, all right, screw it. No more discs. We're not going to print it for like a new Final Fantasy that's selling 100,000 copies. It's just not worth having the physical disc space. Here's the new leak though, right? PlayStation was apparently blindsided and not told its publishers and business partners and even branches in other markets about canceling physical games. Sony reducing a legacy spanning multiple generations to a mere 3-paragraph blog post implies utter disdain from its audience and deranged to say the least. Now, these people here, High Chaos Run, these people basically, they said that straight up, they've heard multiple times now that Sony just didn't tell anybody. They just said, yeah, keep making games, keep selling it, PlayStation, best place to play, yada, yada, yada. And then right after that, secretly, they're literally bulldozing factories. They're literally bulldozing the entire process of the mechanics.
That's right, dude. They took a bulldozer to the building. Take that, physical games. That's exactly what happened.
To make new discs. They're straight up just saying, yeah, you're going to make games. You're just going to make them digitally. So I guess don't design any box art. Don't be ready to make any sort of cool collector's edition on discs. Nope. There will be no discs to print. And to me, this does show that straight up they did not expect it. I think that if they knew it was going to be met with this level of absolute angry nuclear hatred, they wouldn't have been so chill about it. They wouldn't have just dropped it out there and said, well, there's some bad news. This shows they truly underestimated the level of backlash. I mean, I keep seeing stuff like this. People saying, okay, I've only played everything on my PlayStation for decades and decades.
You should have already bought a Switch 2 over the PS5 to begin with, bro. Come on. The Switch 2 is the superior console.
Decades and decades, but now it's finally time to get a Nintendo Switch. Sony has made such a generationally bad announcement. You got people who haven't touched Nintendo in decades getting a Nintendo Switch 2 incredible, because you know what? For better or for worse, the Nintendo Switch 2 does actually basically now have the only final fully playable on-cart discs. It is wild how much they've really dropped the ball on this, right? I still feel like this, right? Xbox really just fired 3,000 people, sold off 4 of their studios, and that's still not as bad as what PlayStation announced last week. What a world. I think that this era of classic PlayStation, good games, crazy exclusives, tight turnaround time, exclusive consoles, this era is just gone. This era of PlayStation is so far behind us that it almost feels uncouth to have like ideas of that coming back. This is a fantasy at this point. Old school PlayStation is so dead and buried we can't even find the grave anymore. But these have just been some off the cuff thoughts of a sleep deprived Dreamcast guy shortly for jumping on a flight to Canada. I love you very much. Hope you guys are having a great day. This week I do have a review ready to go for Assassin's Creed 4 Resynced. That's already uploaded, and a big review about the Steam Machine. Spoilers, it sucks wet farts out of a dry ass. Thanks for watching. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
Will it, though? I don't know, the hotel video was pretty sucky, I must say. I was a little disappointed with the drop in quality, but the funny thing is when he recorded that video in the hotel, his camera looked better than in his normal videos. But, yeah. Bill Hurd with the 5. The Soccer World Cup is just whose African is better than the other's African. You know, some have said that it's akin to the modern-day slave trade, but I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Raymond with the 2. I jailbroke my PS4 to play Drive Club on Steam Deck. Very nice. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Rockstar has none of the original members anymore. Yeah, I think both of the founders left. So, and then a bunch of people left, and they made that shitty Mind's Eye game. And people were surprised, like, bro, how did former Rockstar devs make such a shitty game? And it's like, do you really have to ask yourself that question? Look at the games they made when they worked at Rockstar. But, you know, it has the word Rockstar on it, so therefore it's automatically a 10 out of 10, dude. If it's got the word Rockstar on the case, it's a 10 out of 10 before you even play it, obviously. I don't make the rules. That's a pretty good thumbnail. I like that. That's pretty good. You're trying to be all cuddled up with the guardian angels. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but alright. Dios míos. Let's see. Let me grab the title of this video. Alright, after this, we'll see how we're doing on time. Been live for 9 hours, so. SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it, man. Really appreciate that. It's very kind of you, sir. Always appreciate that positivity, man. But big ups, dude. Very kind as always. Bill Herb with the 5. Did you see Ellen Page at the Odyssey? No, I did not. She's in a brown suit and it looks hilarious. She's just young Sheldon maxing. This movie is so unserious. Yeah, I'm not spending a single penny or minute of my time watching that movie, so I'm not even gonna hate watch it. So I am so sick of these fucking movies, man. Genuinely.
Today we found
Same
a
with
rare
video
Game Boy.
games, too. Same with video games. I'm burnt out on it all.
That was never released in America, and we're going to try and add it to our collection. But not only that, we're looking for other uncommon items to add to our collections and see other interesting things that you can find at a game convention.
So it's already early in the convention, and Jesse has something I need desperately.
That ugly-ass God of War controller.
Oh, okay, so the price just went up. The price just went up. It's 150. I think he'll give it to me for maybe 300, so I have to negotiate back down.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
This is actually the last controller I need. And I was curious because I watched the last video you picked up, LeBron and everything like that, and I knew I had that one.
Yeah, he got the LeBron controller. Hey, yo, the LeBron controller.
This is like I'm sure you probably had it just because it seemed like a more common one. It's like the first special edition one, and I just never got it. Okay. I love the game, 100%ed it. I wish it reflected an Xbox. All of that. You could buy this one.
What an L.
Actually kind of cool. The backstory behind it is I got it from a guy who worked for Coke. And he got it as part of like a raffle win directly from Monster. I couldn't find any info on it. I actually reached out to the
that shit's badass.
Controller, the people that made the controller.
I'd rather have that than that ugly ass fucking God of War controller.
Yeah, it's a collab we did with Monster. Wow. So I have 2 of those. One's still sealed. They came very generic in these boxes. It's a OEM Xbox controller. He won both of those, a headset and a chair. He's a PlayStation family, so we kept the chair, kept the headset, got rid of the controllers. Man, it wouldn't be the channel if I didn't haggle a little bit. Okay. Well, what kind of deal can you give me, if any? I don't know if you're tied up into it. I mean, the $10 off, fair enough. Okay. Sure. I can't give you free like that one guy. Yeah. that was shocking. Yeah. Another piece to think on that I don't know if you guys have seen it. The head-to-head Wii Mario bundle. Yeah, that is. To my understanding, it's limited to 500 pieces. You guys might be able to do more diligent research. I've only really been able to find 4 that have sold within like the last 4 years. Man. Most aren't complete. It comes with all the games, the bag, everything. That is cool. Yeah, and it's a really thick box. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. What, 2.5 times thick as a normal Wii box? Yeah, I mean, feel this thing. It's a tank. What on earth? I've never seen this. Yeah. So was this just like a winner's thing, or was this just a super limited bundle? I think it was a super limited, and like I said, to my understanding, they only made 500 of them. Don't hold me to it. It'd probably be one.
Why would they only make 500 of a bundle? That makes no sense.
Things like you'd have to go on console variations to see where it was made. Yeah, but same thing. I never knew it existed until I saw it, and that's the first time. So. Okay. We also saw these 2 really cool handhelds. One GBA SP that was sealed, and one uncommon Target exclusive Game Boy. We always love seeing different handheld variants and adding them to Chase's handheld collection. And the way we've been doing that recently is by shopping on Encore.
There is like 0 chance that you're gonna do a whole ass production run for a fucking console bundle at a Chinese factory and be like, we only want 500. Yeah, that's retarded.
Encore is a platform where you can buy collectibles, and most recently they added retro video games. It's a tab, and like the end of these 3DS. So use our link to download Encore on the.
Yeah. I mean, we have Donkey Kong Jr. Look at color a dinosaur. That one's crazy rare. And then we have like Wampum, Jackie Chan, Godzilla 2,
one that's passed on.
Godzilla.
And bases loaded 4.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff here.
I like that box. Chase discovered that there's like the hollow version and the non-hollow version, so now we have to get 2 of every one.
Yeah, the hollow version is first print, the non-hollow is secondary.
And funny enough, for the grape, we have both of those. So.
Did you ever find a Mario yet?
Yeah. No.
I think Zelda bases.
I think the Zelda one we found the Zelda one, right?
I think we were going to. I don't think we had. Do we have either of those?
We don't have that one. You might open it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you. Do you know why that has a sticker on the front?
Because they were lazy and didn't want to make a custom box.
That's exactly why.
That's like one of the most expensive. It's a Pokemon one. It has a Pokemon Crystal sticker on the front, but it's like a normal teal, or is it teal? One of the colors, but it's like.
Green, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right. It's the Kiwi one with Crystal, and just that sticker makes it a $700 box.
Yeah.
Just like
you got the Mountain Dew Xbox. It's just a little green sticker.
Yeah. Little yellow.
Yeah, we can always upgrade this part.
Yeah,
is this one matching? Oh, it's matching cereals. No, we don't. We want to keep that the same.
This one isn't.
Okay, so this one is.
I knew one of them was. This one's not.
Now these handhelds were cool, but we had to save some money because we still have this super rare Game Boy to look forward to later in this video. Then we came to this booth where the seller had tons of duplicate games under his table. We actually have a buy list with 1,300 games we can pay more than typical on, and Paper Mario for GameCube is on that list. We ended up buying 10 or so of them, and if you're looking to sell some games, you can actually text "sell" to the number on your screen. We're always looking to buy little collections and even large collections worth 6 figures.
Yeah, somebody tried to steal my 2DS.
Wait, is that what was going on?
Yeah, it was right up here. It was on top of this shelf, and the guy reached and grabbed it.
So that was that whole commotion going on yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a customer told me he saw it.
And so that's when he got chased down over here, and then
confronted him like over here, and he speed walked.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. This is disgusting as fuck. What, these conventions or what?
You look different today.
Stop him.
Yeah, the crowd. Yeah, I saw that going on. Whoa, that's cool.
That's my build. I don't know.
Game Boy Color carrying bag with Pikachu screen cleaner. This is a screen cleaner. His butt is a screen cleaner.
Yeah, you wipe the screen with his butt. And then I also got that recently as well.
What Pokemon guy?
A waterproof beach bag for your Game Boy.
that is cool. Thank you for showing those. How'd you get them?
I think they're from Japan. Yeah, from one of the.
Do you guys remember? I think it was a PS Vita game. I don't remember what it was, but there was this one game once upon a time where the collector's edition came with a disc cleaner, and it was literally a pair of like striped panties.
Stores that I order from typically.
Okay,
yeah.
That's cool.
Yep.
Well, sweet. Thanks for showing me that. Ooh, that's a fun note right there. Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. That's a clean one. Yeah, it even says very clean. Don't you agree?
I would say that's very, very clean.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to Sculptor's Cuts, I've almost seen all of them ripped.
This is actually a really, really solid case. You have Agane, Final Fight Guy, Demon's Crest, just really solid Super Nintendo titles. And then if we look over here,
no, I never bought it. I don't remember what game it was.
Shining Wisdom and Mysteria. I've actually never heard of Mysteria, but if they have Saturn games, maybe they heard of Sonic. No, Mysteria.
Mysteria?
Mysteria. I don't know. But Shining Wisdom's a really good one.
Yeah.
PlayStation wine?
What?
PlayStation wine. What is the story on this?
It's employee wine. It was given to the team that was in charge of marketing. So they for selling 20 million units of PS1 consoles.
Wow. This wine is like, I'm barely older than this wine.
Yeah. Oh, there's different.
Oh, 20 million?
That's right, it's 20 million.
How did you get it?
Got it last week at a con. I do a con every week or two now, so.
That's awesome. I remember you did quite a bit. So.
Yeah, so I'm always stumbling on stuff.
Okay, it was Gal Gun Double Piece. The PS4 and PS Vita Collector's Edition included a physical copy of the game, an art book, a soundtrack, and a highly peculiar tiny pair of Mr. Happiness panties, advertised as a screen/disc cleaner. There you go.
That's
really
funny.
Cool.
So I've never seen anything like it. It's probably the second weirdest item I've ever bought.
Yeah, and you always have really cool stuff.
Yeah,
so like,
were they worn? I mean, if I got them, I'd try them on.
Then we met with a longtime Discord member and reseller, HC Empire, and he had a cool handheld to show us.
It's a weird thing. On price charting, it has a new 620 and then open box H, but there's no solds anywhere. You can
sometimes it's weird, like there's no solds. So
You can look at Work Point and it's like H.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I probably won't even be able to find anything. What code you want for it?
Yeah. I don't know. how much would Chase want to pay for it? Because it's a weird one.
I mean, it's the only reason it's funny is because we went to the warehouse that has like 500 of these sealed.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Chase wants every copy. This isn't really. I mean, because the console itself is not special. It's simply this bundle is just uncommon.
Yeah. It's super weird.
You guys are weird personal train.
I was thinking like 5, but you guys can make it off.
My brain was like with the condition, like 400. I think would be like the absolute top.
I think I like 450 at that point.
450.
But
okay,
it's up to y'all.
Let's think on it.
Maybe I will take it 400. No, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna show you guys this because I know Jason doesn't have this either. But ignore the Metroid. I didn't buy that yesterday.
That is sick. Oh,
that's
sick.
sick. But yeah, the GoldenEye version. I've never seen it until this convention.
Is that US?
No, it's PAL. It was an Australian release.
Okay, I was about to say.
They had
so for the N64, they had like a dozen Australia releases where it's like limited to 50.
Yeah. And then actually like custom shells for the 64s. It's not just a box. I don't know if that one is, but
inside it does have unique styrofoam for the game and a couple other things inside. But I don't like that. It's the same. It's actually like the Metroid GameCube, where it's just a sleeve over top.
Okay,
which
that's
is
really
weird.
cool though. Yeah,
it's sick.
But then a super nice viewer met with us, and he had a backpack full of items to sell.
Where would you want to be on these?
So, I like spreadsheets.
Oh.
So that is 70% of price charting, 60% of price charting for everything I brought.
Would you do like 45 for the pair of these guys? So that would bring us to 165. Yeah? Thank you. And then on this guy.
So, right now, price charting. I haven't looked at eBay solds, and it's old CGC.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that affects the value, but price charting had it at 228 full value. And then 80, 70, 60.
Because I'm not the best with cards, and I know Chase would buy it. Would you do 150 on it?
160.
I appreciate you.
No problem. So we had some downtime, and there was this booth with a bunch of Japanese stuff. If you don't know, I collected everything: Lord of the Rings, Japanese, PAL, European, whatever. And I found this, and the guy, I was like, "Would you do 5 on it?" And he was like, "Would it make you feel good inside if I just gave it to you?" And I was like, this is all I collect, so it would make me feel great. So the guy just gave this to me.
That's so sweet.
Shout out to him. Obviously, it's not in best shape, but I mean, I'm never going to find this anywhere else. So.
And we didn't get it on video, but another guy came up to us and asked if I had the God of War PS5 controller.
Yeah.
He was like, I brought it all the way from home just because I wasn't doing anything with it. So shout out to you. Thank you for thinking of me. I'd already bought it at that point.
Yeah, you guys, our community is so kind and generous. We appreciate all of you so much.
We're blown away. We try and repay you by paying you for stuff.
And we give away stuff too.
And we give away a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff could be given away.
Yeah, we'll never be able to repay you guys, so thank you so much.
Yeah. We need some unique stuff, and they have it. Look at Turbo Graphics. I mean, like Felix the Cat, Mega Man 5, we're just brushing over, like, this is an insane console that's probably pretty close to right on. Look at this. Is this a US release?
That's crazy, man. I bought like 5 of these. I remember when they came out. I might have a couple of them sealed still, actually. I think I have a black one sealed. But yeah, these were $100 on Black Friday. I remember that.
Look at this. Is this a US release?
What is that?
I don't think so. What the heck?
Turn around.
That's in beautiful shape. That is. It is. Wow, that is cool.
All right.
Tenkaichi 3, and then there's like
What's
the Punisher.
wrong with that guy's voice?
Right down there, Crazy Hard, Musha, and Crusader of Senti.
Oh, Crusader of Senti is down there.
Yeah, that's wow. Those are some expensive games.
Did you skip over this one?
Yeah, I did. KO.
That is the most rare of all of these.
Is that the most rare CD game? I knew it was
By
expensive.
far. But it's not second places. It's
really. How much is that one worth? Or what are they
I mean, that seems pretty high. I think it's around 2 something, but it does look in really nice shape. But yeah, that's by far the most rare Sega CD.
And that is nice. So that
I don't
makes
know if
sense.
I've ever actually seen it in person before.
Yeah,
so.
But now that we've seen tons of rare items and added some things to our collections, it's time for the moment we've been waiting for. A viewer reached out saying they had an elusive handheld, the Pokemon Center Tokyo exclusive Game Boy Light. The Game Boy Light
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 pay $7.50 for a $50 NES game seems fun. Yeah, I don't know, man. At that point, just emulate. Like, unless you're really dead set on having a collection. You know, emulation is definitely the better option. That's a pretty cool Game Boy, though.
was never released in America, and being a special edition with the box on top of that makes it even more desirable.
All right, guys, this is Dorian, and he actually has a really cool collection piece for Chase that he has no idea that he's getting. I'll let him show it off, but I've never seen it before in my life.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild find. So same day we went deep in Kentucky to get this lot. It was like a huge lot of games, great deal. And on the way home, this popped up. So we picked this up on the way home too, with the Gale of Darkness GameCube CIB. So it was a pretty sweet deal.
That's awesome.
I was watching your guys' video and I seen he was showing off his handheld collection, and I didn't see this one. And me and my buddy were like, I bet Chase is gonna want this.
Oh yeah, yeah. He has no idea he's getting it. So, oh, that's glorious.
It's got the little bag with it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Check it out. Man. I got batteries too, so you can turn it. The light still works.
Woo!
Where my
That's
batteries?
cool. This is a Pokemon Center Tokyo exclusive.
I think there was like 5,000 made, so it's pretty rare.
Look at that, man. That is really cool. Well, if Chase isn't happy with that, then I have no clue what he wants.
He said Pokemon Center. Pokemon Center Tokyo is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, that's pretty exclusive. I'm not gonna lie, it was on my shelf, and I was like, I would love to keep this, but we're too heavy into it. I was like, I gotta get rid of it.
Yeah.
So we ended up securing a deal on the super rare handheld and added it to Chase's collection.
See, that's the beauty of my collection, is I don't spend any money that I need to get back immediately, so I can actually keep all the shit I buy.
Subscribe, because I have a feeling we're going to be...
I can flip it if I want to, but I don't have to.
...collecting a lot more soon, kind of like we do in this video here.
That's why you never go into debt. Ooh, should we watch this brutally honest review real quick? All right, after this, I do need to hop off. We'll watch this real
Hey there,
quick.
gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag Resynced, because I have just beaten this enormous remake, and I have to admit that I have a lot of thoughts, both positive and negative. This is going to be my brutally honest review, but I want to just say right up front that I have to just say I am very, very impressed by how much of a remake this is. Every bit of the graphics, the combat, the exploration, every voice line, the original voice talent came back, every storyline has been redone, tweaked, updated. This game is enormous. It is so fun.
It does look nice graphically, I will say.
In a lot of ways, it makes me kind of love Assassin's Creed 4 for the first time. I have to admit the fact that I beat Assassin's Creed 4 back in the day, like 20.
He didn't like the original? Holy fuck, man.
2013, when this originally dropped on the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360, I've played every Assassin's Creed, but I'm the weirdo. I didn't really like the original Assassin's Creed 4. Like, it's a fun...
Oh my god. And he enjoyed Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's brutal, man.
Game, but I always thought it was a bad Assassin's Creed. You know, after the early games, I'm very much that person. I liked those early eras of Altair, of Ezio, of exploring all these cool ancient kingdoms and that big bashing and battles of Templars versus the Assassins. Whereas now in this remake, I almost feel like I finally appreciate for the first time how good Assassin's Creed 4 is, and Resynced, it's really won me over to just how much of a masterpiece everybody else knew this game was. But let's break it down. I want to talk about how much they've changed, and even, honestly, how much content is cut. I actually think that for the most part, even that was kind of the right call. But let's break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, we're going to break this video into 3 separate chunks. We're going to talk the combat, because that's been totally redone, the incredibly crazy graphics, maybe some of the best.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I have a good collection I stopped buying after 2012. You got in early, man, so that's definitely a a great benefit. You know, I wish I would have bought most of my Pokemon cards prior to 2012. I'd probably be retired right now. But oh well. Hindsight is 2020. Also, I would have been in middle school, but you know, who's counting? Very nice, man.
Graphics I've ever seen in my life. And finally, how changed this is. Because a lot of stuff they've tweaked with this, I think, had to be very necessary. I mean, for better and for worse, they've cut out the entirety of the modern-day storyline. They unfortunately cut out...
That's okay, because Assassin's Creed 4's modern storyline sucked.
All the DLC storylines like Freedom's Cry. This is a very different game wrapped around the original shell of Assassin's.
They cut out the black guy's story? Oh man, that's racist.
Assassin's Creed 4. What's cool though is that this is the original team. This is the original directors. It's the original people at Ubisoft Singapore came back to return to what is definitely their biggest passion project. But let's start with what Assassin's Creed 4 is. In case you've never played it, this is very interesting because all the other Assassin's Creeds up until that point, you kind of started as an assassin. You're like finished assassin school. You're really good at doing stealth takedowns, and you understand the cost of fighting against the Templars. Whereas in Assassin's Creed 4, you kind of just accidentally fall into the role. Edward Kenway kills a dude who happens to be...
That's literally what happens in Assassin's Creed. In Assassin's Creed 2, 3, and 4. The only game you play as like a legitimate, like, hardened assassin is Assassin's Creed 1. Assassin's Creed 2, Ezio falls into the role when his family gets killed. Connor also falls into the role when, the native tribe gets burned by the evil white man. And, Edward Kenway falls into the role because, pirates and shit.
Assassin, he steals his clothes, he steals a map, and he steals a bounty, and he starts just trying to collude, to do crazy stuff, and ends up getting tangled up in that giant war against the Templars and the Assassins. And this really brings me to something I feel like is truly hard to understate. The original games, I went back and replayed the original 2013 version of this game. It was filled with so much poppin', clunkiness, load times everywhere. And man, do I think that game looked as good as it was for the time. Wow, has it aged bad. To the point at which I almost think it kind of hurt a lot of these big stories.
Wrong. It's aged fine.
Moments. This game looking fantastic. They've also re-recorded every voice line and they sound 10 times better. The motion capture, the faces, the animation, the subtlety. I feel like I better grasp how much Edward is conflicted about this. While he's enjoying the journey of being this pirate king practically and building up his crew and sailing the high seas and trying to do all this craziness, I feel like I better understand how subtly afraid Edward Kenway is. Getting wrapped up in this, even if he is like a crazy badass, even if he has managed to take down hundreds of different Templars and stuff, at the same time, he grasps how dangerous this is. Every time he takes that next big job, he does seem to really understand how screwed he is in a subtle way, right? I really like the fact that this version of Assassin's Creed 4, it really does kind of revamp the original. I think I understand so much why they decided to call it Resynced instead of remake. It does feel like the vibe is almost more laser focused on the original. In a weird way, it feels like it tells that story even better, despite the fact that it is the exact same thing, doing the exact same thing again. But let's talk about that combat, right? Okay, so the original Assassin's Creed games, a lot of that, like first, oh god, how many we up to, like 25 Assassin's Creeds. The first like 10 of them had the system called puppeteering, where essentially instead of just pressing like attack or dodge, a lot of those early games, like X controlled your feet, square and circle controlled your hands, and a lot of times triangle controlled like how well you were sending out your birds to do like eagle vision and stuff. The original puppeteering system was very clunky, not very good. And I will say that even in Assassin's Creed 4 OG, I really never felt like the controls were that good. They were functional, you were able to get around, but they really...
The controls were great. You could chain kill like 20 fucking guys with literally the single press of a button in between each. It was beautiful.
Just did not feel good at all. This new style of gameplay, they've redone the entire game to play like a typical 2026 game. Heart attack, parries, dodges, being able to just take down targets, use a potion, escape, drop a smoke bomb. Every bit of it feels so good because in a lot of ways, I almost think that sometimes remakes go too far. They give you such good control styles. Now you can take on hundreds and hundreds of people easily. I do think this kind of does that. I'll be honest, there is an interesting to this now that you really can just drop into a fight and just kill and kill and kill. And that kind of is good for the tiny fights, and it's less good for the boss fights. A lot of times the boss fights in Assassin's Creed 4, they were trying to just, hey, take down this stealth target. If you were managing to try and just open fight a guy, a lot of times bosses are just immune to damage until you like weaken them enough or do a particular thing like set their boat on fire. And I just feel like with the combat being so good and so fun, I really love just fighting like tons of guards at once. It did feel weird that the boss fights in a way feel even worse than the original because if you don't do a stealth takedown, some of them almost feel impossible if I'm being brutally honest, right? Some of them just feel too clunky in their effort to try and be hard. They just feel odd. But let's also talk about the changes to stealth gameplay. This is by far the biggest thing. You can now crouch at any time. You can just hide in any bush. You can go behind a barrier. You can hide around corners. There's lots of extra takedown angles, new takedown targets, and I have to say, Wowzers is the new stealth AI
Wowzers.
Incredibly fun. Just jumping from bush to bush, doing double takedowns.
I guarantee you that stealth AI is not going to be any better than any other Ubisoft game.
Going around being an absolute slaughter machine feels better than ever. But the reason this is so crucial, in the original Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, there were stealth missions with auto fails that were all over the place. Eavesdrop on this target, stay on these routes, keep an eye on that guy, and if you messed up, the game reset. It was so frustrating doing some of those missions, watching the game break over and over and over again, trying to basically just get through the most boring basic conversation. They've now made it where every follow mission, not only is the controls so much better, we're going to talk about parkour in a second, I like the fact that honestly, it is cool that if you do get spotted, now you can just kill the targets or flat out chase them. It makes it where a lot of those like early clunky forced slowdown eras, now you feel much more, well, able to just play it the way you want. It is so nice.
I will say graphically it does look pretty nice.
Nice, not having to spam.
Which has never been a problem with modern day Assassin's Creed, but, you know, they did do a pretty good job of still keeping that bright, high contrast kind of look to the environments.
and repeat very boring missions that honestly didn't feel that great in the first place. I'm glad that I feel like they've tweaked it in a way where now the missions feel fresh, advanced, but still sort of carry that same vibe of the original, right? But let's talk about that parkour, right? So the other system they've completely redone is the parkour system, the ability to run up buildings, jump through trees, go crazy, right? Well, they have now basically taken the current day, like Assassin's Creed Shadow style parkour and brought it into this. Now, I think I both enjoy this and don't enjoy this. Part of it is the fact that I just replayed the original right before this. The original game, you just hold like a trigger and tap X, and you kind of auto jump along. This new system is much more fluid. You click the stick to sprint and then hold X, and basically you direct yourself up buildings on top of platforms, finding synchronization points or towers to look at, right? I think the new parkour system is much more fluid, it's much more visually appealing, but sometimes it feels too easy. Something about it feels like it just kind of drags you along. I mean, you're straight up running across like rooftops and stuff as quickly and easily as like walking on the streets. And sometimes it feels almost too fluid to my taste. I almost feel like it needs a little bit of jank to make it feel more weighty. It feels a little bit too smooth for my tastes, especially because like I'm playing this weeks before the game came out. Currently, there's this glitch in the build I have where sometimes the auto run breaks. Like sometimes the pathing, like here in this swamp right here, I was trying to like track this target, and while I'm going, I keep just getting stuck on nothing. Like something about the game won't let me sprint, it won't let me climb. And I encountered this pretty often. I'd say at about the 25 hours it took me to beat the game, I had about 5 separate times where the parkour just shut off. And I really don't know what triggers it or why. Now let's talk about the ocean combat and let's talk about the graphics. Now I do want to talk
Assassin's Creed has always had that inherent jankiness with the parkour. No matter which one you play, 1, 2, 3, 4, Unity, honestly, yeah, it's just always been a thing.
About the ship sailing and stuff, but can we just quickly say this game looks so good. I mean, this might be some of the best graphics I've ever seen in my life. This is on the PlayStation 5 Pro. The game looks utterly insane. From every reflection, every sunset, the new lighting engine is...
The reflections look fake, dude. That does not look good. That looks terrible.
Insane. From every reflection, every
like, come on, bro. You would not see that much reflection.
Sunset. The new lighting engine is absolutely insane. And we already mentioned...
Like, that looks like a mirror.
This, but the new motion capture, every subtle detail on people's faces, the little bits of hair wisping in the wind, or even times when you're trying to just take down your hood and think about whether you want to chase that next target. Everything is ridiculously good looking. No load times, instant fast travel to any point you've ever been to. This game is exactly the Assassin's Creed I wanted, and I have to say that technologically, I am completely blown away. This engine is insane. But let's talk about that sailing, right? Sailing around the 7 seas looks fantastic in this game. Honestly, the original game looked good too. It doesn't really look that different. In a lot of ways, I feel like the original way they made the ocean look was already so good. Now it looks much more realistically sloshy. Lots of cool extra splash effects. Jumping into the water now looks extra insane. Trying to harpoon targets. A lot of that side questy stuff of exploring deserted islands and tracking treasure chests truly looks better than ever. I really enjoyed that, but there is a lot of extra stuff to the ocean combat that has been changed. There's new recruitable side quest people. You can find like extra crewmates that actually give you extra abilities or extra customization, but I really have to say that what I enjoyed most is they've added in new secondary fires to a lot of the different weapons. So broadside shots can be lit on fire, or new like rapid fire shots, which makes a lot of those bigger, tougher encounters feel a lot more brutal. Like taking on bases or even trying to take down some of the man of war, like mega warships. They now feel more almost tactical in a way, whereas originally, I'll be honest, when I first played it, a lot of the like 2013 boss fights on the sea, I almost had to cheese. A lot of times I'd almost try and get them like stuck in the rocks and blast them down. Now it feels much more...
Yeah, those are pretty tough.
...more skill-based. The entire ocean combat has been refined to an absolute point. I think the ship combat completely, to me, feels entirely overhauled. And I think part of that comes down to the AI. It feels like the ship's being smarter.
It's kind of crazy that they can, have a perfect template for ship combat and still fumble that Skull and Bones game so badly.
Your ship's being better. It makes it feel much more tactical when you get in those ocean entanglements. But let's talk about removed content. So the modern day storyline is entirely gone. In the old school game, you could basically leave the Animus, and I'm not even joking about this, walk around Ubisoft headquarters. There was a whole storyline where you basically walked around a game studio, wink wink, that was making a game about assassins, wink wink. They've completely cut that out. Now, when I first heard about this, I was a bit annoyed. I really do like the modern day storylines of the early Assassin's Creeds quite a bit. In fact, one of the things that really annoyed me is the death of Desmond in Assassin's Creed 3, whereas this time, having played it myself, the removal completely makes sense. Honestly, taking those moments out, it makes the entire story flow a lot better, because let's face it, it isn't in this case about, the adventure of the Animus. It's you playing the adventure of Edward Kenway. That's the whole purpose of the game itself. But they did also cut the Freedom Cry DLC, and they did cut, unfortunately, all of the multiplayer. Now, the multiplayer being cut, that makes sense. I guess I'm not really going to cry too hard about that, but I really did enjoy the Freedom's Cry DLC. Honestly, I even replayed it right before this. I think that's super, super cool. But playing as Ade, seeing all that cool storyline of him being a ship captain, I think was really great.
Dude, is that Kanye West?
Cutting it sucks, and I have to say, I really hope they don't sell it back. I really hope they don't do a thing where they go, oh, here's the original DLC y'all liked. We remade that as well. Here's an extra $20. As much as I like the Freedom's Cry DLC, I almost don't want them to sell it back. Please at least make it a free update. We've already paid, what, $50, $60 for this remake? Give us the entirety of the game, including the original DLC that was so great. Overall, I think that I like all the tweaks and changes of this. The one thing that is a bit odd is sometimes in this map, I did find myself getting lost a bit more. It does feel like sometimes the map itself is almost too dense compared to its original counterpart. And there is this new style of system called rifts. These are optional side quests that show the Animus talking to you and letting you go through like alternate scenarios. They're supposed to sort of be a replacement to the modern day sequences we had in the original game. And I have to say that they look cool, but I think they kind of suck. A lot of this idea of like, oh, you're wrestling with the Animus. I almost feel like you should either do the modern day story or you shouldn't. This almost feels like trying to have your cake and eat it too. I feel like they should have done all of the modern day story from the OG or none of it. This half measure to me, I mean, if anything, it's kind of just annoying, for better or for worse. Okay, so we have heard a lot of good and a little bit of bad, but let's go over to the ratings board and put a big number on it.
A 9 out of 10.
I am giving Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag Resynced a 9.5 out of 10.
A 0.5. Wow.
Thank you so much for watching, gamers. If you could please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. You know, I feel like part of why I'm so fascinated about this remake is that this game was already so fantastic, taking by far the most beloved Assassin's Creed of all time, taking the original team, taking all the best talent at Ubisoft right now, and putting them on one project and making it kind of this dream remake. It's interesting that I feel like they did it so right that it's almost fascinating to watch such like a dream team karma, charisma mishmash. I don't know. Very happy this game was made, for sure. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see...
Alrighty. I do need to hop off. Let's see. Oh, we do one more super chat. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. We watched that previously, man. Like a week or so ago. You sent that about a week or two back. So we've already seen that. But anyway, guys, I do need to hop off. Gotta get ready for work and shit, and I need to wake up too, because I'm getting kind of tired, so probably go... is it raining? No. Alright, I'm probably gonna go take my dog out, actually, so hope y'all have a wonderful Wednesday. And yeah, I will talk to everyone, I guess, later tonight. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.